Hi, everyone. Welcome to Battle Hardened Montreal. My name is Sean Hill, and I'm joined here by the illustrious, the kimono-wearing Frank Hung, the lazy dog. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, Sean. Really stoked to have you on today, joining me in the booth.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here in our hometown. I mean, I think it's been a long time. We've been waiting for this event for quite some time, and now it's here, and it's actually pretty much started, right?
Yeah, that's right. Players are seeding for round one, and we're just waiting to get the stream live going. Joined here by Ethan with Savage Feats. He'll probably say hello later on. He's busy at work right now, though.
For sure. I mean, I'm excited. It's been a weird I don't know. It's been a weird couple days just getting the feel of the new set. I was walking down and looking at what people were playing, looking at their pools, and it's really diverse, which is interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe you will get the actual numbers on a meta breakdown later on.
Oh, we
but-
absolutely will. I think everybody's looking forward to seeing. Okay, well, how many news are in the room? Because I think that was the conversation with pre-releases. I'm not sure for you, but like for me, pre-releases it was new heaven. It was
Right. Oh, okay,
everywhere.
yeah.
Her
Everyone wants to
ability,
play-
her ability is so good.
Everyone wants to play your opponent's cards.
Oh, I mean, there's no better feeling than playing with other people's toys, So I think that's a big part of it. I'm also, I mean, anybody who knows who I am, anybody who knows me knows I'm a big Illusionist fanboy. So I'm looking forward to seeing some Enigma, seeing what people do with it. And then there's Zen. There's Zen, which I know you're excited for, but it's
Yeah, ever the classic ninja.
classic.
Ninjas are
Ninja.
great in draft, in limited, in every format. To be honest,
Ninjas are great, pretty much.
yeah.
Yeah.
I will say the best draft formats of all time in Flesh and Blood have involved a ninja, right?
Pretty much. If you look at
exactly.
Uprising, if you look at, I mean, I have different
Outsiders.
opinions about Outsiders, but
Oh, okay.
Bonds is a card. Bonds is a card. So there's a few things that we wanted to touch on before we get into the match. So I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, for sure. One thing about this event taking place in Montreal, we'd just like to do a land acknowledgement for the Ganyan Gehaga Nation, which are recognized as the custodians of the land and waters on which we gather today. And Shoshoke, as they call Montreal, is a home to a diverse population of indigenous and other people in the present day. And yeah, so we respect the continued tradition and connections with past, present, and future as we get to have this awesome event here in Montreal.
Beautiful, man. Well done. Well said. I think Montreal is, to a lot of people, Montreal is kind of this place that people go when they turn 18 and they can't drink yet.
All the Ontario.
Yeah, all the
folks,
Ontario
yeah.
people or everybody from Eastern U.S. But Montreal is so much more. It's such a culturally rich and diverse place, and one little known fact is it has a really strong Flesh and Blood community.
I think that maybe after this weekend it won't be so little known. Our first larger event that we're getting people from the States, from other provinces traveling in. I don't know if it's the largest event that we've had outside
In Montreal,
of Mets.
Montreal, it definitely is.
I was going to say in Canada. Like, I think this might be the largest non-nationals event that we've had in Canada.
Well, we'd have to run that through the numbers, but I think we have 170 players currently signed up for the Battle Hardened, which for a town like Montreal and for a Battle Hardened, that's a great number for our town. I'm very happy.
Yeah.
So we're actually getting a word here. We're going to go into our feature match for round one of Sealed. Let's see what's going on.
The Mistveil sealed. And, okay, right off the
Ooh.
bat, for the Enigma lovers out there, we're seeing two local-ish players. On the right here, Jordan Jalbert-Ross, Montreal local, usually loves playing Brute decks and Ninja.
He is known in Montreal as probably one of the better Phi players. He was playing Phi when no one was playing Phi. So when when Bonds came around, he was like, no, I still like Phi. I'm still going to keep playing Phi. And next to him is a friend of mine, someone that, if anybody's ever watched coverage for Nats last year, Maxim was second at Nats. So he played actually Katsu into Isaac Kroot and finished second at last year's Nationals.
Yeah, and so Maxim also a Ninja player, but also has played a bunch of different decks. Runeblade and Guardian, I believe, as well.
Absolutely.
And so, in this sealed environment, I think that having that diverse skill set, having a lot of different hero experiences is going to be a big boon for them.
Yeah, and a big thing with Maxim is that he comes from a background of TCGs have been a thing in his life for a very long time, whereas Jalbert Ross. As Jordan, Jordan is someone who I believe started with TCGs very recently, but he's grown exponentially, and we see a lot of those stories.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, walking around yesterday during the Super Armory, I think I saw like probably 30 new players, new faces.
Oh yeah.
Never seen them before. Talked to them, and they said, "Oh yeah, I'm a local actually. I've just started getting to this game, and the set has been popping off."
It has been, and to that point, when one thing that happened on my end, I had some friends who were talking, and they said, "Oh, I have a friend playing this game called Flesh and Blood," and I said, "Well, I'm very involved with Flesh and Blood. I love the game," and they're like, "Oh, they're going to a thing in Montreal. I don't know what that is." I said, "That's the Battle Hardened." So,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
the game is still growing. We're still getting new players. I remember a time when there was 4 players in Montreal playing Flesh and Blood. I think it was you, me, Alexis Cloutier, and Dave Poirier back then.
I
So
mean, I think we're the first movers. We have that clout, right?
all right, so we're gonna get right into a game here. It's looking like Maxim is. Let's see what they have here.
Yeah. So both players just looking at the full grip of cards. It looks like Maxim's been put on the play, I believe.
I believe it's looking like that. I mean, one thing that we will see right away is Maxim does not have a chess piece, which in this it transforms into 1 life in most cases. Alrighty.
Right. Okay. So Maxim taking the opportunity here to pitch a blue card and a red card, get that out of the hand, and play out a Waxing Spectre, and not going to attack. Oop, there we go with the dice. Not going to attack with it. It looks like on this turn 0. Letting Jordan just think about whether he wants to develop some instant speed ores. Oh, it is attacking. Okay.
It is attacking.
All
Yeah,
right.
because you're saying this because we remember the good old days, right?
Right,
It's saying,
exactly.
"Oh, pass. I still have an action point. Let's see what happens," right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so he is attacking. Receive the block with a card that I think is underrated right now. I think in limited is great. Astral. Astral. I cannot remember the name of the card.
Yeah, Astral Etchings. Yeah.
Astral Etchings. There you go. Getting +1 counters. When +1 counters means go again. +1 counters are very good.
That's right. And being able to play it at instant when you have a Spectral Shield in play, super, super good.
Absolutely.
I mean, I would argue that the card's almost unplayable without being instant speed, but
Yeah.
just getting to pump anything, and especially in these illusionist smears, like if you can put a couple +1 counters on something and have an aura attack push over the top, get rid of your opponent's ward, super relevant.
Absolutely. I mean, the other thing is these players. I know them. They never rush into plays. So
That's
we're going to
right.
get a lot where there's going to be a lot of steam going on here, a lot of pressure building up in these players' brains, trying to get the absolute maximum out of every hand.
hmm And I didn't notice in the first hand that Jordan blocked with those 2 good cards, but looks like he's got a couple chi now in his hand, and maybe he's thinking here about whether he wants to transcend or pitch in a way that lets him do some fun business with the transcend cards.
Well, he does have the go again transcend, and the other one seems to be the put a card back on under your deck. I apologize if I'm not calling them by their
Preserved
rightful names.
tradition. That's right.
Preserved tradition. Thank you. So you're going to run point on the names of cards. But yeah, so these cards are great. However, you do need a target for the go again.
Yeah, that's right. And this is the interesting thing. So he's actually opted not to tip his hand by playing both transcend cards together. Oh, because he can't, because you got to target something with path well traveled. Okay, right. See, these players are better than I am at. That's why I'm sitting here in the booth.
But the path well traveled, I mean, it's a really good call because we know instance attack reactions. It causes people to have to think, to sit down and go, okay, what are the possibilities beyond what I'm being shown? And in this case, giving a 5 power mystic go again, possibly leading into another attack. We're getting a glimpse at his hand here. It's the instant ward X based on blue pitch. I'm not sure if we're going to see him play that. I'm assuming it's probably going to go to Arsenal. We're going to see because there's also the ability of going transcend on it. Go again, transcend, get that back, make a spectral shield, attack with a spectral shield, Arsenal pass.
Well, and here's the interesting thing about the Enigma mirror in these limited formats is if you can bait your opponent into overcommitting on blocks, like the blowout potential is very, very high.
Oh yeah.
Maxim here's thinking about, blocking this 5 power so that he can keep the Waxing Spectre on the board, but, there's still 2 cards in Jordan's hand, which is, can be very relevant. And what we know that Maxim doesn't is, not only can he get go again on this action, but he can also chip in with another Spectral Shield. And so if Maxim ends up committing 2-3 cards defending this 1 attack here, he's going to have given up a lot of value.
Oh yeah, and also 1 damage. Those little blades that New has, for example, 1 damage will get rid of a ward 5.
That's right.
Right, and ward. I mean, we've all experienced ward through playing with Prism, the latest version of Prism, and anybody who's played against Spectral Shields. It is a mechanic that can be frustrating at times. You're trying to get damage in, it's not. But when the payoff is there, when you're just doing 1 and taking 5 damage worth of prevention out, that's where the value is.
And it looks like Maxim's opting to give up the value on the Battlefront Bastion.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Oh, and we've got our nice Transcend sound effect here. The first one of the day. Looks like, so this is going to go up to 7.
Wow.
And yeah, Maxim's not going to contest that because he knows that there is the possibility of that Spectral Shield follow-up here. And I say possibility, but we probably should say inevitability.
Exactly, and I don't want to toot my own horns here and say I called the play, but that's the play. And now he's going to have a ward, instant speed ward 4 at his disposal. So a lot of this game is going to come down to being able to build a board, being able to put pressure and manage that, which is traditional illusionist gameplay.
That's right, yeah. And player's going to tidy up the board state here. I think Maxim knows what he's going to do on this turn now. Letting his opponent draw cards first. Pitching to attack in with this Haze Shelter for 4. And Haze Shelter, excellent card on offense and defense.
Oh, yeah. I think Haze Shelter red, if you're playing draft and you're hesitant on where to go for, the red is an absolute killer in limited. It is. No +1 counters on this one, so unfortunately he will not be getting the free go again on that attack. But there are cards that do that. There are cards, we're talking about cards that are cloaked, that are in the shadows.
That's right.
There are ways, who knows? Maybe Maxim is sitting on a +1 flip, give it a +1, and we'll see. So we're going to see a block here for 3 with a Waning Spectre.
Okay, and yeah, Jordan getting that chest advantage right off the bat. Going to commit the Keiko just to protect the Spectral Shield.
And he's going to come in with a Spectral Shield.
Spectral Shield coming in. Attacks for free because of Enigma's hero power. And with that +1 counter, if this forces Maxim to commit a whole card to it, I see another Battlefront Bastion. That's a pretty good card in these formats.
Oh, absolutely, it is. Battlefront Bastion. Any card that has that level of power. I mean, I believe it's a red, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I believe we can actually look into that, if I'm not mistaken. Here, let's see. Oh, that is a red. That is a red. What a great card. 7. It's a 3-cost 7. Blocks 2, prevents 1.
Yeah. And now Jordan countering with the Haze Shelter of his own. So now coming in for 4 as well.
Wow.
Yeah, and Maxim having to block with a pretty good card, but I think it's a blue Spectral Manifestations earlier in the combat chain. And now he looks like he's aiming maybe towards playing that Battlefront Bastion, but unfortunately would require giving up the Haze Shelter, and that's kind of a big ask because then your opponent gets to keep their Haze Shelter in play. You're kind of trading aura for aura. That's not really the greatest place to be. Also, keeping in mind, Maxim currently hasn't pitched a blue this turn. The Haze Shelter only has Ward 1.
It does, absolutely. So we're going to wait and see what the decision is, because I think I'm aligned with you. I believe that the play here is to hold on to Bastion and at least try to push the Bastion, because Bastion is an awkward block. One thing that people, don't necessarily think about a lot is that, Enigma is very strong, but there's a lot of no blocks and there's a lot of 2 blocks in the list, right? So blocking 7 is not as comfortable as you think.
That's true, yeah. And I mean, Jordan actually has 2 cards in hand here, so maybe Maxim's conscientious of the play coming up from potential Uphold Tradition. This new dynamic, as you're saying, with the cloaked equipment pieces.
Absolutely.
Not knowing what these equipment pieces are adds a whole new dynamic, right?
I mean, I'll say I was victim to it last night in the Super Armory. I trusted that someone did not have the +1, and they did, and the game did end pretty fast after that mistake. So having things, hidden information, we've had the Arsenal for a long time, but this is the first time that we have access to a significant amount of hidden information. And there it is.
Okay, yeah, and it looks like all of our hopes and dreams are coming to fruition. So now it's coming in for 5. Still has go again because now it's got a +1 counter on it. Also from Enigma's hero power, I believe.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so Maxim's going to have to let that Haze Shelter go. Yeah, it looks like he's really gearing in towards playing this Battlefront Bastion. It's actually quite an awkward spot.
But I do agree with it. You're leaking some damage. You are losing some presence, but there's a path where he's saying, well, the deck doesn't have that many blocks. 7 is a very strong break point. I get a lot of value out of that.
Right, and it looks like, yeah, Jordan's going to banish. Oh, okay, no, he's decided not to. He's decided against banishing the Nimblism because he can't use the go again, the extra action point from the Nimble Strike. So that actually says to us he probably has another Nimble Strike somewhere in the deck.
You
that he
beat me to
can-
the punch. Exactly. It shows us, well, if that's the choice here, because it does also give you +1,
Yeah, that's right.
So you wouldn't forfeit plus 1 point of damage unless you had a way to get better use out of it.
Yeah, and so now what I mentioned in the previous turn is also true for Jordan. So he's got to pitch a blue card to turn this Haze Shelter into a Ward 4.
Yeah.
And facing down that Battlefront Bastion.
Yeah. And let's see here. I believe Jordan's hand. Let's see. We are looking at. Oh well, he does have the ability to block it, but we are seeing. No, actually, no, he does not. We are seeing, the Ward 4, but the blue pitch is a no block, and then block 3, and a waning. What's the card? Waning Spectre, I believe. The famous when it goes
Waning
away.
Vengeance.
Waning
yeah, that's right.
Vengeance. When it goes away, you get a Spectral Shield.
It looks like he might be playing a couple of these actually. Okay, maybe just the one. Okay, looks like we're only committing one card.
Wow. So interesting,
So
because he does have the block 3 in his hand.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We're maybe waiting on some steps here. Skipping ahead. Okay. Now we're gonna play both the Waning Vengeance and the other Haze Shelter. Combined, they're gonna block the full 7.
Wow. And we're going to get a Spectral Shield out of that, I
Yeah,
believe. Yeah.
Oh, that's actually a rough spot for Maxim to see
That is-
those combination of cards. On one hand, it's like, okay, I'm trading this one attack for 3 of my opponent's cards. On the other hand, they get to keep their whole board state, and they get a Spectral Shield out of the deal.
Absolutely. And then Jordan can keep a blue and just go, hey, that's going to be 2, 5, and another 1. Back to you.
Mm. Yeah, now Maxim staring down this developed board state. The uphold tradition also managed to stay in play there. Didn't have to use the ward on that. It's got a little bit better value than some of the other equipment in the set because those equipment require you to block with them the turn after you uncloak them.
Yeah, because if not, they will go away. Whereas the Ward 1, I mean, technically, he can use this now to save one of his Spectral Shields.
Yeah,
if
that's
something
right.
were to leak. Which, Enigma Mirrors, it's board state.
Yeah.
It is a board state game, and that's what we're seeing here. And, Jordan developing that board state that is going to challenge Maxim's ability to get back into this game at this point. And, you're looking at this, it's like, oh, it's 2 Spectral Shields and a waning. There's nothing there. Well, there is a lot there, actually,
And you know what here, actually? Jordan didn't have the blue. He's had to pitch one of the emissaries. I think that's the one that draws a card. And so this Haze Shelter is only attacking for 2. Better than 0. Slightly worse than 5, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it's all about that pressure. It's about, hey, I'm not committing cards to dealing damage to you.
That's right. And, Maxim's saying, okay, I'm going to take 4 damage this turn and try to mount some sort of resistance, develop my own board state. But the way he's looking at his cards, I wonder, how confident he feels in being able to play all of those out for full value. I see a couple of instant speed auras there. I think there's a Haunting Spectre in the mix. And yeah, he's going to take the damage. I don't know. Did you see what was in Maxim's arsenal?
I did not, but
earlier in the game?
I'm very much. I did not actually. I completely missed what's in his arsenal, so we were going to see that. But at this point, I mean, if I'm Maxim and I'm sitting there looking at my hand, I mean, you've got the Spectre, we've got.
Yeah. And, we caught a flash of it. Maybe someone else with better eyes than I can see that. But
Exactly. So we're going to see another Haze here.
okay.
Another Haze Shelter.
Another
coming in.
Haze Shelter.
Pitching a blue for it, so it does have the 4 power, and that is how you contest. Because at this point, Jordan can give cards, all day long. However, if Jordan gets to a point where there's not enough cards to block with, he will start to lose presence, very, very, very swiftly, right?
That's right. And maybe we're seeing this attack coming in while there's still a couple cards in hand and that arsenal card, meaning that Maxim's gonna commit the uphold tradition of his own, hopefully, and try to make something happen here.
I mean, I'm glued to this. If I'm Maxim and there's a 12 life difference between me and my opponent, I'm nervous.
Yeah, and so Jordan's just before we get to the blocks here, it looks like he's pitched a blue card, the homage, just to get the shell activated. Draws a card to replace that blue and turns Haze Shelter into a Ward 4.
Wow. I mean, that's very well thought, right? You're saying, hey, I'm going to activate this. I'm going to get the block out of it. I'm fine with giving you a Haze Shelter for this, just so I can keep a hand, because he's got Pathway Traveled in hand. He's got my God, I'm trying to see here. I think that's a Yellow Waning Vengeance.
Yeah,
I believe.
Okay, and we're committing the single-minded determination.
All right.
And we're gonna go zoom into the hand here.
Exactly. Yeah, that is a Yellow Waning Vengeance with.
Oh, and that's Water the Seeds, I believe, is the last
It
card
is a
there.
Water the Seeds. Yeah, it's a red Water the Seeds.
Okay, and so this is now coming over the top for 5. Good opportunity for Jordan to just give up the Uphold tradition, it looks like. Yeah, so going to
And
block the full 5 here.
that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, saying, hey,
Yeah.
I'll give you the Uphold tradition. I'm keeping my Spectral Shields. I want those bad boys. I can attack with them, and you have not much to say about it.
Okay, yeah, and this Wounding Blow was Pack 1 picked one at one of those World Premiere drafts 2 weekends ago now.
Yeah.
And, 0 for 4 at the end of a chain, quite good.
0 for 4 at the end of a chain is great. I mean, we know zero cost cards. The only way they get better is if they have Go Again.
Yeah, that's right.
So, no, 0 for 4 is fantastic. Staying open, and, the generics in this set are really great. Wounding Blow and Bastion, 2 cards that we've seen Maxim play. He saw the power in those cards. He didn't hesitate to bring those on board.
Yeah, and with the number of block in Jordan's hand, I think he's thinking about, maybe he can get away with committing one of these cards using some Spectral Shields, or I don't quite see a line where he plays out, the Water, the Seeds potentially. So maybe he's thinking about giving that up.
That's where my mind is. I'm thinking, okay, he's probably going to give the Water the Seeds, and on his turn it'll be, Waning Vengeance and, pitching the path well-traveled, path. Yeah, that's what it is. Path well-traveled.
Yeah,
Why am I doubting
you're
myself in the name of cards here?
I've gotten into your head a little bit.
You've gotten
Sean.
into my head. Get out of it.
Yeah, I'm going to correct you on things that you say correctly.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to start slowly deconstructing my existence. But yeah, so here you go. Here's the block. I think that's a great play. I think being able to say I am going to forfeit that haze shelter. I'm going to keep my Spectral Shield. I'm still going to ping you for 3 every turn with not much that you could say about it. And with that said, he's also holding on to that Vengeance. Yeah. So I'm assuming we're going to see that Vengeance be played.
Before we get to that, actually, just Maxim going for the resource efficiency play gets this Waxing Spectre in play with the floating resources at the end of the previous turn. And so Jordan didn't contest that Haze Shelter that was on the board, opting instead here just to attack for 2 with the Spectral Shields, try to keep those up so that the engine is going and so that he can chip away at the board state that Maxim is now developing.
I mean, that's exactly where he's at, because if you are in a position playing...
This is an excellent block here from Maxim, because this 1 damage prevention is going to stay floating.
Absolutely. We're going to see him play. He is actually going to play Water the Seeds.
Okay, and you know what? I just take back what I said then. I guess that 3 Go Again that pumps up your next attack by 1 is quite good. That will apply to the Spectral Shield.
It will, and that's what Maxim is actually asking himself. He goes, does it work on your Spectral Shield? And yes, it does. Absolutely does. It doesn't say attack action card. It simply says attack. So what a great play. And I think that eluded both of us for a moment there, because that is absolutely just great value.
Yeah, Jordan's spotting the line there. And you know what? I think with the resources here, he has the option. He can attack with the Spectral Shield, get the +1, which is good. Or he can play out the aura that's in hand, or he could just choose to arsenal that. So he's got a few options which way to go, depending on Maxim's blocks.
Well, you were talking about, efficiency, resource efficiency, and really getting the max out of everything. And with that in mind, I don't think there's a world where he doesn't play the Vengeance.
Right, yeah.
He would have to do it as a defensive play, but realistically right now, he's on the offense. He's trying to stop Maxim from building that board. He's trying to keep him in check, because with that lead, Jordan can afford to take some hits, but the problem is if you take a hit, it goes through your life. You're actually losing your board before your life.
Yeah, that's right.
So I don't know. I mean, it's the one thing I will say is that if you are playing Illusionist and you think you're done, I have lost games on an Illusionist character where at the end of the game, I was, I had a giant lead, and then I got greedy.
Right.
I got greedy, and I went for the kill, and then my opponent said, oh, you're going to go for the kill? Perfect.
Okay.
I'm going to build a board and take over the game.
Yeah, and then actually just to go to the action here, Aqua headpiece also coming in, and now we're using all 3 equipment pieces to block out this Water the Seeds. So no more equipment on Maxim's side of the board after this attack.
We have to think about what Maxim's going to do with his next turn. If we're looking at his hand over here, we do have reveal the top card of your... Thank you very much, Ethan. You have the reveal the top card of your deck. If it's blue, +3 or +2, +3. So he could be attacking for 5 afterwards. We do have a Transcend, so starting to rebuild that board as well. Maxim could be looking at that. And a Vengeance, which yeah, I believe that card's going to be pitched. I don't see a world where it's not being pitched. I think that's what we're going to see here.
And so this spot here as well with the Spectral Shield coming in for 2 power is kind of interesting. Currently does not have Go Again, but that 1 resource represents our sorry, now I'm the one forgetting card names.
What resource represents?
Astral Etchings, right? That's the one that
exactly.
adds counters to cards. Okay, and so choosing to pitch this Attune.
That's interesting. I mean, Attune it feels like a card that would be very relevant to be used in a more of an.
Oh, and we've got a Transcend here. So Maxim,
I love that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, draws the card and then immediately has to put it on the bottom to the effect, but gets the Transcend out of the deal. So that's a little bit of free value, so to speak. I mean, I bet you would wish that was an homage to Ancestors, Gain of Life, but you know what? You'll settle, right?
Yeah, and we're going to see it here. He's going to make another. Yeah, there you go. He's going to attack. He's going to come in. He's going to try and challenge the board. Jordan's got a full grip. He's got Blanche in hand. That second Nimble Strike that we were talking about, and it is red. It is a red Nimble Strike, which is really interesting. A red Waning Vengeance, and another Illusionist blue, which I forget the name of. We speak.
Single-minded determination.
You really are, man. I'm right to doubt. Even when I'm right to doubt myself.
I mean, I don't know. I just forgot Astral Etchings for a second there. There's so many cards in this set. It's one of the beautiful things. You know, I've noticed people just having to take the time to think about all the cards in these sealed formats. And okay, so Jordan elected to just take the damage from the Spectral Shields and from the Haze Shelter, and now from the Spectral Shield. So yeah, he's gonna go for the approach of mounting and come back through offense. He knows that if he gets caught blocking, he can't really protect those 2 Spectral Shields he had on the board. And with this hand, he's actually fairly happy to just go on the offensive, try to clear down Maxim's board.
And look, I don't want to do any foreshadowing, but I did mention that there's a point in time where people want to close, and maybe if the closing of the game is not the perfect moment, that can snowball very quickly in favor of the player that was defending. So I'm really excited to see how Maxim deals with this, because this could be a make or break moment for him. If he could still be in the game, keep that board going, this is the time to actually invest in that.
That's right. And there's a couple of incredibly punishing lines that Jordan can take here. 5 Go Again is quite hard to block, especially when you don't have the armor pieces available to you anymore.
Yeah.
And, Jordan could develop his own board if this attack goes through, well, which it looks like it's going to. Okay, so we're going to take that Waxing Vengeance out of play. Yeah, and now choosing, instead of playing the Waning Vengeance of his own, he's going to attack with the Blanche for 7.
I mean, 7 damage in any limited format. We talked about it earlier with Bastion. It's a great break point.
Yeah, that's right. And currently the Haze Shelter wouldn't be doing too much, only Ward 1 here, and no pitch outlets for Maxim unless he decides to play an Aura from hand.
No, exactly. And Maxim being very careful here. We have some time still going on in the round. He's got 10 minutes, and I think he's going to use as much time as he needs to make sure he makes that right block there.
Yeah, maybe let's take a closer look at our shuffling over here. Seeing a Solitary Companion, the Waxing Spectre,
and what's that last card there?
Spectral Manifestations. I think he's really trying to hang on to the Spectral Manifestations.
I would too, yeah, absolutely.
But it looks like the other cards are reds, right? So
there's a blue Spectre. That's the Solitary Companion is blue, and the Waxing Spectre is red. Red Waxing Spectre is a great card.
I suppose there's an argument here to playing out the Waxing Spectre, activate the Haze Shelter ward, and the Waxing Spectre, Waxing Spectre. Yeah, that's a Waxing Spectre.
It is. That's a red Waxing Spectre. That's a great card.
That's a great card. Yeah,
that's a great card. I mean, and there we see it being played. So, absolutely. I mean, Waxing Spectre, what a great card. He's going to absorb that. He's going to say, no, thank you very much. I'd like to keep my life total.
Yeah. See, I thought it was a Waning Vengeance, which would have been a bit better in that spot, because then you get the Spectral Shield out of the deal. But same difference. Doesn't take the damage. Gets the Arsenal, the red Spectral Manifestations, which is a power card in this set, like a draft signpost.
Absolutely. I think we both were on the same track of saying, hey, that Spectral Manifestation, it's going to stick around.
Speaking of Spectral Manifestations, this is what happens when you're forced to pass the turn to an Illusionist opponent. And yeah, red Spectral Manifestations hitting the board on the other side.
Counters. Wow. I mean, what do you say? You just say, "Yep, yeah, send me the bill. Thank you very much. That was fun." And he did Arsenal that vengeance earlier on.
Earlier on in the game. So this can come out at instant speed, only paying the 1 for it.
Absolutely, it
And-
does. And he is holding a bastion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, is that a red Battlefront Bastion?
I believe it is. Let's zoom in for the people here. It is
That's
blue.
a blue.
So
That's a blue. Only 5, but when you're at 4 life, that's kind of
5 is lethal.
That's kind of a lot.
5 is lethal. Can't take the bill for that.
Yeah. Oh no, Maxim looking at the sky. Is he thinking and counting, or is he just
I
sad?
can tell you, I know Maxim. He's thinking and counting. He is not a get sad and go, oh no kind of guy. He's trying to find the out. Absolutely. Back in the good old chain days, he was one of those players that had the kind of memory required to play that deck up to the end of the game. So I don't think he's someone who's just going to throw in the towel. He's going to play to all his odds and ends, and we'll see what happens.
A very bitter end at this point. And, we're seeing 2 Transcend cards in hand. Would be quite awkward on the blocks, but, he can use one of them and get this Waning Vengeance out there, use the other one on his own turn to create a Spectral Shield. So maybe it's not all bad, actually. A decent spot to block with a Battlefront Bastion on its own.
I'll give you the Bastion to my Bastion. He's going to go down to 2 here. He's going to double up.
There we go.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Getting our Transcends in. Ethan, I'd actually like to hear that a second time.
Yeah,
2
let's do it
Transcend
again.
cards
Let's
were
go.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Ah, there you go. Beautiful.
Recognizing the relevant cards in the matchup here, he's putting another Battlefront Bastion back in the deck here.
Oh my God.
Doing the cut on the much shorter deck now.
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. This is a 30 flush card format.
That's
It is
right.
30, not 31, not 32, not 33. 30 on the dot. And make sure to flip those cheese back.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, now we're coming in with the spectral manifestations of his own.
Wow, what a different type of experience playing Flesh and Blood. What a different, just looking at this makes no sense to anybody who's never played Illusionist. But if you've missed out on Illusionist, if you're now figuring out what Flesh and Blood is, this is Illusionist. This is, big brain. This is the deck that requires you to be really patient. And Max is at 2 life, game's not done.
And, I think that some people don't like the experience of playing against Illusionist.
Oh, I could confirm that a lot of people do not, yeah.
But I don't know. I think it's just like attacking all these different axes in the game is part of what makes it interesting, right? Like if every deck was just
if every deck was
Rabbles and Scarforest guys, what would we be doing, right?
We'd be putting a lot of 0/4s on the board. That's what we'd be doing.
Yeah. Okay, and so Jordan didn't have a blue card in the pitch there, so the Waning Vengeance will not produce a Spectral Shield when it goes down.
Absolutely. And Jordan holding on to a blue Bastion, a Chi, which is fantastic. I'm trying to. We won't zoom in just because the board state right now is really important, and I think we need to keep an eye on that. But looking at where we are. Wow.
Already, he's going to take the 3. Maxim clawing his way back out of a little bit of a hole by playing that Spectral Manifestations and now a Waning Vengeance. And he's going to draw 4, hope for something that is synergistic. Okay, so this blue card being pitched and coming down with the Waxing Spectre. Coming in for 3, it looks like, with that +1 counter, and it's going to have go again.
Absolutely, it will. And looking at Maxim's hands, there's a lot of 2 blocks in there, unfortunately. So, well, no, he does have a 3 block in single-minded determination here. So that's fantastic. Spectral Shield being generated with the Chi, so we're going to have another Chi coming in for 2 with go again. And
oh, and now we have to commit the Spectral Manifestations on defense. But, and Maxim called it. It's like, I'm betting you can't do anything too relevant with that last card, so I'm going to get to keep my board state. I'm going to come in with my 4-power Spectral Shield, and yeah.
Oh, and look at the hand on Jordan here. Look at this. I just want to show everybody. This does not spark joy. This does not block. So, Maxim does not know this, but this is a tough spot to be in if you are Jordan. Drawing no blocks will in a situation like this, 2 to 8, no blocks. Maxim shaking his head, going, I don't have play. I don't have nothing. No, you do. You do. You have way more. It's like, what's RBC's slogan? Something like, you're richer than you think?
Yeah, you're richer than you think.
There you go. Well, Maxim is much richer than he thinks right now.
Yeah, this coming in for 3. you know, like, it's not like Jordan wants to block necessarily here, but he can only do a little bit with his turn. He does have the Arsenal card from the previous turn, actually, so
He
maybe
does,
he
and-
can make something happen.
And I'm trying to figure out which +2 card that is that he has in his hand. You are the wizard when it comes to that. What card is that in Arsenal?
I honestly, I didn't catch a glimpse
And
of it.
hand. So it's the same card in hand. Rushing River,
Oh, right, yeah, Rushing River.
or Rising Tide.
So the interesting thing here, I noticed there was the 3 Chi cards in hand. He didn't actually choose to play all 3 of them on Maxim's turn. So the logic there would be to try to play all 3 of them so that you can activate your hero power once on Maxim's turn and then once on your own turn. And so by the way that he's playing this out, creating 2 Chi only for the time being, probably indicates that he might Arsenal the third one.
Sorry to stop you here, but we're talking 2 Chis. Ethan.
That's right,
Walk
yeah,
the
that's
path,
right.
Seek the truth.
Oh, yeah. Hey, beautiful. Thank you, Ethan.
Yeah, so it looks like he chose Gain 1 and Preserve Tradition, putting a Blanche on the bottom. So now, oh, okay, we've tucked a Chi under the deck. That's fine. That's fine. It's maybe that did happen on the previous turn actually.
I think it didn't. I think Jordan is very aware that the one way of staying in this game and keeping the tempo going is getting more spectral shields. Keeping those coming every turn, making new ones. And so we're going to see here Maxim picking up a card going, what does this do? And it is Rising Tide.
Yeah, that's going to go from 3 to 5 if Jordan plays a blue card at instant speed here. And so just a little bit of sneaky business.
And Jordan being very smart about it because he could have played all 3 Transcends in one go, but knowing, oh, no, I'm going to hold on to this just to try and bluff you out. Because that's what he's doing, He's saying, hey, I'm going to give a sneaky +2, block me for 3. Oh, we're going to see here the attune, looking at the top. It is red.
Oh, it's a red. Okay, only blocking for 2 here.
It's only blocking for 2. Here you go. Pump, pump.
Now we see the other Preserve Tradition. Okay, so I believe that he did play those 2 Chis on the previous turn, because that's what would make sense here. Otherwise, the Rising Tide would already be at 5. But now he's going to activate it. Oh, and he's going to give it go again. I believe he's doing that just to get the block value out on a subsequent turn, right? I don't know. Maybe he's got something good in the arsenal for us, right? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, he's going to play this. He's going to activate Enigma's hero power, so you get attack with another Spectral Shield, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's not a world where that's not what he's doing here. Unless he does have another Rising... He does have another Rising Tide.
Oh, then this one's a... what is it? A Raging River this time? No, that's a ninja
it's Raging River. Yeah, we actually have a card list here, which I haven't been looking at.
Spill over.
Spill over.
That's
Yeah,
right.
spill over. There you are. Oh, Ethan, thank you so much. Look at that. Beautiful graphic. It's right here. If you've played another blue card this turn, it gets +2. So coming in for 6.
Yeah, now it's proving very difficult for Maxim to protect this board. And remember, he's at 2 life, so he actually has to kind of block sometimes.
Yeah, he does, and he's in his hand right now. If we're looking, let's see here. I think that's a special. What is it? Special manifestation, which blocks for 2, and a waning vengeance, which does not block. It's ward 1. So, I don't know if this is probably the end, isn't it?
Well, what's in that arsenal? I think it's a transcend card. It doesn't actually block either.
Exactly.
So he doesn't have great options here. I don't think he can even create the 6th block to cover it all up. Not to ruin the experience for everyone else who's at home trying to figure out how they would navigate their way. Yeah, and the fist bump
and the
comes
fist
out.
bump, exactly. So spillover comes in for fist bump.
That's right. And I think a really interesting thing about spillover here is that card is blue, but it's got that nice red streak of going down the waterfall.
It feels very red.
That's right. That's
2
right.
for 6 feels red. It feels very, very red. I mean, looking at the play, it kind of turned out how we wanted. And Jordan, I was worried there. There was a moment where he kind of said, you know what, I'm going in for the kill.
That's right.
And as someone who's played a lot of Illusionist matchups, I'm like, ooh, maybe a little early there. Your opponent still has too much, in the form of vengeances and auras to actually come back with the board. So Jordan will take it. Maxim coming in 0-1.
Yeah, maybe we wrote him off a bit too early, saying, oh, you got 3 Transcend cards, nice blocking. But actually, it turns out when you have a few attacks to go along with them, they go a long way, right?
Yeah, when you have a spillover and a Rising Tide, you're like, that's plenty of damage.
Yeah.
That's 11 damage. I'm going to throw 2 blues and get you 11 damage. Let's do it.
And the boots proving pivotal at that moment. Not only the pitch working out quite perfectly, but just, giving you go again on an attack. Like, I don't know, like full equipment piece proving valuable as, full equipment slots proving valuable as ever in draft, right? Or in limited.
In limited, I mean, opening, there's such a thing as like picking pack one, picking an actual item and going, hey, at least I don't have to worry about this anymore. This is one life. I start with 21.
That's right.
And then you get a second one, 22, 23, 24. Fantastic.
And you know, so we started off here with an Enigma match. Maybe in round 2 we'll look at some of the other heroes and see what we can get. But you know, I think that might not be the last time that we're seeing Enigma. A lot of powerful cards in both of those guys' deck.
And beyond what the cards are, beyond what the cards do, I think there is something to be said about people want to play Enigma. People want to play Illusionists. You know, I was walking the floor and looking at everybody playing, and there's a player from Ontario called Nicolas Marcoux, and he's looking and he's like, I don't know what to do. And, you know, and then he goes, wait, I love Illusionist. Just grabs all the cards, goes, whatever, I'm playing Illusionist, right?
Yeah. It's a fan favorite for a reason.
I mean, it's a fan favorite of mine for sure. So looking at everything... Yeah, so we're actually getting a little thing here. Ethan in the booth. Ethan, what do you have for these beautiful people?
Well, other beautiful people in front of me, Sean and Frank. Just wanted to chime in and say a huge thank you to you all. We do have to start moving on with round 2, so it's not just a thank you to you all for casting, but it's also a thank you to the sponsors who are making this stream possible. And first and foremost, Frank, you know Goblin d'Argent the best out of all of us. They're the host LGS. How fantastic are they as an LGS?
Yeah, so Goblin d'Argent, or Silver Goblin for our English-speaking folk tuning in. They probably have the most developed Flesh and Blood scene in Montreal.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of other great game stores, but Silver Goblin really committed to the tournament experience. And so, you know, when we get our ProQuest, Road to Nets, get tons of players coming in, and also great for single sales. A little bit of a plug for that. I've heard that they've got their whole Flesh and Blood inventory here at the event. So for tomorrow's Classic Constructed tournament, people are getting loaded up, and I see some interesting brews out there.
Oh, yeah. I think just a little note on Silver Goblin, Goblin d'Argent, you know, big shout out to their team, Yeho and Chris, Adam, everybody really worked hard to get this event to everybody here. Getting an event like this together takes a lot of resources, and we have Ethan to thank for broadcasting this, and Frank, thank you for, you know, asking me to join you on this beautiful journey. But a lot of shout outs go to LSS and the team at Silver Goblin.
Absolutely. And a couple other sponsors as well, just to run through. And we do have a lovely ad reel that we're going to be playing in between rounds here. But we actually see Fabrec already in the chat, and they are one of the long-standing sponsors of the stream. It's great to see y'all. We also have Terry Tai from Tai Cards, which, if you've seen those dice that are used
Beautiful
on stream,
dice.
Oh, yeah.
he actually imports them into the U.S. now. So right there, you can see the logo, links in the description. If you want those big dice.
Terry, you're going to have to message me directly, you know.
Terry is?
That's right, for the dice. I got to get some for my personal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, we do actually have a set to give away, and maybe you can win the
maybe
giveaway.
I'm going to win the giveaway.
Right
Is that going to be rigged for in my favor?
Mm-hmm. We could. And then Heavy Play, of course, coming in with their suite of accessories, deck boxes, playmats, and then Dragon Shield to complement all that. Has some fantastic sleeves, which I will be giving to you guys in actually just a second. Shout out to them. And then Hammurabi TCG, run by Hemal Patel, to also basically get you master sets. He does a great job at doing that with really quick turnaround time. And then Realm Fest, last but not least, which is coming up in New Jersey. Hopefully a lot of Canadians make it out to that as well. It's one of the open invite events, 5K, that feeds into the 50K circuit that is happening at the end of the year. So a lot going on in the Flesh and Blood world, a lot of people to thank. And with that, we're going to go ahead and get round 2 queued up. Thank you guys for being here. It's been fun so far.
Awesome.
All right, thanks, Ethan.
Folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card games.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the Mistveil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest! July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all three games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right, welcome back. So I'm seeing this graphic over on the side here, Guide to Montreal.
I wonder who wrote that.
Just a small plug to my own content here. So we've got a little bit of a written guide for the players to use this weekend. Picture of a beautiful, beautiful poutine from La Banquise.
Yeah, I was going to say, that plate, there's only one place in Montreal that puts poutine on that kind of plate, and it is La Banquise.
Yeah, and it's so good.
So it's look, here's the thing. When you're from Montreal and you've been around, like it is good. It's very good, and I think it's if everybody wants to experience what that is, it's a great spot for that. But there's so many places, and there's so many kinds, and there's so many things you could do. There's some purists who are saying, hey, if it's not just
the 3 ingredients,
if it's not the 3, it's not poutine. It's whatever it is. It's like a Philly club sandwich just on top of fries. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
it's
exactly.
just. But I think if anybody who hasn't experienced it, it is the apex of comfort food.
That's right.
It is like. It's for those of you, Canadians. Oh, it's always so cold up in here. It is cold. It is cold. It can be. It makes sense. Poutine makes sense when you see how cold it gets in Quebec sometimes.
That's right. Yeah, you just gotta drink a nice cup of gravy to keep warm, basically.
Pretty much. It's like, hey, take all of these calories and then you slumber, you go and you rest. What else would you say out of Montreal? I mean, there's so much to see in the city.
I mean, this is the beautiful thing about Montreal. We talked about multicultural. We talked about a lot of people here. Like, there's pretty much every cuisine available in Montreal. Like, it's arguably better than some of the other famous food cities, like even Toronto, Vancouver, which are great cities for food in their own right. But Montreal has so many different groups and enclaves of immigrants or of, longtime residents of Canada that they just have the perfect restaurant, the perfect grocery store for every cuisine, right?
There is, my background is I'm Irish Italian, which is hilarious. But Italian food in Montreal, we have some of the best Italian restaurants in.
Am I doing that right?
Yeah. It passes.
Yeah, right.
It passes
exactly.
the test.
I'm a visitor. I'm a visitor.
Are you?
Yeah.
But no, it's there's a lot of great Italian food. There's a lot of great every kind of
a lot of Mediterranean food.
100%.
Shawarma, cultural classic on this side of the country.
Funny enough, and this is not a shout, but Portuguese food. There's a huge Portuguese segment of the population in Montreal, and there's a place called Rotisserie Romando's, which has been in business for.
This sounds like a shout out, John.
It is a shout out. Best Portuguese. I mean, like just. Not
unpaid sponsor.
Very much unpaid. Very much. I like Portuguese chicken. So but that's an institution. It's kind of like Schwartz, like smoked meat sandwiches.
Schwartz smoked meat sandwiches.
It's an institution.
So good. You talked about purists for poutine, but there's smoked meat poutine on point.
Oh yeah, well I mean that's the most Montreal thing ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Like and just a step above that is des roteurs, like hot dogs. We call those des roteurs. Yeah, burpers.
The burpers. Oh, that's
des roteurs. You never heard that?
No.
Oh, des roteurs avec de la choucroute et de la moutarde, des oignons.
See, I made Ethan eat a Michigan yesterday.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. That's kind of Italian, right? It's like you take a hot dog and then you just put a bunch of spaghetti sauce on it.
It is as Italian immigration into Montreal as you can get. They're doing these steamies, these hot dogs, and just put some bolognese sauce on that.
Reminds me of home, it's like a hot dog parmesan.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was offensive.
Oh, that is the most
Italian
that is the most
French
white
accent.
trash Italian thing on the planet. Like that food. And no, man. I mean, Montreal it's weird because I was born and raised here. I actually recently moved out of the province, but it's been my home, and I miss. There's a lot of little like creature comforts that you get when you live in a city like this. It is very European in feel.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, you can get anywhere by metro. There's the Bixies, which are rent-a-bikes. Like, this scooter craze that's gone on in other cities in North America hasn't happened in Montreal because the pre-existing bike infrastructure has been around for decades.
Yeah.
You just pick up a bike anywhere downtown, ride it a few blocks, and there's designated bike racks.
Of course.
That's an important part of the plan.
Oh, it's huge. And, the other funny, interesting thing about Montreal is that you can go down to, like, the old port, and it's all cobblestone. It's all stone roads. It's been preserved from, years and years and years. And then you walk up, 2 streets, and you're in, like, downtown Montreal, which is wild.
Yeah, by the way, Ethan commented on this as well, is a lot of these events often happen in convention centers or hotels a bit out of the city. This Battle-Hearted happening downtown Montreal, so everyone gets the pleasure of just being downtown, getting to see all the relevant stuff instead
100%.
of a strip mall. So yeah, I mean, like I've loved it.
It makes getting to it a little bit more complicated. a little tiny little bit, but we're literally right off St. Catharines,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
which it's great.
and that's what makes the food guide so good too. It's like imagine if we were out on the West Island in the boonies, and it's like, where's your go-to spot? It's like,
I mean, there's some really good spots on the West Island, to be fair, but like,
well, then
no,
it's driving. That's driving.
it's just a lot of driving, and you know, I'm a big believer in pairing an event with personal time as well, right? So
That's
if
right.
you're traveling, saying, hey, I'm gonna go play the crap out of some Flesh and Blood. I'm gonna have a lot of fun, and then I'll extend by a couple of days and go visit a city. That's what I did when we had Pro Tour Lille, right? You know, France was fun for that.
See, this is what I think about a future calling in Montreal. You know, like this event's gone really well, but you know what's this? If you give us a calling, you should make it the weekend before or after Oshie. So that people can come in town, go to the music festival.
Or heavy MTL for that reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Make it, pair it with something very important. Well, funny enough, next week is F1.
That's the F1 weekend. That's
F1
right.
is next week. Yeah, exactly. So something that's very, very
Yeah, I should
popular.
Airbnb out my, my extra room.
Oh yeah, exactly. At prime rates.
Yeah.
And
No,
it's $5,000 for 2 nights in a cozy, you know.
That's right. Yeah, and there's no parking. You got to find parking elsewhere.
But don't let us dissuade you. Montreal is a great city and it has great people in it. I mean, it just shows by like the amount of players that we have here that are actually from here, that are local. You know, we just saw two local players
right.
going at it.
Well, so Maxim from Quebec City, which is close by, but
he's one of
pretty
us.
much local. He's one of us.
Yeah, he's one of us.
But we get to do the little check mark in that, did the home team win column, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when it's the home team, yeah, I guess Jordan is the home team. Jordan is very much Montreal. So I don't know. It's really interesting. I'm, looking at that Enigma versus Enigma matchup. It really brought me back to, flinging spectral shields at passing mirage, merciless retributions and all that. So merciful retributions. So it's a little tender moment for me.
That's
I
right.
feel a little oozy goozy. But at the same time, I'm excited to see other, New and Zen. We're actually waiting to see who we're going to have on the feature match here. We went by player because I think bringing you player quality first is really what we want to do.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Once
then,
we get to the later rounds, we'll have some selection. We'll go walk around the top tables. Just let it settle out a little bit and get established before we start doing that.
Exactly.
And so I think the round has started, and we're just putting some final touches on a few things with the feed. So, I don't know. Maybe if Ethan wants to give us a update here.
Bah.
He's hard at work.
We are
okay. Oh,
good
to go.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
It's exactly as planned,
So we are going to see.
Oh, now we're getting another mirror. Okay.
Alrighty. Right. Well, I think a lot of people are excited about this.
That's right. Yeah, and I mean, Aidan Barsony here on the left, from Ottawa, so not quite Montreal, a couple of hours away, but one of the highest ranked ELO players in Canada right now. Had a really great showing at Pro Tour LA.
Oh yeah, the Bolton master, the absolute savage on Bolton. I think he might be the highest rated player in the room.
You think so? Oh yeah,
he very well might be.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the good Canadian players weren't able to make I shouldn't say the good. Some of the highest ranked Canadian players weren't able to make the trek out, but there are still many of them. And Aidan, not so well known outside of our area so far, but anyone that's played against him knows
he's very serious. Yeah. He is one of those like hidden assassins. Look at him. He's got this friendly demeanor. Looks like such a sweet guy, but behind that, him twirling his hair and being nice, he's an absolute savage.
Yeah, he's gonna lull you into a false sense of security. And then on the other side, Henri Veillette, extending out the fist bump there.
I've seen Henri in some events. I believe he goes around with a crew of few people. I don't believe they're local from Montreal. I think they might be on the North Shore. Somewhere like Repentigny-Mascouche.
We claim them.
Will you claim them? Yeah.
They're the home team as well.
That's the one thing. Like Montreal is very wide. Like, where are you from? Sept-Îles? Montreal. You're one of us.
Like Saguenay, basically Montreal.
Yeah, exactly. Saguenay is fine. Rimouski? That's Montreal too. Yeah. And there's someone watching from Rimouski going, "We're not from Montreal."
Okay, all right. So, I'm just gonna say I'm a big fan of Henri's equipment. It's
yeah.
Like, a little bit of cold feet on Aidan's side without any shoes, and also maybe a cold head for Montreal winter.
I mean, I'm looking at that, and at first it's like, ooh, okay, right? That's pretty tough. But it oftentimes in Flesh and Blood, I mean, skill is extremely, extremely important. It comes down to player quality, and I think Aidan is forced to be reckoned with. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, and it looks like Aidan might have won the die roll and elected to go second. Okay. So
how dare he?
Henri's played out that blue aspect of Tiger so that he can activate the Transcend TM with coming in with the sound effect.
The tiger walks its own
love it.
There's different sound effects for different heroes. Ethan, I love you.
And so so Henri's gonna hold on to the chi for now, but just able to play the blue card. And Aidan, I guess, liked his hand quite a bit, or maybe felt that, he if you block with one of the pieces, it wouldn't be super functional.
Well, you know what? Let's actually zoom into this, right? Let's see what we're actually looking at.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm
So-
glad I have you around.
So 2 tiger forms, a blue and a red, and then we saw him pitch a passover into a card that you probably know the name of, and I don't.
Yeah, that's the one that makes tigers.
It's the one that makes tigers. Yes, absolutely.
Companion of the Claw.
Companion of the Claw. Alrighty, so we're going to see a red Companion of the Claw. It's coming in for 4 with Go again. If you pitch a blue, create a Crouching Tiger. So that condition's been met. He's got a Crouching Tiger in hand, and he's going to get all up in that tiger business.
Yeah, that's right. Great card because it gives you the tiger in your hand, so it gives you a bit more flexibility what you do with the tiger. You can arsenal it for a future turn. You can attack with it right away. Some sneaky lines with the emissaries. You could tuck it on the bottom of your deck to do something else.
Well, I think a big part of the ephemeral cards is people don't really see, I got the tiger, I got to play it. No, don't rush it. Don't rush it.
That's right.
We'll see it later with new, but like with new, those slithers deadly.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Okay. And so, yeah, now we're just coming in with the Kakra. Coming in for 2 with Go again. And I will say something.
Yeah.
You know what this card says? It says when this attacks, the next Crouching Tiger you play, this combat chain gets +1.
What a statement.
I noticed Aidan wants to play out this. Oh, no. He's played out the Tiger form incantation. And I don't know if he's quite realized that the +1 effect is only for the combat chain. But that is going to break the combat chain.
I think he's going to play that,
And
and
he's
it's
gonna
not
play the
going to come
tiger.
in for...
It's going to be for 3 here.
It's going to be for 3, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Maybe.
well, he has it down for 4, but I think that might be a mistake. Unless we might be
No, that's
confused.
totally okay. I think the players just hadn't quite realized that, and there was a way to sequence there where, you got both of those effects here. But yeah, it's fine. It happens in these sealed formats.
Yeah.
And gonna arsenal that second tiger. So that's one of the things. The nice thing about getting a tiger in your hand is now you can arsenal it for next turn, not have to use an enabler piece to get value out of your weapon. So it turns your weapons into a 2 resource 3 Go again card. That's pretty good.
It is pretty good. And we're going to see here Untamed, right?
That's right, Untamed. See, that
Fantastic.
one's easy to remember.
It is easy to remember. I'm like, I know what it does. That's the weird thing, is I could tell you what a card does without telling you its name.
Yeah. Okay, and so interesting thing here, we knew Henri had that chi, and he's not choosing to activate the hero power, so maybe just the way the resources line up, prefers actually just to pitch it as his only blue. Coming in with the Untamed.
He does have a Blanche in hand, which we know Red Blanche 7. We've seen how effective it was in the last game. So, going in for 1 and then holding on 2 floating. He's likely going to pitch that red and play that Blanche. I mean, that's a pretty significant turn. We're throwing, I think, 13 damage worth, 13 worth of damage. So.
Well, and the other interesting thing here, too, is yeah, he's going to play the biting card.
I think it's called Biting. Is it Biting Breeze?
That's right. Yeah, and he doesn't have the tiger from having activated his hero power. So I believe that if you he's not going to get the benefit of Untamed or the weapon unless the Biting Breeze hits here.
No, exactly. But if it does,
I mean, the players are racing it down a little bit. No blocks on those first 2 attacks. Aidan already having taken 6 this turn, 1 from that turn 0.
Well, I'm trying to think, if you're looking at Aidan. So Aidan says, well, I also have a Blanche in hand, right? He has a red Blanche. So looking at his hand, I mean, you could see there's different paths. It is a little bit of an underpowered hand as far as how wide it can go technically, because it is very yellow heavy, very yellow and blue heavy. So I'm really not sure what, and I'll say one thing. I know my way around a Flesh and Blood hand, but I'm nowhere near the level of some of these players in the room. And sometimes, when you're in that seat, you can really, where you're going, and we can analyze plays all day. But until the play is made, you're not gonna know. You're not gonna know. So he's gonna banish here. He's gonna flip it, banish that 1 prevent. So blocking for 2, preventing the extra 1.
All right, yeah. So and
Oh, and that was a wounding blow from Art. Again, wounding blow, such a good card. 0
excellent
for
card,
4.
0 for 4 chain ender. Yeah. So this essentially blocked an extra 2 damage here by committing the chess piece and the blocked card. So one of Aidan's 2 equipment off the board now.
I mean, already starting with the 2 less, right?
Yeah,
He only
that's right.
started with 2, so I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is, rapid fire decks like ninjas and rune blades and all that. Sometimes you're just happy to say, hey, my life doesn't really matter up until I'm at like 4, and even then, right? I'm just gonna hit harder than you are, and we're just gonna trade blows up until someone goes, I can't trade blows anymore. We're gonna see that weapon, by the way. Can you say that again? You said it last time. You said it so well.
The kakra.
Kakra.
I think that's how it's pronounced.
I
Gaming
don't know. I have no idea. But we'll go with Kakra. That weapon. So the non-conditional effect.
That's right.
Non-conditional effects in Flesh and Blood are so powerful.
Go again, not conditional here.
Non-conditional go again, and the next attack, the next Crouching Tiger is +1. Not if this hits.
It's just
when this
play it.
attacks.
Yeah, exactly.
The next thing is +1. Cards that say when you do something, something happens. And not when you do something, maybe if you do something and it works out. It's like, hey, if you attack with this, you get your bonus. So it's technically attacking for 3. It's a 3 go again, more or less.
Yeah, and we know that Crouching Tiger is in Aidan's arsenal, so this is going to get the value. It's going to get +1 for sure. And depending on how it all pans out, I mean, we see that this Yellow Untamed has been pitched. So, Henri knows that probably the rest of the turn isn't going to be super resource intensive, or maybe there's going to be a whole other card pitched. He doesn't know that he's going to get hit by this Tiger and the Blanche.
Absolutely. Well, the Blanche is really going to be the part that hurts, if you're thinking. But Henri has got, he's going to block with, so this is blue Nimbalism. I thought it was a red. So, saying, hey, blocking with the red Nimbalism, that would be pretty brave. He's going to come in with the Crouching Tiger, give him the block with the feet.
Yeah, now we get the stride of reprisal. I would like to have a Crouching Tiger, and now the Blanche coming in for 7.
7, wow. And is that Blade Break, or is that, it is Blade Break, right? Yeah, it's Blade Break, break it, make a, we can actually show you guys. Let's see. It is Blade Break, so it will block for 1. He'll Blade Break, make a Tiger. So next turn, he's going to have a Tiger in hand.
And, he maybe wished he had used that the previous turn just to get the extra 2 value on his attack there. Okay, so the Blanche is going to connect, and it's going to prevent the blues from being able to do that whole transcend business.
Yeah, blues are no longer blues. But everything is whatever.
Maybe doesn't matter, though, with the makeup of Henri's hand. Seems like he's got a plan here, having gone down to 3.
So let's give you guys a better look at Henri's hand. So he's got a Crouching Tiger. He's got a Breed
Anger.
Breed Anger. First Tenant, 2 First Tenants of Cheese. So, I mean, First Tenant of Chi only works on blue cards, yeah?
Yeah, I imagine. Oh, okay, we're playing this just to play it. Okay, right. I see we're going to combo into this Breed Anger, it looks like. And just the way the turn is panning out, it looks like those First Tenants are probably just going to be resource cards towards our Weapon Swing, this Breed Anger, and then also our Arsenal card, which I believe was also a Blanche, right?
I believe so, yeah. I think he arsenaled the Blanche. So we're going to have, Blanche into Blanche action over here. So he's coming in for 0, coming in for 4, and then most likely going to, bring that into a Blanche. I would say he could probably Kakara into the Blanche, and that's what we're going to see here. I would assume. And in that case, I'm wondering why he didn't start with the Kakara. I think that would have been probably an optimal play. However, the pressure when you are playing...
Just trying to give the shake-up a little bit, not give your opponent all the information. Or rather, just psych him out a bit.
Oh, no, there we are. Perfect. He's like, hey, I had another one of those that, Sean, you didn't see. So you were wrong. I was right. I know what I'm doing. I'm 1-0 playing against Aidan Barsony. So, he's coming in for 1 with the Crouching Tiger, and we all know what's going to happen next. He's going to come in for 7, and Aidan, holding onto cards, going, "I'm going to hurt you more than you."
Oh yeah, Aidan's facial expression there says it all. He's
if we all saw it, that was a big oof moment from Aidan, going, "Okay, all right, that hurt." I'm not sure what he's.
Oh, he doesn't have the block to cover it up.
Doesn't have the block.
Oh, it looks like he's going to go to 1. Oh, okay, I'm thinking about this block here. I feel like Pouncing Chi is a 3 block here. Oh, you know what? He's got his life totals recorded. He was
Yeah,
at
he
exact
didn't
lethal.
adapt.
There
He
we
was
go.
actually exact lethal. There we go. Because
Wow.
we're both looking at this like, oh, he's still
Incredible.
fine. But no, he is not.
Yeah,
and while Henri Veillette taking it from, I mean, like, I'm not going to say this because I don't, because Aidan's a friend and I don't want her, but I think Henri is probably a newer player. This might be one of his first
big events.
right? And that's a lot of elo off of Aidan Barsany.
I mean,
congratulations, Henri.
This is what I think about the Battle Hardened circuit, all these ProQuests and Road to Nats. This is my rant now for the round. Is okay.
Oh, I'm hearing. I'm listening. I'm all in.
Like, the beauty of attending these events, the beauty of casting and streaming these events is you get to see these players that are locals and skilled players match up against players that you see on the big stage.
100%.
And you can say, wow, like, look at how much interest there is in the game. Look how many players there are waiting to be found, kind of like diamonds in the rough, right?
Yeah, and we've seen that happen in large events where someone who's just started playing the game, never played it before. I remember Tyler Horspool, never played a turn, never played, started playing a couple weeks ago, won the Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's
won
right.
Vegas. So,
you know what?
Oh,
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off here.
No, I know.
but-
We have it over here. Yeah, we
we've
have a
got
backup match.
backup match on the go. So why don't we dive into that since we had such a thrilling aggro matchup. And now we've seen all three heroes. Oh, perfect. We've got Madeline Abernathy on Enigma here and Fiora Sanatander on New. Looks like this is a 6-power Spectral Shield that had attacked earlier in the turn. That's a little bit scary.
That is a very, very juicy Spectral Shield.
Oh, okay. They're on. It looks like Madeline's on defense right now, so that was a 6 counter Spectral Shield. That's maybe even scarier than 6 power.
That's very scary. And we're looking at the mystical E-Strike.
That's right.
That everybody is, get those if you can. If you can find them, if you want to snatch your own playset, card is gas. And yeah, like you said, 6 +1 counters. That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, that's right. And having, some cards to cover up the daggers and the stealth cards coming in later. Okay, it looks like we're blocking here with a Venomous Bite.
Well, the alternative is take 7. So
yeah, and now taking 2 chip here from the second Spectral.
I'll tell you one thing though. I played New yesterday, and I had some really good times. But once Enigma gets going, once you do have that board with Enigma, it is very difficult to reestablish. There's one card that does it, and we all know what it is. It is press. What's the name of the card? It's press.
Oh, the
pick to pieces.
Pick to pieces. Yeah,
pick to pieces.
You said
Not
press.
press
I
to
was
pieces.
thinking pressure points, acupuncture.
Yeah, actually,
we all
that's
had
exactly
it.
where I was.
We all knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, stabbies.
Yeah.
Cannot be prevented is huge, but wow. And we're going to see it again. Bastion, what a great card.
Right.
What a
This
great
is a
limited
blue
card.
Bonds of Memory here.
Is
coming
that
in.
a Spectral Coalescence?
That does look like a coalescence to me. Okay, so we've got some.
Okay. Hold on, guys. Let's go in. Let's actually look.
zoom in.
Oh, there's no zoom on the backup, guys. I'm so sorry, but that does look like a Spectral Coalescence. What a powerful card to have that unlimited. Like, that's a pool.
Yeah, it looks like those pumps weren't quite enough to get over the defense, and Madeline protecting this very chunky Spectral Shield.
The chonkiest of Spectral Shields. My God.
Okay, here we go. We
Double
decided to just make sure we're sequencing correctly. So Madeline's going to play the Preserve Tradition first. Get to choose this Battlefront Bastion, put it on the bottom of the deck, and then after that resolves, then she'll go to Stir the Pot and be able to shuffle the card, be able to draw the card that she wants.
But hold on. Ethan?
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Can we get a second one?
No.
Oh, we're not getting a second
We're not going to overdo that, all right? People in chat are up and down about it.
So something about a horse, beating something like
I know. I'm excited. I think it's really cool. No, we're going to see that. I mean, Transcending again, such a powerful thing to do.
Okay, Waxing Spectre now, pitching one of the Chi to come in with, to play out the Waxing Spectre.
Wow.
This is proving to be challenging, I think. If you're sitting on the other side of the board, you might not be very happy and forced to block with some of these spots. If we're blocking, we're not attacking, and then Enigma's very happy to be actually on that side of the board.
Of course. I mean, if you're Enigma and this is where you're at, like, this is Sunday brunch.
Yeah, and because that Waxing Spectre has the +1, a blue card was pitched to play it. We have Go again, and now we go to the Coalescence.
Wow. I mean, Spectral Coalescence. I picked up my set because I know how great the card and I believe in Enigma. I think she's going to be out there, but having that card in limited, it's such a powerhouse. Spectral shields are so powerful. Being able to generate them, kind of at will. There's not a lot of effects, and we have it here on screen. When it enters the arena, you move any +1 counters, which, to be fair, Madeline didn't do.
That's right.
Madeline did not bring anyone on, which,
Well, I think actually she. Oh yeah, you're right. She didn't bring anything on there. That was the previous turn where there was a bit of spectral shields moving around to make the block happen.
And I can understand not wanting to dilute your board, not wanting to dilute like that spectral shield. Essentially, the play, if you're Madeline right now, it's that spectral shield is you will protect it with your life. That is your baby. You are a big mama bear, and that is your little baby cub. It's a 7-power spectral shield.
Okay, and now blocking with the single-minded determination on the Mistveil. That's a 3 block.
Wow.
Okay, and gosh, the Art of Desire. See, I know all these cards, but I don't know the names.
The Art of Desire body.
Now, yeah, you can tell I've played I've played Enigma and Zen in draft, and not Assassin. It's like, oh yeah, this is the one that.
This is the one that does the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're looking at this, this is deep blue. So +1 if you've pitched the blue. So he. Actually, Thor came in, and then Madeline came in with, blocking, pitching, making a spectral shield, getting the +1 block, and then back to me. I have a card in hand. I'm going to pitch a blue and smack the ever-living crap out of you for 11 damage.
Yeah. So Madeline just making sure that she's banishing the correct cards here off of New's hero ability.
And she is. So that's fantastic. I mean, coming in again for 6. I thought it was 6 +1s. I believe the way it's actually set up is probably 5 +1s, but just announcing 6.
Yeah, that's right. The attack is for 6.
6. So it's just 5 +1s on there. So yeah. How much? This much.
Yeah.
A lot.
Oh yeah, and it looks like we also had their Snake Hide flipped up on the previous turn because Dior was at 1 life.
Wow. I'll be real. That's how a lot of my games went yesterday. Playing new, I paired into Enigma, and it was a lot of, I can't do much until I find my my punctures, huh? Pick to pieces.
Right.
My stabbies.
Yeah, we're staring down this pretty oppressive board. It's gonna be hard to claw out of this one. Okay, looks like we're throwing down the block. We still have 4 to deal with, though.
No, I hate to be the bearer of bad news and a non-believer, but at this point, if we had a camera, I could tell you we'd probably get hey, what do you want me to do?
Yeah,
putting your hands up. Look, I mean, good job. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, and yeah, not getting that Battlefront basket.
And we're getting the fist bump. All right.
We kind of tuned in at a moment, I think, where the real battle had already been fought. But we got to see Madeline clean up all the pieces that were not picked, in fact. And she's gonna DQ. We could have seen the DQing. Remember the DQ after all of these games? But yeah, wow, that was kind of scary showing from Enigma there, to be honest.
I mean, Enigma can be scary if it rolls, you roll. I mean, that's the way it was back then. If you were an illusionist player and you were paired into, the big 3.
That's right.
Guardian, Warrior, Assassin. Thank you for playing the game. Sorry for losing the gem roulette.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but to be fair, illusionists into Zen.
That's a tough time.
It is a tough time, and I'd like to say that when you look at the format now, when you look at Assassin versus Ninja versus Illusionist, there seems to be kind of a rock paper scissors, but not really.
Right. Like it looks like a rock, paper, scissors on paper until you explore the heroes in a bit more depth, until you learn the intricate matchups a little bit more, right?
And you realize that, there's some that are advantaged, like, Illusionist into New, it is favored for Illusionist. But pick the pieces with a bunch of D-reacts, the game can end there.
That's right. Well, I mean, I think what we were seeing on Theora's side of the board was that, yeah, there were the reactions, but they weren't lining up particularly well with the relevant stealth attacks. And I think that's really the most relevant thing in that matchup in Limited is not just having the reacts spread out through your deck, but seeing all of them at an opportune moment where you can force your opponent to overcommit to defending something on board, and then having the react be such a huge blowout that you're not only winning that turn cycle, but the next one as well.
Yeah,
because
you're
your
affecting the
opponent's
Lex.
passing
Exactly.
to you.
Exactly. You're saying, hey, not only do I get rid of everything in your entire hand, I'm also going to essentially reestablish tempo at this point.
That's right. Yeah, you get to play a whole hand, potentially with more reacts going over the top or arsenaling a power card. And I think, like once you're on the back foot against Illusionist, it's pretty hard to claw your way back into it.
It is. And one little note here for everybody watching, the game is getting better and better and better at Limited.
Right.
I think, and not that it was ever bad, but we are at a point where like Limited is so dialed.
Yeah.
The last 3 sets were fantastic for Limited experiences. Like, I mean, I think there was a big shift. Like, Uprising was the first time where we're like, okay, Limited is like a thing. Limited is very, very serious. And then Outsiders was, like, phenomenal for Limited. Heavy Hitters was a blast. I played it in Hartford, and I was hooked. I was absolutely hooked. And this set is the same. We're seeing progression. We're seeing a big focus from LSS on Limited. And Constructed is where a lot of the players' hearts are. That's where my heart is. But I used to not play Limited in any game I've ever played.
Right.
But now I'm traveling. Exactly. And now I'm traveling for Limited. So that's just a testament to, not only printing cards just to print cards, which would be wasteful. These cards are being played. These cards are being put to the test. And and on that, actually, tomorrow, everybody that's watching right now, tune in tomorrow. We are going to see the ProQuest Plus. We have some absolute stunners in the room, players that are fantastic. I'm very excited. That's what I'm looking forward to the most is calling on CC.
Constructed,
yeah. Oh, that's where I live. It's where I live. I think that you're kind of there too.
I don't want to brag, but it is a release weekend tournament.
Oh, it is.
That is probably the biggest tournament for the next little bit until we get some of these other callings. So this will be kind of a bit of a meta-defining tournament, right?
Tell your neighbors, post it on Discord, say, hey, tune in tomorrow, BH Montreal. Well, there's a ProQuest Plus, and it's going to slap.
I mean, people have told me this in confidence, so I can't share all the details,
Ooh.
but I've seen some spice out there. I've seen
spicy spice?
Some things that counter every every established idea of what should be good in this metagame. And I don't know if it's true. I haven't tested this. I haven't seen the results. But people are staking, their tournament performance on heroes, decks, configurations.
I mean, look, I don't want to let's not speculate too much, but let's say this. There are some people out there who are on a train that a specific hero, a specific new hero, who might or might not be a ninja.
Okay, but this is the thing. This is like
who might or might not is quite good.
I mean, I just think that there's like a zero level of okay, what do we think is good versus what do we think is good against that? And then once you actually start thinking about the metagame in a bit of a deeper way, there's so many moving pieces it's impossible to predict. And that's where these wild cards start coming in, right? Like the whole idea of an early season metagame that develops into a more mature metagame. And, decks like an Illusionist potentially that can target quite specific other decks versus decks that are just all-rounders, good against everything.
Yeah, mercs.
Execute their game plan.
Absolute mercs where they can come in and play against anything. It doesn't matter. I think a big thing, there's a huge community of Guardian players, and the fact that there's an Illusionist around now, people are saying, oh, well, Guardian's dead. We can't play Guardian anymore. I don't think that's right. I think there's always going to be a room for that.
I think that Guardian has had its moments, and
are you saying something so brave as to say Guardian is out of the sunlight, out of the spotlight?
I think that if you pay enough gold into visit the gold main estate or cast homes, as they call it, that maybe that deck actually can be kind of okay.
I could tell you, I'm a Dorinthia enjoyer, and I played against Ellie Bird. Ellie, if you're watching, hello. Ellie Bird at Hartford, and Trounce is a card.
Trounce Is a
Trounce
card.
is a card.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, my mindset is more, let's stay open. Let's see what's going to happen tomorrow. A lot of people are saying, the new heroes are very strong, and they are. Some of these abilities are really cool. But I think that's a big part of having a new hero, having new toys. We want there to be an intrigue.
That's right.
If you're releasing a new hero that no one's stimulated or interested in, are you really making the product that players want to have?
CC impact, I think, is huge for driving.
It's massive. It is massive. I mean, let's call an ace an ace. CC for Flesh and Blood is a fantastic format. But for today,
we're still on the limited train.
We're on sealed. We're on limited, and I think that from what we've seen so far, it's been fantastic. So we're actually going to be taking a quick break here. Next round is coming up soon. We're going to have a feature match for you, which we're actually going to go and...
we're going to go do some scouting.
Oh, yeah. So see you very, very soon.
Fact-finding mission. Hey, that's a card.
Is it?
Yeah.
See you all very, very soon.
We'll be back.
Cheers.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by two Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the Mistveil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hey everyone, Mansant. Quick update. Rounds dragging a little bit, but we are at max capacity. It's pretty incredible. We sold out 170 people here for Battle Hardened Montreal. So we're kind of finding the flow of everything. I just had like a very nice chat with the judges, and everyone is really on track to start making the day run really, really smooth. So just bear with us. This was just round 1 and 2, and unfortunately round 2 was like 2 really fast games, but at least we have a backup game. Just so everyone knows, this production is more of like a trial run of a lot of things that I'm still trying to nail down for the U.S. national stream, which is coming up pretty soon. But that's why the overhead camera, for example, looks so much nicer. We're trying some new things. Not everything is working 100% as intended, but that's why we're using it as a trial run. Go back to the drawing board over the next couple of weeks, and then be back with U.S. Nationals and absolutely kill it. So it is just a 3-man team today. It is just me, Frank, and Sean. So be a little patient. But it sounds like round 3 is basically coming soon. There's more mingling going on all around. So stay tuned for a little bit more, and we'll be right back.
Alrighty, welcome back to round 3 of the Battle Hardened. Sean, we were scouting the floor a little bit, talking to players about how good their pools is. What did you hear?
Okay, so overall, everybody's like, well, it's okay. And then there's a few people who are like, man,
my deck.
A certain Fino.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I walked up to Fino and he's like, he just spread 2 cards, which I'm not going to spoil, but he spread 2 cards and he goes, come on.
Come on.
And I'm like,
so he's happy.
He's very happy. But a lot of players can make a lot of cool things happen with cards that aren't that crazy. So that's what I'm excited to see.
All right, so we also were looking specifically to bring you a new game, and it looks like with just our luck, we've actually selected a mirror going on here. So as we go to the player graphic, getting all the mirrors out of the way, Alexandre Lefebvre on the left, Silver Goblin local, representing with the hat and the jersey. He's been to almost every Pro Tour, I think. They're part of that pretty core testing group, dedicated players. And then Michel Remiard on the right, another local. I think I see Dorinthia sleeves there. Huge Warrior fan.
Actually, so funny story about Michel Remiard. He is one of the players that has an outstanding win rate against me. I've never, I think I've beaten him once in like 3 years.
Right, yeah, he's just that good.
He's exceptional. So I think we're going to get, Alexandre Lefebvre is an institution in Montreal, part of the SG team. So very excited to see these two go ahead.
Both players showing why they're playing new with both critical equipment pieces.
Wow.
We've got the arousing wave and also the boots that give go again.
The stilettos are so good.
Yeah. I'm looking at the sealed registration sheet and remembering that you put all of the equipment pieces in a separate section in this list, so I'm trying to find it in Assassin cards, but it's not there.
What we're going to see a lot of in this match is going to be Beckoning Mistblade. like Beckoning Mistblade?
That's right.
Does it hit? No. Beckoning Mistblade. So standard opener here, double Beckoning Mistblade. The thing with new, it's not an aggressive deck in a sense. It is very aggressive, but it's very much a question of pacing. This game could go the entire way, I believe.
Yeah, and actually eating up a emissary here on turn 0, that's like a pretty good card that you're blocking with, but you don't really want to be taking that damage, right?
Well, the question becomes, it's a great card he's blocking with. If he's giving that away, what's in the hand?
Alrighty, and now we're playing this
Art of Desire body, baby.
That's right. Okay. And you know what? Giving a blue card on block here against this stealth attack. Going to be feeding into the hero power for the future, potentially. Oh, and this is a Tide Chakra. Okay, so no Transcend on this turn. We could say, unfortunately, but also just with a number of cards in hand, I suppose. And so that's going to get pumped up to 5, push a little bit of damage through, and banish a card from the top because the Art of Desire is hit.
Banishing blues is what new is all about. So getting that, I can't remember what the card he banished there was, but it is the rare Bonds of
Agony.
Yeah, Bonds of Agony.
Not Bonds of Agony, the other one.
Bonds of something.
Bonds of Attraction. There you go.
Bonds of Attraction, banishing that. It's a blue, so New can do pretty much whatever she wants with those later on in the game.
Yeah, so a few blue stealth attacks for Michel to play later if he activates the hero power. And okay, Stiletto's coming out early just because not only does it block the Mistblade swing, it also lets him have the option to activate it as soon as he wants. Maybe he's seeing a few lines in the future here where you might need to use 2 action points.
Well, looking at Michel's hand, if we're seeing it, we're seeing a blue hiss. We can actually zoom into that so everybody else can see it as well. We're seeing another Bonds of Attraction, blue hiss. I think that was a red Viper, if I'm not mistaken. And Michel is being very sneaky. But, strong hand, a lot of reactions. So we'll probably see some plays with that. So giving the hand as well. Wow.
Okay, and then here's your not push the point.
Push the point. I remember.
Different card. Yeah, now coming in for 6 with the hiss. We'll have our Slither go into the hand here on Alex's side. And, he's going to be able to arsenal that for a future turn while getting our +3 onto the stealth attack.
Let's see here. It's something Desires. Is it Impulsive Desires?
Oh,
I think it's
sorry. No,
Impulsive
that was
Desires.
Pick the Pieces.
Pick the Pieces, yeah. So we don't
Oh,
know
God.
the Illusionist cards. We don't know them as well as the rest of the thing because we're both enthusiasts of ninjas, and so I think we're going to get grilled over here. But I'm actually welcoming that. So let's do that. So we're coming in with a Beckoning Mistveil again, and we're going to see a lot of that.
Okay, and now the Undertow Stilettos are coming out on the other side as well.
Wow.
Again, same logic. Let's just get our block value, get the full value on this, and open up the lines for us to activate them.
And, the other thing is, I say this a lot about players saying, hey, they're very patient. I'll give credit to where credit is due. I've played against Alexandre a lot. I've played against Michel a lot. They're the kind of players that don't really make mistakes.
That's right.
So when you get to that level where you're playing against players that are so thorough, it's going to be interesting to see, how, it's going to be little things. 1 damage here, 2 damage there, the right banish at the right time.
Okay, and actually, now putting the Arousing Wave in front of the blue Bonds of Attraction.
And
All right, and we're going to do a Intimacy, I believe.
Intimate Inducement.
Oh,
Pretty
yeah.
good. We flipped that over. Yeah, Intimate Inducement. So Intimate Inducement, it's awesome. Look at the top 4 cards of the deck. Pick a blue, block with it, goes to 0, and it's just a +1 outside of that. But the other thing is all of these cards block for 3.
Yep, that's right. And it's going to pump by 1, but, getting the banish your opponent's cards and potentially be able to play that on your own turn. Now, here it's actually a Chi that's been selected, so that's not the greatest card to play off of your hero power because the Chi goes in your opponent's hand after you play it.
Yeah.
But, the damage is going to get through. It's going to get pumped by 1 here, and Michel just remembering the 4 cards that were there before putting them back on top of the deck. I think Intimate Inducement is interesting because, as the color changes as it goes up, you don't actually get more damage out of it. You're just seeing more cards and having more options of what to banish and what order you're putting them back on top. So it's kind of an interesting one.
It's a lot of information. You get a lot of information from playing that card.
That's right. And then now using the last point of resource here to play out this blue Hiss. So again, only pumping by +1, but getting our Slither for a future turn.
I mean, Slither, that's, again, the ephemeral cards. You can hold on to that. You can put it in the arsenal. You can throw it back into the deck. It's only when you play it that it goes away.
That's right. And interesting here, we've seen Michel prioritize the Slither a bit higher than the Fang Strike that he would be getting if he played that Venomous Bite.
Now, that Venomous Bite, was it red?
No, it looks like that was the blue that was pitched because he played attack with the Mistblade earlier. And okay, eating 2 equipment pieces here on top of the Arousing Wave. So using both points of damage prevention to prevent the Bonds of Attraction from hitting.
Wow.
So yeah, Alexandre, just recognizing that, hey, I can get full value on my equipment here, keep all of my cards, and try to put the pressure on. And what do you think of the Assassin matchup? Like, what's important for these players to be doing?
I think number 1, it's mindset and just pacing. Assassin is a class that, the game will go long and rushing into getting rid of some of these critical attacks. Like we're seeing one now, Pick to Pieces, in this matchup, not as relevant. But in some matchups, like having the right timing of when to play certain cards as an Assassin is way more critical to me and to my understanding of Flesh and Blood than other classes.
And, Alex is going to say, remember me? I put this in the arsenal last turn. You saw me do it. So this Slither is going to give the Pick to Pieces go again. And then just from the Pick to Pieces' own effect, get the +1 as well. So a nice cheeky 1 point of damage coming in for free.
Yeah.
Noticing Michel's blocked with a Double Trouble here. Pretty good card, but it's a yellow. So Alexandre doesn't get to play that one for free.
No, but Alexandre then goes to say, you know what? I'm actually going to play Desire and I'm going to play my yellows. I'm not going to block with them. I'm actually going to use them to deal you some damage. And the thing is, in this mirror, it's essentially who banishes more.
That's right. You're banishing the cards from your opponent's deck, both to reduce the number of cards they have, push them towards fatigue faster, and then also have the threat of being able to play those cards out and kill them outright. So you're kind of attacking on both axes.
No, absolutely. And what I love, and this is going to sound silly, and it's not really about this game state. Oh, but actually, before I get into that, we're going to have a Viper now. So that's +3. He did banish. Did he banish a blue? Not banish. Did he pitch a blue?
Looks like that's a red. Red Water the Seeds that's been pitched, so he's not going to get the Fang Strike out of it. I think maybe he was counting on that. It looked like he reached for the token. But for now, just going to be a nice +3 pump here. So maybe not his favorite way to have used the reaction, not getting the extra value, but at the same time, it's like, oh, okay, like I'm, capitalizing on the extra cards that you gave me the previous turn, right? Like,
And Michel going, hey, actually this set has defense reactions, so he played a red evasive leap, and now we're back to Michel's turn. So Michel holding on to the blades is going to pitch that for 2, and then in his hand he's got the one that banishes from the top of the deck, and if it matches, I cannot remember the name of it, and I'm not seeing it perfectly. There we go. It's right here.
yeah, the Bonds of Memory.
Bonds of Memory. So Bonds of Memory coming for 3. A card that was actually errated. It used to essentially read that you would gain 2 life if you hit the condition, but it actually is 1. It's 1 life.
Yeah, so the intended effect of the card is that when it banishes multiple cards, for each matching card, then you gain 1 life. So,
Absolutely.
Each matching card means that it only counts the second and onward cards potentially to gain life. Yeah. Oh, and it looks like another Pick the Pieces blue has been banished off the top of the deck.
Yeah. And Michel going, hey, I'm going to play that Fang Strike that I've been holding on to.
I believe that, so he actually activated the Arousing Wave here off of that extra resource point. So he just wanted to be efficient with the resources, use the last point because maybe he feels that, he's got some other options for what to generate Fang Strikes with or other ways to push damage over the top. And it's just, a good way to poke through a little bit.
I mean, looking at this play, they're both so dialed. They're looking at their cards. They're not rushing into any plays, and it's still 20-20.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm actually asking the question here is, have we adjusted the life totals? Because it did...
Should be 21, right? Shouldn't Michel be at 21 from gaining a life from that banish? I think he banished 2 Pick the Pieces. I'm not certain. We're going to check in with Ethan over here. Maybe the lives haven't been adjusted, or maybe we missed it.
That's okay. We're going to continue on for now. We've got another Mistveil coming through. This time pitching a Chi and stir the pot here. And, Michel also just considering got a Chi of his own in his hand. Doesn't really want to play that tip the grain that tips the scales on his opponent's attack.
Is that a Blanche? No, it's not a Blanche he's holding in hand. Oh, it's the Memorial. So banish a card on hit, the yellow rare.
Gravekeeping.
Gravekeeping. There you go. Perfect.
Gravekeeping? Gravekeeper? Gravekeeping.
Gravekeeping, yeah. Gravekeeping.
I had it right the first time.
You did have it right the first time.
And we're seeing a couple of reacts in Alexandre's hand here, so he's going to be able to play one of those easily if he wants.
And I think that's Ethan's forearm over there going, hey, guys, click on these buttons. Make sure you adjust your life points for everybody watching at home. So,
yeah, just getting us up to speed. There we go.
There we go. That makes a lot more sense because 20-20 is like we're going to be here for a very long time.
Yeah, it turns out even if you play 8 reactions and your opponent takes damage,
you don't take damage. So I'm sure someone in the stream somewhere was like, "Hey, they're not adjusting their lives." But thank you, Ethan, for getting that into our players.
Okay, looks like it was a blue hiss in Alex's hand, so he's pitched that as well to play this or attack with a second Mistblade.
Yeah, and he's going to go again with Bonds of Memory. So, I mean, that's so strong. Being able to go chip. Here's a Bonds of Memory for 0.
And I will say, like, usually you're pretty happy to have a red card here attacking. If it was a blue card, it would have the same power because both of those Mistblades hit and go again. Now, you have 2 resources, so maybe this signals a bit more of a reaction play or an option for a reaction play. But looks like Michel's just going to say no blocks, and Alex is going to hold on to the reaction in spite of the 2 floating resources because he thinks you get more value out of it on a turn where Michel's actually defending.
Absolutely.
Plus, he has the life lead right now, and maybe this reaction is what he needs to just go so tall on reacts that he kills Michel out of nowhere.
I think it's kind of funny that we're like, yeah, there's still a 20, and now we're seeing actually Michel is quite behind. He's got that Gravekeeping, he's got the Tide, a first tenant cheat Tide in hand, and another Impulsive Desires. Again, Stealth 3, cost 0, blocks for 3, banishes stuff, which a lot of these cards do those conditions, and I think having more stealth cards is going to affect also another part of the game in Constructed, but in this, stealth is very powerful because of usability.
That's right. Your next blue attack this turn gets +2, so this isn't actually going to work that well on the the Impulsive Desire that's been played here, but we know that there's a Slither in the arsenal. This is going to be able to give it go again, and maybe Michel thinking about taking a line where he starts playing some of these blue banished cards on Alex's side. He starts looking at them. He knows, okay, well, Guess I'll have to be on the receiving end of these ones.
If I was a betting man, I'm thinking that the play here is we're going to see the first send it into the Impulsive Desires into the Transcend card, and then so that is the +1 damage, is it not?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, so +1 damage. It's going to flip over, come back to the hand, and then we're going to see him go crazy. We're going to see things get very much out of hand.
Okay, and actually blocking with this Venomous Bite here. I suppose that, Alex thinks the makeup of his hand isn't that efficient to be able to play all these things out the way he wants to.
Oh.
Tell me.
And now...
What do you desire?
I'm not going to lie. I think that one was great, Ethan. This is a third Transcend that we've seen. And hopefully Ethan's going to keep spamming all of those in every match this weekend.
Please do, Ethan. Please do. No, I mean, look, we're Transcend is so cool. It's such a cool mechanic. The fact that it's essentially a cantrip, right?
Yeah, that's right. You're basically getting your resources back and getting the effect out of it. Okay, so banishing a Battlefront Bastion. And Slither as well, giving it go again. So exactly what we were talking about earlier.
And I just want to point something out, and I think people at home are seeing it. Did you just see how much these guys were laughing? They were just having a fun time. Alex was laughing. Michel was laughing. I mean, that's kind of a beautiful thing. We'll go back to the match here, but I just wanted to highlight that our community is quite amazing. So,
all right, and Michel choosing not to banish, it looks like, the card off the top, but gets the option to play any of these blue stealth attacks. If only that was a blue Battlefront Bastion. It would be kind of hype.
If only. You know, that might have been what they were laughing about.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Good thing it's not blue. All right, so we have let's actually zoom into this. Everybody can get a better feel. So
yeah, we've got the Mind's Desire. So Mind's Desire is non-attack actions. Not a ton of non-attack actions in the opposing new deck, so maybe not the best option. But then either the Pick the Pieces or the Bonds of Attraction, which is what he's choosing to play now. Both of those can... oh, yep, we got our little go again here. Oh, we don't have go again. Sorry.
We don't know. We don't. He did block the blade.
I mean, block the Mistblade.
This is where the Mistblade can be so powerful.
Yeah.
Right? If he doesn't block it, then it's like, hey, I'm going to play your cards with go again with Reckless Abandon.
Yeah, that's right.
He does still have these stilettos on board, so he could, actually out of resources, unfortunately. But, had there been a blue Gravekeeping, then we could have seen something go a little bit crazier than where we're at. But still, there was a 7-life difference, and now we're seeing that, coming down quite a bit. So
yeah, and gaining the 1 back from the Bonds of Attraction. So that's pretty relevant when you're only at 7.
Absolutely is. And I think it's amazing how deliberate the plays are with these two players, with new, piloting new. Everything needs to be really in place, really dialed in.
Oh,
and yeah, we both saw
double
that.
Chi hand here on the right. And now we're just gonna blanch. Okay, yeah, that's kind of awkward when you have a double Chi hand.
It is, because you're blocking 7. No, thank you. I can't do that. Sorry. What are the other cards though? Is that a red evasive leap? I believe it is.
It looks like we have some defensive options, so it's not all doomed.
So we got a red evasive leap. Another Bonds, so Bonds of Attraction, I believe.
Oh, that one's a Bonds of Memory.
Bonds of Memory, you're right. Yes, you are. Bonds of Memory, and then to be fair, the one downside is that, Michel, it is a targeted one, so Passover is fantastic. You can do it wherever you want. You could, however, +1 the blanch.
Oh, that's
Transcend.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Transcend.
I wonder if Michel is thinking that right now.
Might need to get a judge call here if he plays it on the attack after it's dealt damage, and
so let's theorize that. Would that be a legal target?
I believe that is a legal target. You are able to do that, and then with the Passover, you could do your other Transcend card than having played a blue.
So I can tell you Michel is a very clever player. So let's see if they do that. If they do that, I'll be very, very impressed.
I mean, the other part is, let's say he does do that. Like, what is the ideal line here? I think that, maybe that's the fun play. I don't know what the good play is.
Well, the good play, because he also has in hand, he's got Passover, so he could banish a blue card out of Alex's graveyard and then discard pile, and then put that into the banish. We're going to see Evasive Leap taking 4, going down to 4. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, going to 4 is scary when your opponent is an assassin. Like, a couple of reactions and things go wrong real fast.
And not just that, Blanche being played means that blue cards aren't blue no more. So he cannot transcend.
That, yeah, I'm not sure that
Does that
Michel's quite figure that out right at this point. We might need to start looking at our own
well, we've
call here.
got to stir the pot here, right here. And what it says is, if you played another blue card this turn, transcend. Well, blue cards don't check as blue anymore. They don't have color.
I don't think Alex is going to miss that one. That's like such an important part of the interaction, right? Like, this part of the reason why you're playing Blanche, why it's such a powerful card in these limited formats. So, yeah, this could turn into a little bit of a blowout.
I think that Blanche was like so strategically placed. What a great timing for that card. And that sometimes happens, right?
Okay, you know what? It's the actual opposite of what's going to happen. Is Michel's not going to play either of those cards. Is going to effectively intellect penalty himself. Get the hit in. Alex keeps the 5-card grip, including that arsenal. Banishing another Desires of Flesh off the top here. Looks like that's a red.
It is, yeah. Wow. So, Alex, I mean, we'll scrutinize his hand in just a little bit here, but if you're holding 5 and taking all that and getting all those cards banished, you must have quite the turn in hand.
Yeah. Well, and he's also got both equipment pieces, right? Like, that's so threatening to defend against when you're at 4. Like, do you overcommit on the first attack? You know, maybe they're able to slither and attack again. Or maybe they just use their Rousing Wave and a bunch of other pumps, and that's the end of it, right?
And we're going to see a Passover here.
Okay, so he's going to play the Passover to banish, but not play out the other card because he knows about the Blanche. He knows the interaction.
So no IP. No IP for Michel Rimiao.
Right, just not quite getting the full cantrip value out of these Transcend cards.
Wow.
And I love to see Nimblism, one of my favorite cards. And this one's a little cheeky because, you know, you're coming in for 4, not quite lethal, but you know there's going to be follow-up here, right?
Oh, yeah. If he held on to 5, well, actually, let's see if we can get... He is holding his hand off to the side here, being a little sneaky. He's got another Bonds of Memory in hand. And what is the other card? Let's see if we can get a closer look here. So that is
another
oh, it's a Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh, that's got to be a bomb in this this matchup, eh?
I mean...
In any matchup?
In any matchup. What a great... And that is a blue... I mean, oh. If Michel underblocks here or gives 2 attack action cards, that will likely be game. Because it will banish those 2 cards, get them right out of there. They don't block.
And I think that's a Venomous Strike in the arsenal. So, you know, he could make this attack quite large. Oh, that is...
Ooh, oh, did you see how slam that? Michel going, let's do it. Let's flip the top card here. It is not blue. It's not blue.
And he says, yep, that's it. That's my blocks.
Wow.
All right, and is this going to be enough? I think that might just get there.
I think it is. I think we're going to see him play the... Yeah, there it is. The Hiss.
Oh, it's a Hiss. Okay.
So going to 6. There's a block for 2.
Puts the Slither in his hand.
Puts the Slither up. And then, are we seeing the Gorgon's Gaze?
You know, I think he might intend to play the Gorgon's Gaze on the follow-up attack, which is interesting because right now you're going to get, is it 2 additional value out of it on the...
But what's the additional attack? Right? A sword? No, he's just going to slam it.
Oh, yeah, he's slamming it now. There we go.
Yeah, get that attune out of the... There we go.
There we go. Fist bump.
There we go. I mean, Gorgon's Gaze, what a card.
Yeah.
What a card, especially for limited.
It's so interesting. Like, I think making it work with the Chi is a bit challenging.
It is.
But every once in a while, that'll line up. And then even without the Chi in limited, just being able to banish all defending attack action cards, it's like, hey, like they might block with 2 or 3 attack actions in some of these matchups. You know, if you're playing against Zen, that's most of their deck.
Uh-huh. Absolutely. And we're going to see Alex go to 3-0. I mean, Michel, obviously a little, you know, but it's like losing to a card like a Gorgon's Gaze, you're like, well, it's a bomb. It is what it is. Well played, sir. You know?
Yeah, that's right. And you know, maybe one thing that was a bit understated about the matchup up to that point was, you know, both of these players were kind of racing it down in the way that Assassin does. So not a ton of damage going through each turn, but just the stealth attacks and the daggers making it awkward to block or disincentivizing blocking in some way. Like, you don't want to put your blue cards in front of their stealth attacks because then they get banished.
Exactly.
And because of that, you end up just taking all this chip damage throughout the game. And so game wasn't actually that long.
No, the game was actually quite fast, and I think a big part of that was like I completely missed out that they weren't even tracking their lives for a bit.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I was just looking at the play, dialed on the combat chain.
Really dialed on the play, but I mean, it was sometimes when you look at mirror matches, you're like, oh, it's a mirror, whatever. It's going to be like pulling teeth. That was really captivating.
Yeah, for sure. And I think like they took slightly different approaches. Alex initially going quite aggressive with the defensive value on the equipment and just cashing that in first opportunity he got. But then saving the reaction pieces a little bit more than Michel did and waiting to use them at a moment where you can force through lethal.
Absolutely. And I think there's different plans for different players. Some players do like to go really wide and kind of just ping, ping, block, ping, ping. And some players are saying, hey, I have a Gorgon's Gaze in my deck, and I'm going to use it.
I'm going to create this game state where Gorgon's Gaze is going to blow you out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Actually, yesterday I had a Sirens call in. Huh? Fantastic. So we're going to take a quick break, everybody. We're going to come back. I think we have a backup match going for you guys. So be right back.
All right, coming in for a backup match. We got another couple players, and we're going to try to get this through before we go to the next round. So this time, Zen versus Daniel. Daniel Dreisger, great player, also from the Montreal area, has played at every Canadian Nats, top 8'd one of them. And then Philippe Tai, I spoke to him earlier in the break, and he said, my Zen deck is kind of cracked. Like, I think exact words. And I was like, kind of cracked or like very cracked? And he just nodded.
He just nodded, yeah. So I've met Philippe a handful of times. He's actually won a few ProQuests, I believe. He won a road to Nats a while back. Like, on Dash back then. And funny enough, Dan is known for playing Dash in Montreal, and he's just, we call him the Gun Show because he's a professional body builder, I believe, by trade. And so, looking at this, let's see what happens. So actually, the match that we wanted to show everybody, or a lot of people are curious to see, is New versus Zen.
That's right. Getting a little bit of variety here. Gonna get out of the out of the mirror matches. All right, coming with the pick to pieces. So not only good for the illusionist matchup here, possibly just gonna eat both cards from Philippe. He looks like he wants to block with both of them. Also, hearing from Ethan that we've hit over 2,000 viewers, and I'm so grateful and honored for you to be joining us today on part the Mistveil release weekend.
That's 2,000 players watching a limited event is absolutely outstanding. Thank you, everybody, for being with us. We're going to keep doing what we've been doing and telling you what's going on. But looking at this play here, Daniel, I'm excited. I like Daniel a lot. He's one of those awesome players. Who's just so dialed.
Is that a Siren's Call? I think that might be a Siren's Call.
Was that in hand?
Yeah, in
hand.
hand.
Yeah, because we don't have the hand cam, unfortunately, for these backup matches, but...
Okay, you can save that one for later. That's an excellent card. Philippe choosing not to block here.
Siren's Call, if I remember correctly, is your opponent reveals their hand, you pick a card, you add it. If it's blue, draw a card.
Yeah, that's right.
And it costs 1, right? It's an attack reaction that costs. There it is, right on screen here. Why am I asking you? It's right there.
I mean, hey, both these players at the top tables, Philippe's not the only one with a crack deck.
No, he's not. He's not. There's a few people in the room who have quite the pools. So we're going to see Nimblism coming in perfect with a breed.
Okay, playing out the breed anger. Before go again. Oh, it doesn't have to go again here, actually, because hasn't played a Tiger before it. And, I think Philippe just trying to stay a little bit on the offensive, not give away that blocking, or not give away that value by only blocking. Taking 3 damage to send 4. Maybe not what you always want to see on the Zen side, but, at least chipping in a little bit.
I'm wondering how, as the new player, do you kind of just say, hey, I'm going to wind you out and try to get to those tasty blue cards?
I mean, you could go for that game plan, but we see Daniel here saying, you know what, I'm going to block with just my boots. And, I mean, is it even bad to telegraph that I might want to use these boots if you just have such a good line coming up?
Yeah, it's almost like playing against the warrior who just gives you refraction bolters on turn 0. You're like, oh, what kind of hand do you have?
Yeah,
Same
exactly.
thing here.
I can count on you to bring it back to warrior.
It is
got a bonds of memory being played out here, and Daniel forgetting that card costs 0, but that's okay. We pretend we didn't see that that reaction that was pitched.
So bonds of memory again, and the life gain is relevant.
Oh, especially against Zen. Like 1 or 2 chip points of damage means you can take a whole nother Crouching Tiger to the face in the late game. And yeah, this is potentially gonna, gain 1 or 2 life if he banishes incantation or something like that. That's got the same card, or sorry, got the same name.
And both players taking a lot of time to think here. Hey, this is relevant. These banishes are relevant. I don't want to fuel New too much.
I mean, maybe if Philippe feels like it's almost time for him to get going and just take this damage to the face. Yeah, okay, now we have the forced block here from the Siren's Call we mentioned.
A rainbow foil Siren's Call, actually. Rainbow foil. Wow.
Right, and we're seeing why the block was a bit awkward. Getting to grab this grain.
I think he's going to go for the spill. Is it a spill? I believe that's a spillover.
Yeah, okay, so spillover would only be blocking for 2 here, I believe. So the 1 damage would still get over the top. And, okay, so that's going to go ahead and resolve. Draws his extra card. And maybe thinking about the slither now that can come off of the stilettos.
And he could go slither into Blanche, actually.
Ooh.
That seems...
Yeah, okay, and he says, wait, wagging the finger. All right, give me the stilettos. I want my slither. I love the snake theme on all of these new cards.
Oh yeah, 100%. The snakes, and I think it's the snake, the tiger, and the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Don't you know? Like it's like a little rock paper scissors thing. It's like snake, tiger, moon.
Is it the moon crushes the snake?
Yeah, moon crushes snake. Snake eats tiger.
Tiger eats snake.
Eats moon. Boom. There you go.
I'm sure there's a haiku somewhere in there.
Yeah, there you go. And like you said, gets the Blanche off, and keeps an additional card. So the Siren's Call replacing itself.
So hitting with the mind, coming in with the Blanche, getting that extra card. That's just, the value's so good.
Well, and actually drawing the yellow here let him just pitch one card to the Blanche as well. So he would have had to pitch both those cards if he had drawn a red off of the Siren's Call effect. But this worked out really, really well for him, getting to keep a whole additional reaction for the future turn.
Wow.
And we saw what was in Philippe's hand. It was looking maybe a little bit awkward with just the Transcend card, so not going to be super easy to block. And okay, I eat my words immediately. He blocks with a couple of cards. Oh, and they're going to flip the chest piece up here to prevent one additional damage. So, okay, taking no damage actually off that Blanche, but eating a considerable amount of resources.
And I like Dan going, you're taking one, and the other opponent going, no, here's my chess piece.
Yeah, that's right.
Alrighty, so we're seeing Dan here. Actually, thank you for showing us your hand, Dan. You can see what's going on.
Yeah, another reaction, a stealth card, and a couple blues.
Wow.
Versus on Philippe's side of the board, I think he was thinking about whether it's worth playing out the Arsenal card.
That's what I'm waiting for as a new, someone playing new is when they say, "Can I see your banish?"
Yeah, exactly.
Can I see? I have a Transcendent hand. Can I see your banish?
Just taking the 2 damage from the Kakra here. Not worried about any follow-up on this one card hand from Philippe.
Amazing.
And okay, he's going to cash in here for 3 damage.
3 damage and a Crouching Tiger.
That's right. Just a little Harmony of the Hunt, I believe.
It is. It's absolutely Harmony of the Hunt.
Yeah, that one and the Tiger form Incantation, both great cards in these limited formats. You basically get, 3+1 value because your Kakra turns the Crouching Tiger into an additional point of damage. And doesn't fall prey to that same problem of breaking the combat chain.
It does not. And and you can just see Daniel going, wait, what's in that banish again? Just putting it back, picking it up, and putting it back. It's like, I'm going to play with your cards very soon.
I think that, players should have to put the banish zone, splayed out on the playmat against new. Yeah.
So, everybody, we're just going to let you know, this match actually concluded, so we're going to speed things up just a little bit to give you a chance to get better. So, while we're doing that, we actually saw, and we're not going to spoil anything, but we were told that it was very juicy.
That's
so,
right.
I'm not going to say who, what, when, how, but I'm very excited to see how that match went.
Yeah, just want to make sure that we get to the end of the match before the round timer hits 0.
But it's so funny. I mean, we're here at this venue, and we're looking around at everybody. Everybody's so excited to get to the next round. So let's keep going. So fast hands on Daniel Dreisiger. But and we saw he was looking at the banish.
That's right.
Just before we started speeding things up, he was looking at the banish, going, "What can I do?" And I've played against Daniel a couple times. He's someone who's looked at a hand for about 5 minutes before dealing me 38.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's really mapping it out.
He does map it out. Yeah, he doesn't rush plays.
Okay, and I think, that's a path well traveled. This attack already has go again because of the misplayed, but then he'll get to play the blue card and then also get the +2 on the attack as well.
So that would be 8.
Yeah, 8's kind of a big number.
That is
on a blue.
8 go again if you transcend.
I just think one of the best things about this format is your blues are actually so playable that very few hands seem like complete duds.
Your blues are reds.
Yeah, look, this is a red that gives you 3 resources.
What do you desire?
All right. Oh, and transcending and chooses to banish because it's a blue card. Oh, see, this is what I was saying. The opponents, they should be forced to do this. This is just good.
What is this,
management.
Monarch?
Yeah, exactly. I just got my Shadow Ruin Blade cards all laid out on the board.
Yeah. Oh my God. So okay, coming in, and that's the spillover from earlier.
That's the spillover. Oh, he gets to play for free. Remember, all these cards are for free.
Yeah. So Rising Tide. Sorry, not spillover. Rising Tide. There was a spillover in there though. So coming in for 7. No go again.
Yet.
Blocks 3.
And he says, is that it?
Oh, my God.
Oh, and it's a venomous bite. This is just going to be another 4. It goes up to 11. And
that is. Where's the fist bump? Where's the fist bump from Philippe?
Yeah, remember we talked about how cracked your deck is, but remember the better your deck is, the better your opponent's deck is when they get to play all your cards.
The better it is in your opponent's hands.
Yeah, we went for the headshot there.
Wow. That's 20 damage.
That's a good turn.
That is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, maybe part of it is the cards, but just the way they've navigated those turns, I think Daniel Draziger really showing why he's one of the best limited players in Canada.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And I think, when we talk about local talent, there's very few people that will say anything about, anything negative about Daniel Draziger. He is an all-star. He's one of the best players. Old school player of a different card game, which we won't talk, but very successful at it.
All right, and so we're going to go to a break now before we come into the next round. So, yeah, we'll see you in a couple minutes.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card games.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the Mistveil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hey everyone, I just wanted to jump in real quick to say, what the heck? You guys are kind of awesome. Shout out to every single one of you in the chat who is just like actually helping us break records. Not just for a Battle Hardened, but for a limited event period. You all are incredible. So hopefully you're enjoying the show. We've got more coming. Looks like a lot of people are trying to fix some drops that occurred this round since there's a lot more 2 losses at this point. So that's the little bit of a holdup is there's a lot of people who are trying to make sure that their drop was entered correctly as we go into round 4. And 2 stories about some of those people that dropped. One of them is Fino, and one of them is James Silver, who are my teammates on Runaways, who drove all the way up here to play in this event as practice for Nationals, and they both have dropped. So I am expecting a team meeting where they are just absolutely scared about going into Nationals, because this was supposed to be the proving grounds for some of the strategies that we'd figured out as a team. And granted, it'll be draft versus sealed, but they are both now out of the event, which I only find that hilarious because they're my friends and teammates. But with that, it looks like the next round pairings have gone up. So perfect. We've got round 4. Actually, I'm seeing it right now. We've got round 4 that will queue up and be back in like 3-ish minutes. Okay? See ya in a sec.
All right, we're coming back here for round 4 of the Part the Mistveil Battle Hardened. And I think we're going to just dive right over to the players in a moment here.
All right. I think we have an all-star on board. Actually,
couple of all-stars, it looks like. But Fred God on the right here, another Montreal local. You may be saying, why do you keep putting French players on the coverage? And I say, if you looked at the top tables, you would see there's so many French players.
Oh, yeah.
They're just good at the game.
And you know what? Kate Westcott is a player, I think, from the U.S., but I know one thing. It was a last-second addition. We had a spot that opened up. Kate showed up with no actual, place, no ticket. And it was a last-second addition. I believe so.
And so she snuck into the tournament registering at the last second.
I believe so. So, pretty cool. We'll see what happens here. But
awesome,
Fred,
yeah. And, well, I mean, she's having a great tournament so far. 3-0 on Enigma the first few rounds. And Fred might have been the other player that, fanned out his deck for me. And I was just like, oh, yeah, we should get this on coverage.
Wow. We're 2,300 viewers, guys.
You know what? I think that just shows people really love Part the Mistveil, and they really love this set.
Wow. And Fred God, a small known fact about Fred God. So he's playing new, right? Fred God is a player who only exclusively plays Assassin.
Yeah, he knows those Assassin cards inside and out.
He has not. He's been playing the game for about 2 years, only plays Assassin. I've never seen any other deck than Assassin in his hands.
That's really funny. Was he playing Arachne at the beginning as well?
He was playing Arachne at first, and then when Azuri came out, he was in love.
Yeah,
he's been playing Azuri ever since.
I think I've seen him do quite well at some tournaments with Azuri.
Absolutely. Top-8 countless pro quests. I don't know if he ever took a win. I think he finished second a couple times. Very good player. Very, very good player. Very solid. He's very energetic. If anybody gets a chance to meet him, he's the guy. I think he's an EDM. He makes his own music and stuff. He's a DJ of some kind. So he's got that kind of energy.
Yeah, and actually, story time about Fred. Last year at Canadian Nationals, when I drove up, I was having myriad technical difficulties with some sourcing of cables and things like that. And Fred stepped in as just my dream AV man. And not only helped with the physical setup, he made some recommendations. And Frank, you were there. Canadian Nationals was a great stream in the end.
It was honestly perfect. By the way, I'm just looks like we're just sorting out the start of match procedure here for the two players. Just to add on to that, nepotism helps. If you're friends with Ethan, if you're friends with me, I'm sorry. If you're doing well in a tournament, we will put you on the feed.
If we know you and we know you're solid, you get on the feed. But no, to be fair, Fred's 3-0.
Nepotism helps get your name on the short list. You still have to be a good player.
It can, but yeah, exactly. You know me. I've never made the cut. You know me for quite some time.
Sean, I don't think I would make the cut at a lot of these tournaments.
To be fair, yeah. I feel you. I think we're on the same page on that. So
I'm pretty good at submarining into 9th place.
Oh yeah, I'm great at finishing 13th at a calling or 9th at a pro quest. I'm really good at doing that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hey, 13th at a calling. That's the money.
That was a long time ago. It was a very long time ago. On the heels, or what's the word? How do you say that? What's the expression? On the heels of something?
Yeah, exactly.
It was on the heels of Prism, in the Starvo meta.
Right, that's right.
Very long time ago. Back when playing Library won you a game. Alrighty.
And speaking of libraries, we have Enigma here with her scroll, which is basically a library all on its own.
So if libraries are books, what is a scroll library? What would you call that? Would you still call it a library?
That's
or
a
a ledger?
Question. It's a... I
got you there, huh?
Yeah.
All right, enough fooling around. Let's get into this game. So Fred God getting the start here against...
Yeah, on the play, playing out this Bonds of Attraction blue. Just trying to eat some cards from Kate's side of the board. It's interesting because often in these turn 0 situations against Illusionists, you don't really want them to be able to play these instant auras. But at the same time, and now he's actually just going to get the Transcend on turn 0.
What do you desire?
Getting the Chi and being able to pitch that into the deck, not bad. Oh, okay.
Double Transcend, draw, put it back under. Wow. Yeah. So he's got the go again. So it's the same thing we were talking about on round 1. that action point is very relevant.
Yeah, that's right.
Because we're seeing there is a waxing specter in Kate's hand. So that's
you know what? Okay, so now he's gonna tuck the chi there. Transcend this other card. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pitch it to the hero power just to not have it in hand, because there's not blues in Kate's Spanish zone right now that he can actually play.
I'm not sure if there's a world where he. Okay.
Okay, and just comes in with the pick the pieces. So choosing to go for the play that potentially pushes some damage.
I think this one's Mind's Desire, is it not? Yeah, it is. It's Mind's
that's
Desire.
right.
It's
Yeah,
a red Mind's Desire.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's really just going for this damage play instead of trying to prevent Kate from getting a turn 0 aura in play. You know, just saying, you know what, if you want to do anything, you better take a nice chunk of damage.
And I think that's an interesting thing, because you could walk into just a lot of blocks, but at the same time, you could just walk into like, hey, Kate might not have a single card that blocks in hand. And then that's just 6 damage.
And so at this point, Kate can play some of these instant auras to prevent the damage as well, but I don't think she can quite get all the way up to 6. And this looks like it's going to be Ward 2. So 4 damage is going to leak through here.
Wow.
And, you know, that's not a bad way to use your turn 0, right? Like, you talk about setting up, you talk about putting a good card in Arsenal, but if it lines up pretty well, like, it's not so bad just to be able to get that damage in.
And then, wow, this is. I don't think Fred could have optimized that turn any better.
Right. Oh, and okay, he did play the Slither on it. I was looking at it and I was like, oh, this is a hiss, not a venomous bite, I guess. And so just plays the Slither, gets his action point.
Yeah. Banishes a spectral confluence, spectral. Chat can let us know, but no, yeah. So banishing that, and then coming in with the sword for an extra little ping, starting turn 0 against Illusionist.
Yeah.
With 5 damage in.
That's good, especially, you know, forcing Kate to commit 2 cards on defense there. The last card not having block value, getting a free chip in with the Mistveil as well. That's really going to set the pace for this game.
I mean, yeah, talking about setting pace like that's Fred God really coming in and going, "Hey guys, I'm rushing. Let's go." And Kate now taking a very.
That's. Dang it, Ethan. Oh, okay.
Sorry, we just got a little note from the booth, and we both took a little moment because we were laughing. But it's just a little silly little thing. But so we're gonna see Fred God, and again we saw that earlier with Assassins going, "Hey, I'm gonna give you my equipment early. I don't want it. I want the life."
Yeah, there's not a ton of super relevant on hits from this matchup, right? Like, there's the generic attacks, but for the most part, these Rs are going to be attacking for just vanilla damage.
Yeah, and double waxing, wow.
Double waxing's pretty good, though.
And Fred playing it really tucked into his hand. He's got his hands right on his chest, so we're not seeing anything there, but he is taking quite a bit of damage here. So did he hold the full grip?
Yeah, he kept all 4 cards here, so probably going to look to clear off these Waxing Specters. Because remember, when you're playing against Illusionist, if you're blocking, then you're losing.
Absolutely. You have to keep the pressure on, and there is I don't know, there's a balance, but we know Pick the Pieces is a card.
That's right. And double Mistblade coming in here. This is also so effective, you know, eating a whole equipment piece here just to get that damage prevention. And demanding cards if Kate wants to protect these 2 auras. And yep, there comes another equipment pieces. Oh, and interesting, this red Battlefront Bastion, I guess as a red card, it's so good on offense that, you know, she's really not thinking about blocking and getting that defensive value out of it.
No, absolutely. And outside of that, we have
a Double Trouble. Double Trouble is a great card in this spot because you can activate either of these equipment pieces and get the 2 attack reactions effect out of it.
Meet the condition, yeah.
And, you know, depending on what the other card is in Fred's hand, that can sequence into either another attack or even just bluffing a different reaction, right? And so, yeah, here we go. Okay, looks like he's going to play it. Oh, and it's a Tide Chakra. Goes up to 6 and activates the Arousing Wave. And that's going to just put the Venomous Bite in hand.
And this is, you know, when we opened up saying Fred God only plays Assassin, he didn't even think about that. He just went, this is the play, this is the play, this is the play. It just instantly knew where the line was. And that's a huge advantage.
Yeah, and they're counting out the totals here. Looks like that's going to be 8 damage going over top of the 6. And banishing a couple of cards.
Wow. Getting rid of both Wax Inspectors?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Yeah, and so, I kind of think one of the tricky things about this matchup is you have to know when to let the hits through or know when you can't contest the reactions.
Yeah.
And in that spot, I think it's pretty tough for Kate to really know what is going to be the optimal line. With this Battlefront Bastion coming in here, I kind of imagine that, okay, she knows she has this good play coming up, but it's kind of agnostic of what's going on the board.
That's
she,
the thing.
Couldn't really contest it.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, your point is you're spot on. Like, in that case, was the juice worth the squeeze? Was it worth holding on to that Bastion and taking all that and losing those Spectres?
But then at the same time, it's like, blocking with the Bastion might not actually, I see the last card she's got here is also a Transcend card. It might not actually get her to where she's going.
That's very fair. That's very fair. And
it is a path well traveled. There you go.
Yeah. So we're gonna see another Bastion.
Yeah, trading Bastions here.
It is such a good card. People are playing the Blanches. People are playing the Bastions. 7 for 3. It's always good.
Yeah, and just making sure I'm looking at this correctly. Right, so Fred's got this card in hand and a attack reaction in the arsenal that we know about. I'm noticing the different sleeve, and that's because it's a token.
It's like
the ephemeral attack, which is I don't know. These are all the small breaks of the game rules.
Yeah, we should probably get. We might want him to get advised to put back another sleeve that's similar to whatever he's using and everything else.
Yeah, his deck is also illegally placed in the zone, so I think that he should get disqualified from the tournament.
Oh no. That's so I'm a sideways deck person. So that's the way that I see it. But anywho, that's a debate for another time. For now, the debate is, am I blocking that Battlefront Bastion?
Yeah, and 7 damage is a lot. So even though this doesn't have an on-hit effect like Blanche, this can still be quite relevant at this point in the game if, Kate doesn't feel that her hand is enough offensive value to be worth taking this to the face. Yeah. But I see a couple of auras in there that probably don't block super efficiently. Both okay, we're just looking at the Spectre that might be coming down.
I mean, the hand is a Waning Vengeance blue, a Haze Shelter blue, a Bastion, and a Waxing Spectre.
Okay, yeah, and we're going to end up playing that Bite on it. Goes up by 1. It's going to put Kate at 5. Oh, sorry, it's not going to put Kate at 5. It's going to put her at 8.
Wow. So this is so completely different from the game we've watched earlier.
Yeah, and I really think that it comes down to, if the illusionist is the one attacking you and you're the one blocking, you're going to have a bad time. And then we have another Battlefront Bastion. We didn't see that in the hand here, but this is now 3 turns in a row, right, where either player has played one of these things. Hopefully Fred draws one so we could keep the streak going.
But I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Playing Battlefront Bastions it's the play. It's a great card.
This is peak Flesh and Blood. I want to see a Battlefront Bastion defending and another one in hand, and then be pitched to play a Battlefront Bastion.
Well, Fred's been keeping his hand real close to his heart over there. Maybe he can give us a little bit of a peek. And no, face down on the board.
Okay,
denied.
Face down, no blocks. He's like, yeah, you don't have a 5 damage attack reaction. That's me.
That is gutsy. That is very gutsy. Fred's got to have.
Oh, look at what Kate's just drawn here. Left card.
Another Bastion?
Another Battlefront Bastion.
Is that a Blanche and a Battlefront Bastion and a Wounding Blow?
Yeah. Oh, this time she's going to block with the Battlefront Bastion, get that point of defense there.
Wow.
Okay, so I think Fred's going to present this fork a little bit here now. We don't know all of the cards in the hand, but I think I saw, this is going to be gray and that tips the scales, so we're going to be able to transcend here because the blue was played.
Tell me, what do you desire?
And now pitching... So not using the chi to activate Enigma's hero ability, but rather using it to create a slither from the Undertow Stilettos, and then immediately, and also playing a Venomous Bite as well. So that's going to go up to 5 and have go again. We got quite a few reacts piled onto this one attack.
And another Fang Strike on top of that. So a Fang Strike on top of that. So Fred's likely got a pretty strong follow-up, which we can't see because he's being a sneaky little boy and keeping all his cards very close to his chest. But I'm really excited to see what comes after this because this is a lot of investment on a blue card, on a blue stealth card.
Yeah, no, we're banishing a couple cards, so Fred's going to be able to gain a life here. Banishes 2 Battlefront Bastions. See, that card is like, requires a good knowledge of what's gone on in the game. You got to know what's in your opponent's graveyard. You got to kind of keep track of everything. And okay, now playing an Art of Desire. Soul, yellow. A little bit less optimal in a lot of these games, but still a pretty powerful effect.
Wow. Only for 2. However, is it really for 2?
I mean, I think just drawing a card is so good. And, like, yeah, having 2 reactions. Okay, so getting both the...
That's for 7.
Venomous Bite and the other bite. Venomous Bite. Fang Strike, sorry. Getting the Fang Strike from hand from earlier as well.
That's for 7. That is it's 6 right now, threatening 7.
Yeah, I'm thinking, does Fred have the... Oh, yeah, okay, I see. That's what the blank card was. Is just representing the additional... Oh, okay. Oh, we're being forced to play this
Spectral Shield. Okay, so is the play here?
Okay, I see what's going on. There's a double transcend happening on Kate's side of the board. So she's forced to play this path well traveled. She is going to walk that path and walk right through Fred's graveyard. And basically being forced to play that card for minimal value because she needs to activate the transcend in order to get some defense on this turn, right?
I mean, but how much defense are we talking here? It's 1 Spectral Shield.
How bad could it be? It's 1 Spectral Shield. You know?
It's just what. So I mean, I applaud Kate for going. I'm gonna play to not die here. I'm gonna go down to 1.
Yeah. So she goes to 1, and she'll have the other Chi in her hand. She can still swing in the next turn.
Yeah, I can make a Spectral Shield and swing. I mean, Fred is at 6.
Yeah, and we're getting a bit of board state management. And, you know, Fred's stilettos are still on the boot slot here, but they are, in fact, not a cloaked boots.
Oh, he didn't put them in the discard pile, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
going to say, he's going to catch it. He's going to catch it.
Good. Gotta love keeping it clear board state.
Okay, and you know what? I see the card in hand here is a wounding blow. But opting to pitch the blue just to play out a blanch because 7 is big damage.
7 requires at least 2 cards.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, Fred maybe has some options because of those sneaky little daggers, but still doesn't want to just take a hit to the face for free and give up this lead that he's kind of built for himself.
I hate to say this, but at this kind of game state, could we call them? What are they? Could we call them? What could we call them? Mystic Kodachis?
Mystic
Mystic Kodachis?
Beckoning
Kodachis?
Bekodaching.
Bekodaki?
Well,
whatever. Whatever it is.
Combination of that.
It's give me a card. It's give me a card.
Okay, and so here we're getting a solitary companion, I believe, on the first dagger swing, and then now coming with the Bonds of Attraction. So this is coming in for 3, and we see a Spectral Manifestations and another card coming down to block. Both powerful cards, but only 2 block value. So having to give up 2 cards because, you know, that's what happens sometimes.
Yeah, and Kate respecting it, going, hey, that's just the game we're playing right now. I've got to give you cards. But the issue now is we're going to see that wounding blow coming in. Fred's probably going to give 1 card, hold down 2 blues, go Kodachi, Kodachi.
And now this is one of the things that might not be good for Kate is, yeah, you're swinging 4 at your opponent. It's pretty threatening. It's going to put him down to 1, though, if he doesn't block this. And he could activate that Koi Kimono if he had it.
I unfortunately lost the game yesterday trying to get to that, and I got reacted because I was like, there's no way they have it, and they did have the +1, and I did lose. But yeah, that Koi Kimono, it's so good.
Mm-hmm. Right. And obviously that's not quite what panned out here, but, you know, Fred able to just block 1 card and comfortably go into his turn. Probably going to be able to go dagger, and swing again here. So this is a spot where, oh, wow, I was about to say, you'd love to have a Battlefront Bastion, and it looks like Kate's deck is full of them.
Wow.
Is this the one that she put back in the deck earlier? It might be.
I don't believe so. I'd love to grab that banish pile. I'd love to see how many have been banished so far, because Fred banished 2 to gain a life earlier on, so this is probably Battlefront Bastion number 4.
Right. Oh, and there's a wounding blow of his own. This is definitely going to demand 2 cards, and maybe even that aura we saw in the arsenal get played out just for defense.
I mean,
Waning Vengeance. I think that's is it a red? That make it a ward 3, so still require additional commitment.
Let's show the people here. So we have a Haunting Spectre. We're going to get a block for this is so full block, holding on to a no block.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wow. Now this is interesting. Yeah, I think that Kate still holding on really well, getting to play out this Waning Vengeance. Oh, you know what? The sad times is that's a blue.
It is a blue, yeah.
If it was a red, it would, again, get Fred down into that critical zone. But, you know.
Oh.
Okay. Passing over a couple of cards.
I think we're going to see some very silly things.
Tell me, what do you desire?
And you know what's funny here is Fred can play a bunch of these auras and effectively go up to, like, 10 life. But then, like, he can't attack with them the same way that the Illusionist can.
No, but what does it matter?
Yeah, exactly. It just puts him very, very far ahead on the life totals. Gives him a lot of that buffer room just to, you know, keep a hand that's kind of put together, basically. And it looks like Kate's handed him all of the blue cards.
Here's my banish. Enjoy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now we're gonna make a spectral manifestation. I'm gonna get a spectral shield with a token. I think the +1 doesn't even do anything for you if you can't attack with it. That's
Again,
so funny.
playing your opponent's cards is fun. It just is.
Right, and I think, yeah, so, okay, just taking the 1 damage.
Wow.
Right, yeah, right, so blue is only coming in for 1 ward there.
So Fred's got 2 cheese in hand. Obviously, News ability can be activated, but there's also the very basic concept that these blades need to be blocked.
That's right.
It's lethal.
Well, and Kate does have the Waning Vengeance, which can be very effective for blocking 2 daggers, because it blows up when you have if it blows up when it has a blue in the pitch zone, then you know it basically is giving you a spectral shield to block that other dagger as well. But your hand has to line up and be able to play an instant aura or play a transcend card or something in a way that is meaningful, right?
Yeah.
And I think we see a couple of transcend cards in her hand actually here.
So that is 2 transcend cards. So 3 no blocks in hand. Because that last thing is a hay shelter.
And you know what? Maybe all of these cards together, 4 no block cards actually, all of these cards together, they do produce some block value. And if you pitch a few of them and you pitch one to the hero power, you know, you can turn on these blue matters effects for all of the Mystic Illusionist auras. But is that going to get you out of the hole that you're in, right?
Mm-hmm. So we're going to see Pass-Through is going to bring back the Blanche, the red Blanche. Then we're going to see gain of 1 life, which is extremely relevant at this point in the game.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
So we're going to see another Chi. I mean, Kate playing it really expertly at this point, just staying cool, staying calm, saying like, hey, I might be at 1, now I'm at 2.
I don't know, maybe we've been writing her off a little bit too much, saying, oh, like, this is a pretty big lead that Fred had earlier on. But now the life totals are close, and, you know, we did say he's also going to play a few auras this turn, likely. But just, you know, she's defending well with the tools that she has. And all right, here we make the spectral manifestations. And has to borrow the spectral shield token. Get a +1 counter on it. That won't be relevant. Gets another one.
Just gaining 2 life.
He's so happy right now. He's like looking through these cards. He's like, oh, this says instant. This says instant. This says instant. It's free life. It's free life.
I mean, come on. This is it's not crazy, but it's quite good. It is quite good.
And then, oh, and the Arsenal's his last card. Okay, so he doesn't actually have a follow-up. This gives Kate the opportunity to both use the Spectral Shield that she has on the board and develop something from her hand.
It also gives the opportunity to Fred to go, I'm just not going to give you any cards. Sorry.
That's true. Okay, and first Spectral Shield coming in for 2.
Ooh. Banishing the top.
Banishes a Chi, okay.
So that's News ability. I'm going to use my stuff.
Right, so he's going to get the extra ward value from the... Oh, I see, yeah. He wanted to be able to get the free Spectral Shield out of it, so he pitched to his 0 power to banish a card from the top. I mean,
amazing.
fair enough, fair enough. What else are you going to do with that Chi anyways, right?
Yeah,
just
it's
turn
just
it
in
into
your
a couple
hand.
block value.
That's amazing.
And you know what? And Fred still has 2 equipment pieces. We don't know what they are, but he still has them. Okay, and now we're going to block with a Mind's Desire.
So at this point, Kate's board is a board.
She has 3 ward on the board, and then going up to 5 ward if she pitches a blue, which is good.
I mean, if I'm Fred, I'm nervous now. I'm nervous. Staring down 2 spectral shields, staring down a haze.
Okay, but she's starting to draw into
chi,
some of these chi as well, which don't block. Seeing 2 non-blocks and that Blanche in her hand. You know, maybe Fred's just going to be able to outweight her at this point.
Yeah, and that was a shortcut of saying, hey, I'm just going to make a spectral shield. And, you know, we saw the spectral shield kind of just be shown, but that's saying, hey, that's eating that, you know?
That's right.
Does Fred have any cards in hand?
I think that's his last card in hand. He's just got the Arsenal card, which we don't know what it is.
I don't think those beckoning daggers are going to be enough.
I mean, I think he might be at the point where he's really just waiting for Kate to run out of blocking cards in her deck. You know, whether it be auras that can come into play and defend, or literally just any card that has defense value.
Yeah, but look at Kate's hand. That red Blanche came around.
It's looking juicy.
It came back. So Kate can do a spectral shield into a Blanche. And that's what we're likely going to see here.
So she's going to create the spectral shield, but she can't attack with it unless she forgoes attacking with the Blanche. So we'll see what she chooses. Yeah, the Blanche is for 7. 7's a big number.
7 is huge. So technically Kate right now is at 5 life. It could be way more than that because of the haze, but Kate's in the lead. Technically speaking.
She is a little bit in the lead based on the life points.
And the Blanche.
I mean, I think those are chi, though, all in the deck. So like, it'll come down to a really, really tight race right at the end here, I think. You know, I see a chi in Fred's hand as well, but he's got a couple of 3 blocks. And maybe Fred regretting that Arsenal choice? I'm not actually sure what it is. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit on what he's doing over here.
So that's a hiss, a bonds of attraction, chi, and a blue bonds of the mind.
Yeah, and you know what? These aren't bad options here if he decides to block with 1 or 2 cards. Oh, and it's a Nimblism.
Oh, it's a red Nimblism. It is a red Nimblism.
He's just waiting for an opportune moment, basically.
Yeah, he's waiting to go. And this could technically be it. I'm guessing he's waiting for a red, like a red stealth card.
Right, a red attack to go along with that and really clamp down on the game.
So for now, I think he needs to respect the Blanche.
Yeah, and I think this Wax Inspector is going to be pretty useful for him. That'll cover up 1 point of damage, but he's still got to find, you know, another 2 somewhere before...
I think I see where the 2 are.
They happen to be...
right there.
Yep.
There you go.
That's the equipment there coming in. A couple of cloaked equipment pieces that you're pretty happy to have in the Assassin deck.
Very disciplined. I mean, like I said, right now, if I'm Fred, I'm nervous. And you called it. Look at that hand. Look at that hand.
Hey, there's still awaiting vengeance in here.
There's awaiting vengeance, and the rest is chi.
All right, we're gonna say, yep, I make a spectral shield out of the trade, and yeah, Fred is probably thinking like, oh my gosh, will these spectral shields ever end?
And here's the Nimblism into the bonds.
Right, and we know that there's a reaction attached to this.
Yeah, there's a hiss in hand.
But Kate doesn't know that.
Kate doesn't, but that's also not a red hiss, I don't think.
I think it was a blue.
I'm pretty sure it's a blue.
One is more than 0. Oh.
He's playing it. He's going to get a slither out of that, which he's probably going to Arsenal, I would assume.
Yeah. Oh, he's forgotten about it.
Let's hope he hasn't, for his own sake.
Oh, yeah. He's saying, oh, wait, don't I clear your whole board? And
it's like, nope, the haze is taking everything.
Yeah.
You forgot your hiss, buddy.
Oh, and you know what? Maybe this is going to be the big swing of the game. Yeah, you know, we were so excited to say that he was in the lead, and Kate's really hanging on. Managed to pitch a card to create a spectral shield there, and then also keep...
And if I'm Fred right now, I'm mad. Look at that. It's right there. It's right in front.
Oh, the
pick to pieces. It's right there.
Yeah, exactly. And, this is going to be 6 damage coming in. He's going to have to give a full card to 2 of these. 3. Wait, all 3 of them.
All 3 are coming in. That's 3 cards. He is a 2. He cannot take any damage here.
Wow. Oh, no. The pick to pieces.
Pick to pieces is gone. Wow.
All right, you know what? I this is why I love Flesh and Blood.
But hold on here. Hold on. What is the hand here? So, come on, Kate. Show us.
I think she just has all chi. But
show us the goods. Is it all? It is. Hold on here.
But she made a shield and let it eat the dagger. And on the other side, Fred's hand of all chi
and that's
doesn't block at all.
It's all chi, and you do way better with chi than I do.
Wow.
If you had asked me this 5 minutes ago, not a chance.
I can't believe it. I was
not a chance.
So sure. You know what?
Wow.
This is why I love Flesh and Blood. It's like the game's not over till it's over. Kate did so well playing to her outs, and yeah, just coming up here and
look at that. Look at that face. That's the face of someone who's like, I got it. I absolutely got it.
She was locked in.
Yeah. Wow. Sure.
All right. And last couple minutes here, we're going to go back over to the backup match. Hopefully see something just as exciting. I think we had some pretty good players over there as well.
It was Eric Gaudreau. There it is. Eric Gaudreau and Madeline Abernathy.
Right. Madeline, who we've seen earlier in the tournament, also on the backup feed. But now we're getting to see a full game from her.
And Eric... Yeah, and as you can see, everybody, it is sped up. But Eric Gaudreau, another local player from Montreal, very, 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 very good player. This is insane. I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on Kate and how they took that back. Like, whoa.
Yeah, no, I hopefully we see something similar from Madeline here, just some top-level piloting of these Enigma decks. I think top-level piloting is playing an aura on turn 0,
That's a good play, especially one that gives a +2, that gives it +2 if you don't have anything else, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty good. Oh, it's a create a spectral shield.
It creates a spectral shield, and yeah, this one is just a spectral shield. It's not the artwork is very it's in a similar vein between the two, so they kind of resemble each other. But there's Solitary Companion, and the other one is
you're thinking of Single-Minded Determination.
Single time, exactly. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, these illusionists. The theme in this set is either single auras or blue cards matter, and kind of that interaction is like so interesting in draft. And Eric playing a droplet, kind of, basically foreshadowing this exact sequence, gets to play Path Well Traveled and Transcend here to start off his first turn of the game.
So yeah, droplet, and another card that we've seen so many times, Battlefront.
Battlefront Bastion.
Battlefront Bastion.
You know what? Did the Battlefront Bastion, battle in that game win Kate the match, basically?
100%.
Like having the clutch Battlefront Bastions to block both dagger swings at a pivotal moment, that probably makes like a 4 to 6 damage difference, right?
100%. Absolutely. Battlefront Bastions were instrumental in turning that around.
Yeah, and it looks like Madeline maybe just thinking about the defensive options she has here to protect this Solitary Companion. Okay, so she's pitched to draw a new card and have this defending card available to her. Okay, loses the Solitary Companion, prevents 1 from the Battlefront Bastion, so fully covers it up and gets a Spectral Shield for her troubles. So that's kind of like converting your turn 0 advantage there into 3 life and this Spectral Shield. Oh, and it looks like the player's just resolving that card sequencing, basically.
Making sure to follow everything in the way it's supposed to. There's something about playing a deck like Illusionist where you get to play with a lot of cardboard. You get to move stuff around a bunch. This card does this. It creates this card and does that. And sometimes your opponent's like, wait, did you do the thing? So I think that's what we're seeing here as a judge interaction, just to make sure everything's being done in the way it should be.
I just love the Rube Goldberg style of decks, right? Like both of these heroes, honestly, in this matchup, you get to play a ton of cards, you do multiple moving pieces, you flip your card so that you could pitch it to do something else. You create create a card in your hand, and you go find a different card in your deck. It's like, wow, like I think the complexity of this set has been leveled up, and that's like for the better.
Absolutely, 100%. I think, and you know, some people will say, well, it's a little, you know, daunting for new players to get into Flesh and Blood because, you know, the mechanics are complicated, and it's like, well, yes and no, right? That's the appeal, is there's depth to this game. There is depth to this game. New sets come out, and we see mechanics that are very interesting for players to get involved with. So,
yeah. And Eric looking for a Pouncing Chi here, which, oh, and actually isn't going to swing the weapon. Just going to play this Pouncing Chi for 0, it looks like.
Is that a Crouching Tiger, actually?
Or, sorry, play the Crouching Tiger for 0, yeah, so that he can follow up with the Pouncing Chi, give that
there you go. Yeah.
1 and go again.
Yeah, 4 and go again. What a great card in Limited. Even in Constructed, what a great card.
Okay, and actually Madeline here blocking with the Spectral Manifestations.
And giving the headpiece as well.
Yeah. Takes the 1 chip damage, and yeah, now we're getting... What attack is this? The name that I forget.
Rising Tide?
Rising Tide?
I think it's Rising Tide. It looks like Rising Tide to me.
There we go.
We can't zoom in, unfortunately. This is the backup match, so we can't zoom in.
Yeah, and okay, Madeline just keeping her Emissary of Tides here to attack.
Yeah.
This one, if you bottom a card, you get +2 on. I believe she's just played this out for 4.
I mean, 0 for 4. We were talking about Wounding Blow earlier. It's a great card.
Yeah, and I can see why she didn't choose to keep the Spectral Manifestations, because, you know, when you have a bunch of reds, it's kind of hard to play out the Spectral Shield and then still be able to protect it on the subsequent turns. So just getting in that defensive value and instead just swinging in for 4. Okay, and we're seeing some judge action here, just clarifying something.
I mean, you know, there is something to be said about if you're not sure, call a judge.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Actually, shout out to the judge team here today. They've been doing such a great job. Probably one of the most on-time events I've seen, like in any Flesh and Blood tournament. You know,
I
like
mean, I'll be real, and it's not to call out anybody, but the judge staff that we have for this event, the head judge is Fred Saint Louis, who is was the first level 2 in Canada, has been a head judge, has actually been to New Zealand. He was hosting one of the Queenstown's event. He was the head judge for that. And then under him is Jibril, who I will not try to pronounce his last name because every time I do it, I make a fool of myself. But we're very good friends. We have Oscar, Elaine, my God, Kale, Meg. Who am I missing? I'm missing a few people, but Antoine and so the entire judge staff, I think it's all local judges, more or less, and they've helped the team here tremendously. So thank you for everyone and anybody who's involved with the judge program. I think that's a big part of what makes this game so fantastic.
That's right, and we're seeing it play out in real time as somebody with some nice painted nails is explaining some mechanics here. Oh, okay, and it looks like we're looking at the bottom cards of the deck. Okay, we're having a forced shuffle. Looks like we might have had a mishap with the cards, but it's okay because the 2 cards on the bottom are going to stay on the bottom. The rest of the deck is going to be randomized, and resolution without issue.
Alrighty, so now we're going to see the first thing being played in a little bit here. Are we going to see the Kakara?
Kakara. And it looks like Eric just took that 4 damage, so we'll see if the life total is updated in a moment here. But swinging in for 2, next Tiger is going to get +1.
Not if this hits. It just does.
Just does. Yeah, and Madeline, you know, having a great start to the tournament, really confident in her deck, really confident in how she's been playing. But staring down a 8 life deficit as Eric goes into his turn with a full grip. Oh yeah, and it looks like no, she's decided that she wants to play this evasive leap. Not quite sure what the exchange was there. Just deciding, making some comments. And
Seriously,
okay, now
coach.
pitching 2. Okay, Companion of the Claw. It's going to put a tiger back into our hand. And then that'll come in for, yeah.
Ooh, what a chain. Companion of the Claw, Untamed, Crouching Tiger. Thank you for the damage. Wow.
Right, oh yeah, updating the life totals, and then Madeline looking at her 4 cards. Yeah, forced to block with everything there.
I mean, getting time locked and limited is pretty tough.
Well, and especially since you take 4 damage through that, right? Like, it's not like, oh, I've blocked with all of my cards and I go to the next turn. It's, oh, no, I gave you all of my cards and you dealt 4 damage to me. That's not a great feeling.
Yeah, and then I do nothing on my turn, and it's back to you.
I mean, listen, if the last match showed us anything, it's that you can never count Illusionist out.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like, you know, she's waiting for her moment. Seeing a couple of Transcend cards in her hand here, maybe she can turn those into something. But for now, Eric's starting with the Kakara again.
Is there any other way to start?
Yeah, take the 2. And okay, another Battlefront Bastion. All right, we better get a counter going on here for Battlefront Bastions. Like 6 damage. Pretty good. Pretty good.
I'm starting an unofficial Battlefront Bastion counter as of round 4. So as of round 4, we'll see how many Battlefront Bastions have been played.
And I think we're getting a peek at the cards that Madeline has, both as equipment pieces and in the arsenal. That was an Astral Etchings in the arsenal, so not going to be that useful for her right now defensively. And then Uphold Tradition, which we did know from the previous game. Great card on offense, but not actually possible for her to flip face up without a ward aura on the board, so she can't use that ward either. And, oh, okay, so she's going to pitch a blue card to play Manifestations of Mirror Guy, which is a great sequence here, but she can't actually... Right, okay, and pitches the second... Yeah, she's done this, but she can't actually pitch a chi to it, so it doesn't get the additional 2 counters. But now coming in for 6, I believe, with this Manifestations of Mirror Guy.
I mean,
Oh, wait, sorry, I said 6. That's totally incorrect. It's just 3. It's just 3, yeah.
That card, I mean, it's one of the most talked about cards in Flesh and Blood right now. Manifestations of Mirror Guy, the power level of that card. What a great, great card.
I mean, and you can really see how she's gotten to this 3-0 is, you know, she's got some powerful stuff in her deck. And Eric's just thinking a bit about his blocks. Gonna give the Stride of Reprisal for sure. Get a Get a Crouching Tiger to make the turn sequence a little bit better, but doesn't quite want to commit the equipment piece yet, I believe. And when this defends alone, it doesn't apply for the Battlefront Bastion, but it looks like he just wanted the Tiger out of that equation.
Well, that's the great thing about those boots is, you know, being able to get a +1 on blocking. It's fantastic. Card advantage is very important in Flesh and Blood. Having cards in hand is how you win.
Also, I'm realizing this is the first I've noticed it, but with Eric's sleeves here, we have all 3 of the Mistveil heroes joining us for this match. So the Kakara's coming in for 2, and then the Tigers 1 will eat the ward on the Uphold Tradition. And now a Breed Anger. Oh, and Mirror Guy is going to hit the bin.
Unfortunately. I mean, what a turn. Oh, and the Wounding Blow?
Oh, and that's going to put her down to 1.
That's violent. I mean,
okay,
Madeline...
now I think I saw a slight... Yeah, it's a preserved tradition. There's 2 Transcend cards, so it was just a little bit awkward for her to be able to actually, you know, use both of those cards. Or, sorry, block with both of those cards. And didn't quite catch the card that was put on the bottom there. That's okay. We'll see it eventually when we come around in the pitch stack.
When we come around with the pitch stack at 1 life?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, we've got a Spectral Shield on the go now.
Wow. So, yeah, Spectral Shield.
Hey, gets this Etchings into play here. And, yeah, Eric's just going to take that to the face, it looks like, because, you know, when you got all the time and space that you want, you really just got to kill your opponent who's at 1 life.
And I think if there's any hero set that can, you know, can really do that, you know, send their ways that can actually get, you know, get that 1 damage.
Yeah, and that's a little cheeky Battlefront Bastion here. That 1 damage prevention going to spill over onto the next chain link here.
But that doesn't matter all that much because that Crouching Tiger is +3.
Yeah, oh, and now we're forced to block with this Illusionist Rare. Oh, yep, and that looks like that's going to be the game because we saw it go by so fast. I think it was a fact-finding mission at the end of the match, and Eric's going to go on a fact-finding mission onto 4-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eric, I mean, he's one of those players locally. It's, you have those raid bosses, players that you show up against, you're like, okay, I played against him first round of the Super Armory yesterday, and he absolutely decimated me.
Well, that's getting some good practice for him today because it looks like he's really familiar with the cards.
Oh, yeah. He's very much dialed, and he's someone who puts the time. Like some players will practice a lot, learn all the new cards, and, it shows. The practice shows.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, while we're just here, we're going to go over to break for a second. So I'm going to just give a quick shout out to our sponsors again, Silver Goblin for hosting the event and the other sponsors that made this happen while we go to the reel. And then I'm going to check on how long it is until the next round, and we might have a little bit of something in between as well.
Ooh, very nice.
Awesome.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by two Danish nerds' passion for trading card games.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's going to be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate flesh and blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
Mistveil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hey everybody, welcome back to Battle Hardened Montreal. I'm Sean, he's Frank.
That's right.
And we have a match ready for you, so we'll take you right in.
This is round 5 of the Montreal Battle Hardened, and we've got Matt Muse on the right here, and Ania Skudlarska on the left.
You said that so eloquently.
I just go with the flow, and you know, I think I just give the veil of confidence.
Very cool, very cool. So we're going to see another Enigma versus New. Now, as we've seen, Enigma really has a great leg up against New, but it's never always guaranteed. So we'll see what happens here.
And it looks like she's able to start off here by developing this Waxing Spectre. Okay, so giving a 3-block and the equipment on turn 0, and that's just, again, to be able to activate that equipment and tick up that Battlefront Bastion counter. Oh, a couple of Transcend cards in hand here. Not that nice to be facing down a Battlefront Bastion on turn 0. Especially when you know you've got to deal with this Waxing Spectre on your opponent's turn.
I'm wondering, so which ones does he have? He has Pathless Travel, which is the go again, and Passover. So unfortunately, he can't just go, well, right away, I'll get some cheese going. So he's going to block that for 2.
2, Water the Seeds. And yeah, I'm thinking about this play here. He's going to play both of these Transcend cards, maybe it looks like. He's going to take the damage. Right, yeah, and says, okay, I'm gonna go to the step, clean up, and then play my pass over. Able to get the transcend here.
And we'll banish the top card.
Yeah, and you know, I think that was really just to avoid the awkward situation of having those two transcend cards in hand while you're trying to clear out this waxing specter, not know what you're really going to draw into.
Yeah, Matt trying to get a fresh grip, you know, starting over. So
Right,
we're
yeah.
seeing a hand here. Unfortunately, and that's what'll happen with new sometimes is you've got all of the reactions, but none of the attacks, and that's kind of the hand we're seeing here a little bit.
Yeah, and I think most of these Mystic Assassin attacks only work well on, you know, Assassin attacks. So this Water the Seed's not really going to wear the Hiss particularly well.
No, absolutely not.
Now, this will give +1 to the Beckoning Mistblade if that's the route that he chooses to go here.
And I think that's where that card shines, right? Being able to go, well, it's going to give anything +1.
Yeah, exactly. Just a cheeky little extra value. And, oh, okay, it looks like Anya's... Okay, playing the Moon Chakra here to prevent the damage here, right? She says no blocks, but I'll just do a little damage prevention. So this is preventing 3 currently right now on the board. And, yep, now we're going to play the Preserve Tradition. That's going to let us put a card back on the bottom, and it's going to transcend. And have a feeling this is just going to be used as fuel for these daggers.
And you're right, absolutely. There's a dagger for 2. Holding in hand that red Hiss, which I'm assuming is going to go to Arsenal.
I mean, you can play... Oh, and yeah, this Battlefront Bastion proving again very effective.
Yeah.
Because that's going to eat up the third dagger swing here. And
the red Hiss does go to Arsenal.
Yeah, the red Hiss goes to Arsenal. Yeah. Can you play red Hiss on your dagger?
I don't believe so. Actually, you might be able to. It says it's a mystic attack. It might be attack action, but I'm not sure. You know what? We have a pile of cards here. I'm going to see if we have one running around. See if I can actually give you the... So basically, if you read Venomous Bite, which is, I believe the wording's the same, is target, assassin, or mystic attack action card. So unfortunately, no.
Doesn't work on the Mistblade.
It's not Razor Reflex.
Yeah, it would be something else to be Razor Reflex. Oh, and okay, Anya just going to proactively, before we even get into the combat here, use this Uphold Tradition to add a counter to the Waxing Spectre. So I guess she's just thinking more along the lines of, I just want to pump damage. And yeah, didn't want to intellect penalty, so gets a little bit of extra value onto that Waxing Spectre.
I mean, I get it. There's no downside to flipping the Uphold Tradition, realistically speaking.
Right. Oh, and it looks like she's going to use the Keikoi on the dagger here. So keeping the ward on the Uphold Tradition available to a future attack. No pick to pieces yet. And this is a Tidal Surge.
Tidal Surge coming for 5. If Matt is able to transcend here, that would make it... sorry, if he plays another blue, that would make it 7. And what does he have in hand? Because that Hiss in Arsenal is red. So unfortunately, I don't think he'll be able to get that to the 7 mark that he'd probably like to. But it is a valid target for the Hiss in the Arsenal.
Yeah, that's right. And on is it a valid target? Is it Mystic or Assassin?
It is Mystic.
Yeah, that's right. Perfect. I think on Anya's side, you know, it's maybe a little bit hard for her to protect actually this Waxing Spectre through a 5 attack.
Well, we can get a little bit closer here. I mean, it could be. There's a lot of block 2 in here. There's a block nothing with Vengeance. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it will be very difficult to defend this, especially with the Hiss in mind.
And, you know, when you've got the life lead and a little bit of a board developed, sometimes you might just need to let them ping in for some of this damage and then follow that up with developing some new auras to crack back with.
And we're seeing a Slither being formed here. So Matt's actually going to be patient with that red Hiss. He's not going to just dump it. He's going to go, let's get a Slither. Let's give that go again. Because I believe he has a 0 for 4. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there you go. And so for Anya's side of the board, you know, she probably feels pretty good about being a little bit reserved on the blocks, because it would be hard for her to block 5 and then 4. Never mind the possibility of Matt having a blue that pumps that attack up to 7, right?
Absolutely.
And yeah, now we're just going to put a Ripple away in front of this. A
little take back on that.
Yeah. It must have been I think I'm going to do this kind of situation.
We've all been there.
We have. I think that's part of the experience. Okay, just doing a little bit of cleanup. And, I think this single-minded determination that Ania has put in her arsenal might feel a little bit awkward if she can't actually chain together a few instant auras. But if she can, then, it's going to be pretty effective for her.
I mean, that card's so strong.
I think the idea of being able to use your action point efficiently is pretty good. Keep in mind for single-minded determination and a few of these other auras, they only get their additional effect if you don't have any other illusionist auras in play.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about just going, okay, I'm going to give you everything on my turn. I'll block less. I'll get rid of a few auras. And then, hey, here's my power card.
Yeah, that's right. And so, okay, now what are we seeing? We're seeing a Spectral Shield that's... okay, we're going to Astral Etchings. That's going to be at instant.
So bring that up to, was it 3 or 4? 4.
Yeah, looks like it's a red, so we got 4 there. And not sure if she's declared the attack on that yet. I think Matt might be thinking about the blocks here. Yeah, and I think, these are good cards that you kind of want to be playing, like the Astral Etchings, blue Spectral Manifestation. So maybe not as good as the red, but still, can be relevant in a lot of spots. And
it's really about that go again.
Yeah, exactly. You get the go again, you get your Spectral Shield engine going, and, yep, okay, come and block him with a Droplet. So that's actually only going to cover 2 of the damage, taking 3 on this Spectral Shield.
I mean, if you're Matt, where are you? This is a very different game from the one we just witnessed.
That's right, yeah. And okay, so now the single-minded determination coming out, but not the only aura in play, so doesn't get the additional bonus. Remember, that's 3 +1 counters that she's missed out on. Still the most efficient use of resources and cards, but, you do feel a little bit bad about that.
Yeah, 100%.
On the other hand, this Ward 2 might prove to be very, very relevant as she tries to defend out this Double Trouble. So Matt has a way on the board of activating Double Trouble's effect in the Arousing Wave, but we also know about the other reaction in the arsenal, so you can choose either option to get this effect.
I mean, I think if you're Matt at this point, this is where you kind of go ham, as we could say.
That's
you go
right.
ham and you make that, you make that Double Trouble as big as you possibly can. And we're gonna see Astral, what's it called?
Yeah,
Something Astral Plane. I forget the name of the card, but essentially your opponent reveals the top card of their deck. If it is a blue card, it gets +3 defense. It was not blue, so unfortunately it's only blocking for 2.
That's right. Oh, and now we get the hiss.
Attune with Cosmic Vibrations.
And the Slither. So we will have go again on this Double Trouble, and that's going to pump it up. +3 from the hiss, and then +2 from Double Trouble's effect. So 8 in total.
All the way to 8 with go again.
And so pointing, just tallying up the ward here. I think, unfortunately, probably all of these wards are going to have to hit the hit the graveyard. I was going to say the Banish Zone, but it's no, they're hitting the
they
graveyard.
Just vanish. Yeah. The Spectral Shield is going into the outer dimension, and then
now a fact-finding mission
for 6.
That's right.
This for 6.
I just like the idea and name of this card, like fact-finding mission. We're on a fact-finding mission to see if your life total will get lower.
And the fact is, yes, it will. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. And Ania using the Keikoi here, so going to prevent 1 additional damage. Basically because, okay, well, oh, sorry, she's not actually using it. That's resolving the effect of the fact-finding mission. Matt's...
it is being used.
Oh, it's being used.
Ania,
right.
well,
Okay.
if you're going to show it, you might as well use it, right?
That's right. All right. You know what? Activate this only while it's face down. You have to, right?
Absolutely. So, no, you're looking at that was a pretty aggressive play from Matt. I mean, getting every single point of damage and every single resource out.
Yeah, that's right. And the game is still close, but Matt now with the equipment advantage, and Ania having this Spectral Shield coming in for 2. And so this is twice now she's played a blue Spectral Manifestations, which, again, great card, but you'd love if these were coming in for 4 instead of 2. That's like 2 extra points of damage that you're chipping and hopefully forcing your opponent to make more difficult decisions.
And I think if you're Matt, we'll see in a second here, but Matt has in his hand a pick to pieces, a red pick to pieces.
Wait. So this Bastion is going to block 2 on the Spectral Shield. 1 floating that doesn't do anything. Is that left card in his hand what I think it is?
Hold on, I cannot see. It is. It's just a nick.
Just a nick. Just a nick.
Just +5.
That's incredibly hard to play around in Limited.
That card in Limited is, if there is a bomb, that's the bomb.
Yeah, like you see this in your sealed pool, and you're like, I guess I'm playing Assassin.
And we've got it on screen here. So target attack action would cost, with 1 or less base power, gets +5. And if it's stealth, when it hits, banish the top card. The +5 is so backbreaking.
Yeah, that's right. Well, and the funny thing is, this pick to pieces is a red, right? So he can actually play just a nick on this pick to pieces, but he's still representing Hiss or the other 1-cost reactions like Chakra, and is able to use this arousing wave with that 1 resource efficiently.
My God, Matt just like not ending the turn with a single resource left over. He's just saying, I'm gonna squeeze every last ounce of liquid out of this this water, this river of new.
Yeah. By the way, Ania blocking with the Cosmic Awakening, great card, but if New tries to play it from the banish zone, it doesn't actually do anything because it only gains the power if you pitch chi to it.
Oh, so it's literally
you're playing it
zero.
for free. Yeah, exactly. Which
That's
is pretty
amazing.
funny. That's got to be a bomb for her. Like maybe this is why she's playing so many Transcend cards. She's trying to get one of these effects off. And another blue Spectral Manifestations. Wow, her deck is full of these. And again, I'm thinking to myself like, this is a red. This would be just
brutal.
that much better. But she's making the best of the cards that she's got. And at the end of the day, a Spectral Shield that can keep attacking over and over again is still good.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's all about building that board, and New can't struggle to deal with those boards. And look at what we've got on his hand here. There's a card here that we've been talking about.
That's right. The
Another red Battlefront Bastion. It's so good.
Can't play just a nick on that, though.
You cannot. You definitely cannot.
In Anya's hand, actually, we also see an homage to Ancestor. So that'll be good to gain the life and turn into a chi. Not sure if she's going to commit that this turn because she wouldn't be able to attack with the second Spectral Shield. Might just choose to Arsenal it. Oh, okay, she's going to play it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, gaining the life, and there's
Making
really no
another
downside.
Spectral Shield. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's no downside to it. The only downside is you can't attack the second one. So.
Yeah, that's right.
So Matt's saying, hey, I'll give you the block on that. I'm going to hold on to a blue Bonds of Agony. I have a Just a Nick in the arsenal, so I can just slap that.
Well, and he's probably weighing the options here. Like, is it better for him to play the Bonds of Agony, or is it better for him to pitch it and play this Battlefront Bastion? Ania hoping or wishing probably that she had her own Battlefront Bastion, which maybe is kind of just the theme of the set.
Yeah, it might be. At least for Limited, it might be. So we're going to see the Bonds of Agony and the back-breaking Just a Nick.
Right.
And Anya going, is that really Just a Nick?
Oh, I haven't seen that one played against me yet. And that extra effect there, being able to banish a card off the top of the deck, definitely relevant in this draft format.
Absolutely. I mean, running out of cards is a thing.
And we saw it in some of the previous games, right? Players get down to the last few cards of their deck. They have no block value. That can be a game decider.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, Enigma loves getting to that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Enigma uses chi like no other.
And a couple. Oh, no. That's not what you want to see if you're Anya.
10,000-year reunion.
Yeah, well, the one silver lining there is Nat can't play that card out of her banish zone, but she was really hoping to reunite with her Ward 10.
Yeah, Ward 10 is, I mean, come on. That's amazing.
The fact is, you know what? That makes these Spectral Manifestations blue that much better, because if she could play that out as, like without paying for it, it just makes it so good.
But in this format, is it unreasonable to actually pay for it? It's not.
It's not. It's exactly. In draft or sealed, you often have these situations where your opponent might not do something huge, and you could take a few points of chip damage to just keep a couple blues, maybe a yellow, and then, hey, you got yourself a 10,000-year reunion.
And you can swing with it right away.
Yeah, and you know what? That might not be this day, though, because it has hit the banish zone, and, we've seen a couple of good Illusionist Majestics in these featured tables. It almost like, in the sealed formats, being able to build around the Majestics that you have and play towards them is very relevant.
And just to point out here, Matt just picked his hand up back up. He's got a red pick to pieces in there, a yellow Viper, and a red Blanche. So there's plays here. I mean, this is very interesting. It's been back and forth for a while there. Ania really had the upper hand, but now it's if you ask me, Sean, in 5 minutes, where do you think this is going to be? I'd probably say, right now, no clue. 5 minutes ago, probably Ania.
I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like, you can look at her board state and say, oh, yeah, she's got these things resolved. She's got something developed, and it looks to be very relevant. But, Matt also has had a pretty good sequence of plays, been able to set up some turns through the arsenal and use his equipment effectively. So this game is still quite back and forth. It's too early to write either player off.
I love seeing Spectral Shields on the board. There's something about it that's just comforting to me.
Do you think we'll see any of the old art Spectral Shields this weekend?
I mean, if I was playing, I'd be running the old art ones. I'd be running the ones that don't have ward on it.
Right, yeah, just to make it more confusing
Just
for our
to make it
judges.
confusing for everybody. Yeah, absolutely. No. Just because, those are the ones that I played way back when, so.
And by the way, at the end of the chain there, that was a Vengeful Apparition that hit the board. The great thing about this card is it enables some of the other auras that would otherwise take a full action point to put into play and puts the +1 counter on them. So I'm thinking single-minded determination. Like, if you could just get one of those in play off of Vengeful Apparition without using your action point, then you can swing it back at your opponent right away. That's basically the vengeful part of the card. In this case, though, not sure how that's going to pan out for Ania. She's facing down this red pick to pieces, and sitting at 6 life. Like, this is starting to be that scary range, right?
It can make you nervous. And we have the yellow Vipers on top of it. So bringing that up to 6 because of pick to pieces' base ability.
Yeah.
Are we seeing just a fist bump?
That looks like a concession. Yeah, exactly. Wow. Okay. I think she felt that, even if she played out her cards and was able to transcend, gain the life and whatnot, that she was pretty well done for, and says, get me out of this game. I can gain 1 from Homage, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, pick to piece. This is where we see, this is actually the first game that we've streamed that we've seen new beat Enigma so far today.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, both players had good decks, but Matt really just was able to make it all come together real well.
Absolutely. There seems to be some kind of questioning there, but...
Right. I wonder if we
went a little too fast there.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we might be playing out the remainder of the game here.
Ethan, take us back. Let's see what's going on.
Okay. We called it a little bit early, but maybe we do the math and say, hey.
To be fair, I mean, damage cannot be prevented. Ania showed the hand. There's some ward in there, but there is a gain 1 life the Transcend card, which I forget the name of right now. But there is the gain 1 life ability. So
Homage to Ancestors.
Homage to Ancestors. So you can go back to 7, take 6. There was no... So I think what happened is Ania probably saw the Viper, the Venomous Bite, and went, oh, he's going to get a Fang. It's going to go to 7 regardless. I'm dead. And then, oh, that's a red Blanche. And
right, exactly. Yeah.
I think that's exactly what happened here. Ania said, well, I'm dead. There's nothing I can do. I'm dead. And it's like, oh, no, there's actually something I might be able to do. I could survive at 1. Which is not dead. 1 is not dead.
That's true. And you know what? In spite of how much of an uphill battle it might be, we saw it in one of the previous games, right? Like, literally Enigma claw her way back from what looked to be a absolutely...
Oh, yeah, Kate really putting in the work.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very cool. I mean, and you're right. You never know, but at this point, I think, yeah, it's playing to your outs is huge.
That's right. And while the judges resolve this, oh, okay, I see we've gotten some backup as well.
Yeah.
These judges, definitely not solitary companions. They are a team effort.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And to be fair, we're in Canada right now. Someone said, I'm dead, showed the hand, and the opponent went, no, you're not dead. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
There's just an abundance of care for your opponents.
It's sportsmanship. It really is what it is. It's that display of sportsmanship from Matt being like, no, you're not dead. Let's keep going. Like, hey, this is a battle hardened. This is a competitive level event. but that, let's call it friendliness or let's call it sportsmanship, companionship, whatever you want to call it. It's just there is a respect there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right. Okay, we're getting a thumbs up. Things are okay. We're gonna preserve tradition and we're gonna gain life. And now what I'm interested in seeing is what Ania puts back on the bottom of her deck.
Is it a Battlefront Bastion?
It could be a Battlefront Bastion. It could be incredibly relevant if it was a Battlefront Bastion.
No.
She was reaching for it. It looks like it might be one of these auras. It doesn't work on instants, I believe, right?
It is the Battlefront Bastion.
Let's go! Battlefront Bastion, the all-star of this weekend. That's why they put it as the key art on a lot of these Battle Hardened or these other calling promo images because it's that good.
It is that good. I mean...
And we were just talking about how good Vengeful Apparition is in some spots. It actually, I don't think does that much in this spot because she's already able to play her auras at instant, right?
Absolutely. Now let's see if Ania can bring that back and make Matt regret his kindness.
That's right. Okay, so we're coming in with the Waxing Spectre. And yeah, just making sure we have a good tidy board state. I mean, surviving at 1 but having a Waxing Spectre in play, that's pretty good.
It's surviving at 3 right now.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a 1 go again on the board, and your opponent's got to respect it. Doesn't tip what the last card is, which well, let's just say that we don't know what it is. And looks like Matt's gonna go through the banished pile now. Uh-oh.
Anytime a new player goes...
Oh, he's looking at the Cosmic Awakening. I wonder if he realizes that he can't attack for 20 with it.
I mean, I just love the reach over. Like, hey, can I see that? Can I see that for a second?
And just a lot of thinking going on his side of the board. Gonna take the first 2, and then pitches the Waning Vengeance to attack with the Waxing Spectre. Those are indeed the phases of the moon.
Are they?
It's a little astronomy lesson known, or a little known fact for some of you, right?
Please instruct me. Please teach me.
Yeah, well, if you water the seeds, your next attack will get +1. Not astronomy related. Now we're going to botany. We are aiming to be Renaissance men here. And okay, this is a D-React, and right, Matt reminding that we do have to pay for this defense reaction, and so this Preserve Tradition is going to happen. We're going to be able to put another card on the bottom, maybe another Battlefront Bastion.
Wouldn't that be great?
I don't think there's another one in there. And
I think we're gonna see. Single-minded determination being put back there. I think that's the most impactful card. Yeah, and that's what we're seeing here.
Right. Yeah. Right, and then we have the Transcend.
Yeah, we've got the Transcend.
This Mistblade is spells trouble because it's coming in for 2.
I mean, Mistblade it's so good. We were talking about it earlier, where it's.
Oh, and was that a blue Waxing Spectre? Only had Ward 1.
Yikes!
Did, yeah. Oh yeah. We're trying to get the fist bump here. Battlefront Bastion. I'm just saying, Battlefront Bastion.
Battlefront Bastion. So just to let everybody know, the amount of Battlefront Bastions being played that were played in that game were relevant in that game is 4. There's 4 in one game so far.
And I think we saw 5 or 6 the previous game. We've seen 1 or 2 every single match. I mean, in my opinion, one of the things that makes a good sealed format is when you can use certain cards in different spots and really get good value out of them, no matter if they're on offense or defense.
Yeah.
And that card just does it all.
It does everything. It prevents damage, it blocks, and it attacks for a lot.
That's right. And so I think we've got a little bit of time here to take a quick look at something. We don't have the backup match for this round. Instead, I bring to you a couple of 800 count boxes. Maybe, is this an 800 count? Maybe our LGS...
They typically say 930.
930 count box. But today, we are counting something different. We are counting to 1, because I have in this box, actually, I'll show the whole thing, courtesy of one of the stream sponsors here, from Dragon Shield, we've got a nice collection of sleeves, which now that I'm looking at it, are the sleeves... Okay, the sleeves are different between all of the boxes. And the winner of our previous match, we have new.
Yeah, and here we've got the Enigma sleeves, which I'm a huge fan of these art sleeves. Like, the art sleeves are where it's at.
The art sleeves are awesome. That one comes with a promo. This one also comes with a promo.
Yeah,
awesome.
they do. Very nice. And then we've got I've got Phi, I've got Kasai.
Oh, wait, I've got something that you'll like.
Oh, buddy.
Corinthia.
Do you want to trade?
Yeah, let's see.
There's a chain,
there's a chain,
Kasai, and a Phi.
Wait, I like all of those.
There's also Enigma, which I'm gonna hold on to.
Wait, I want all of those.
You want all of those? What do you have?
I have the new, which
the
is
new's
great.
Nice, yeah.
What about this? I see. I'm gonna give you both of these new heroes for.
No.
This is a package deal. I'm gonna trade you these 3.
Oh, I do want
for
the
those
melody.
3. You
3
want
for
the melody?
3? Done.
3 for 3. Boom.
Done.
Boom.
Sold.
I know I'm giving up the higher value card, but I play all 3 of these heroes, so.
And I do love these. The melody sleeves,
Right.
very nice.
And then the other one was Lexi. What a classic.
Sorry?
Oh yeah, we can put them under here.
Oh, we actually. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ethan just showing us that we have the. Look at these.
Other
Look how
coverage.
beautiful these are. I mean, you know.
See, now I kind of regret my trade. I'm having buyer's remorse. The new sleeves. I'm just gonna go buy a box of them after this.
Sure.
Okay, right. But I said no round 2. Instead, we have round 1. Pack 1. Pick 1.
Ooh, you want to get that going? So we've got a couple packs here.
Yeah. So we've got a bunch of part the Mistveil in these boxes as well to go through, and you know what part of this is. Obviously, we love opening cards or opening packs of cards, but also later in the day, top 8 is going to be a draft.
It is. So let's theory craft.
Yeah.
You know?
Before I even open the pack, because it's going to take me a second here to struggle with it, what do you think is important about like your picks in this draft format?
I think a big part of picking cards in this draft format is picking cards and knowing, being very aware of what the opportunity for the next pick out of the same pack is.
That's right. So you're thinking about what's on the wheel.
I think I'm always thinking what's on the wheel. Obviously, you know, figuring out where your seat is fantastic.
Right.
But figuring out what's going to come back and what the value is going to be on the pack on the second go around is where it's at for me.
Right. Okay, so yeah, well, we'll think about that as we go through the pack. But first, let's see if we got an expansion slot card. Oh, it's a token. All right.
But that's okay. That's okay.
We got more packs. We got more packs. Okay, so I'm just gonna lay them out. We got a blue biting breeze, desires of flesh. Should we do them by hero?
We can absolutely. So.
Alrighty. So let's go with red haze shelter. That's a pretty good card. A yellow pouncing chi, good card, but maybe you want to see a different color. Mind's desire. Another illusionist. Waxing specter, great card in blue though. Untamed. Wash away for our Mystic card. Homage to Ancestors. Now, this is probably my favorite Transcend card.
I think it's probably one of the most universally valid ones.
Yeah, that's right. Like, good in any of the heroes.
Yeah, they gain life.
And then for our equipment piece, the Koi Bless Kimono, we haven't seen anyone activate this on coverage. I think we saw one person that had it and died before they could use it.
That's typically what will happen. I tried to do it once, and then I got killed on the spot. Ooh.
Oh, we got a couple of good cards here. So the Essence of Ancestry Body, this is really good against ninjas because you can play this on the board, and then you know that you'll block 2 of their attacks. Actually, you could block the Kakra and then also a red attack on a subsequent turn.
Absolutely.
Put that over there. Red Blanche, basically, I think not quite Battlefront Bastion, but almost Battlefront Bastion.
Almost Battlefront Bastion. I think I'm looking at this pack. There's some really great cards in here. If you're pack 1, pick 1, there's no debate to me. I don't know if you're in line, but if you're pack 1, pick 1.
You're thinking about the Blanche.
I'm thinking Blanche.
Like a 2-card 7.
Pack 1, pick 1. Keeps you
open.
Really open. It keeps you open, keeps you going. If you're someone who really wants to lock in something, I mean, Untamed is a fantastic card. It's great. I love playing Illusionist, and I typically have this want for Illusionist. So I would say Bond's Essence of Ancestry, probably.
Right.
If not, I mean, you said it earlier. Homage is great.
That's right.
Great card. And if you think you might end up playing Enigma, you need a lot of chi.
That's right. And remember, in a draft, it's not sealed where there's 8 packs. You can choose which chi you play. in a draft, there's 3 packs that you open and 1 chi in each of them, and then each other player opens 3 chi. So there's actually fewer chi per deck in a draft than in a sealed format.
There is.
So that means that you're competing with other players for chi. They actually can be a fairly high priority in the draft.
It is. I think it is. I think it's like second priority behind like actual like high value cards. So my idea would be, okay, we're looking at this.
You're kind of looking at these top cards, right? Unfortunately for Assassin here, the Mind's Desire is probably not first pickable.
Yeah, I'm probably thinking this, and then maybe the Essence if you're just locking in Enigma. And then the question becomes, okay, if you grab the Blanche, there's going to be 7 cards gone before it's your turn again.
That's right.
So what's going to be gone? Probably these 3.
That's right.
Probably this. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4.
Probably that Waxing Spectre.
The Waxing Spectre most likely, or 5.
Oh, and there's a Red Haze Shelter. You know what? There's a decent number of Illusionist cards in this pack.
6, and then...
I mean, this Pouncing Chi is good as well.
Yeah, Pouncing Chi is good. First Senator Chi. Wind is pretty good.
I feel like you get down to here. Like maybe this goes... These cards can go in any order. Obviously, we're laying out,
Yeah, I would say this is probably the first 8 that go, right? So when it comes back to you, what you've got is access to essentially this here, which I'm going to try to squeeze into the frame as much as humanly possible. There you go. So there's some pretty good options in here. If you are going Ninja, I mean, you can go Ninja and then wheel back to a Biting Breeze later on, which is, I mean, it's a great blue to have. If you are Assassin, if you want to get into Assassin, you will likely wheel back into a Desire of the Flesh. And there's also Wash Away, which is great card.
And the Kimono that we mentioned. Maybe this goes a bit earlier up in the line, I guess.
It might. It might come in. But realistically, I think pack 1, pick 1 is Blanche. What are you on?
I think I'm going to go with the Blanche. I know we just talked through this whole exercise just to lay it out for everybody, but I think Blanche has got to be it in this pack. It's just really good. It keeps you open, and in spite of the power level of some of these cards, none of them are so good that you would say, I'm forcing this hero through the rest of the draft.
Absolutely. I mean, there are some cards that do that, like if you open it just to Nick.
Yeah, that's right.
If you open just to Nick, good job. You're playing new.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do another one. Let's see what we got.
And by the way, we're opening these from my box right now, so
okay.
The cold foil, extended art, mask of manifestation.
Oh, yeah. No, Traverse the Universe or whatever.
Oh, Traverse the Universe. Right. Actually, Max of Recurring Nightmares.
Yeah, there it is. I really want that card. I really want that card. And if you crack it, I'll be very, very, very sad. I'll be happy for you.
Let's see what we have here. There's a Fang Strike and the Slither.
And a
All
Slither.
right.
Oh.
I mean, I don't have a gambling addiction. I just like cardboard, right?
And then, like, I bought 2 cases of this set,
Okay, now we got our ninja cards here. There's a yellow Desires of Flesh. Red here. Oh, and our first pick the pieces we're seeing. Very important card for Assassin in the draft because against Enigma, you really, really need this. And it's not bad against the other 2 heroes either. Another red ninja card. A couple of red ninja attacks.
Flex Claws is so good.
Preserve Tradition, a card we saw earlier in the game. Water the Seeds. This Keikoi, good chess piece. Got a Majestic.
Well, there is an instant pick in here. There is an instant pick, unfortunately.
Oh, and a black.
The power
What's
level
going
of
on
this
here
pack?
with this distribution?
Okay, so if you open this pack,
and you see 5 ninja cards,
and one of those is Shifting Winds, what do you do? I ask you, Mr. Frank.
Is the word money draft coming to mind?
No, well, it is a playable card, isn't it?
It's really, really interesting.
Whenever you play Crouching Tiger this turn, name a card, it gets that name. If Chi was pitched to play this, create 2 Crouching Tigers in your hand. It is not that great.
I mean,
limited.
You can play Crouching Tiger and name Crouching Tiger to enable your Crouching Tiger combo pieces.
Fair. You can also, I mean, it's unfortunately, I mean, look, at the absolute worst, it is a block 3 blue.
Right.
That has potential.
Right.
I think there's a world here where you actually try to let it wheel.
Okay. Yeah, and look at some of your other ninja card options.
Yeah.
Like, all 3 of these are good cards for ninja.
Those are all great. Like, I'm thinking, like, these are, I opened this pack, I'm not even looking at these, more or less. Like, these are gone.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Like,
we've dismissed them.
more or less.
On the power level basis, right?
Yeah, if this is we're playing pack one, pick one here.
Yeah.
So let's stay within those parameters. But like, I open this and my eye goes to these two. My eye goes to Flex Claws and Harmony of the Hunt.
Right.
Immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I think for some reason I'm really drawn to this card.
Right.
Drawn
The 4 power.
I'm just drawn to the 4 power. I love breakpoints. So I think, yeah, my go-to is probably Flex Claws, Army of the Hunt being a close second. And then I just hope that any of these wheel.
Well, let's construct what we did. Same thing that we did the last pack. What do the top 8 cards look like? Like, what are we likely to get back from this pack?
What's like? So I can even do it the other way around. I could go what's likely to come to not be picked. So this is probably going to get picked early. These are not. Let's see here. These are not. This is absolutely. So I would say in no specific order, but like this, that, probably this, because there's always someone looking to make a little bit of money. This, that, this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, huh?
So the weakest card from this pile.
It's probably
might
this.
come back to you. It might be the Shifting Winds. Maybe you'll get to wheel your Majestic.
You might. It happens.
Yeah.
If you're playing at the top tables, people will not pick a card that they don't think will get used.
Right.
So yeah, I think this is probably the top in no order. I think this is probably the first 8 cards that go.
Right. And this Blessing of Chi is, we haven't really talked about it much in this pack, but it's actually like quite relevant sometimes because you end on a you attack a few times, your opponent blocks, they might have 1 or 2 cards left, and instead of setting another attack, you just play a Blessing of Chi, Arsenal for the follow-up.
Yeah.
And that puts them in a tough spot because your next turn is promising to be plus 2 or 3 damage off that card alone, and you'll have your full 5-card grip.
Yeah, you're able to set up, and if you're given room to set up, Zen can go absolutely ballistic. So I would say, yeah, in no specific order, just because preference and all that comes into play. But my first pick would likely be if this was my pack 1, I'm pretty much going okay. I'll likely go Ninja. There's a world where you take the Water the Seas red just to stay open, but realistically, this card's too good.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. And so let's ask the question, like, what happens if you don't take a Ninja card here and you end up in one of the other heroes? Is this idea that you want to send a signal valid, or do you want to just...
It absolutely is. If you do not want to play Ninja and you want to play Enigma, for example, you're like, I want to play Enigma, grab this, or grab the Preserve.
Right. Grab your Chi while you can.
Grab your Chi. If you're playing Enigma, you probably want the Chi. So I would say grab the Preserve Tradition, leave this in, it might wheel, grab the Preserve, and then tell the guy to your left, you're playing Ninja, buddy. Like, congratulations, exactly. You're playing Ninja.
Maybe the 2 people to your right or left.
Yeah, probably. Probably the 2 people to your left. Like, but someone passed me this? How?
Yeah. All right. Do we have time for one more pack here? Oh, heck yeah. I'm just
I love this. Yeah, absolutely.
To it. All right, let's do one more because the draft is 3 packs, right? So we have to open 3 packs. And that's my rationale when I go buy a whole box of this product.
You're like, it has to be in 3s?
Yeah. Oh, I have to buy 3 cases. All right. So struggling a little bit here, but
I'm 2 cases in, and I'm debating grabbing an extra just for the fun of cracking packs because I do love cracking packs.
All right. So okay, a little spoiler of the top card there, but what's
Slither? Oh,
token. All right. I know. I'm sorry. I've been teasing you, but. There was not an expansion slot card there. Okay, so this time we've got a bite.
Ooh, this is great.
Yeah, an apparition is a good place to start. Okay.
Okay, this is a very good pack.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having a little bit of space issues. Droplet. I like the droplet a lot, especially with this path well traveled. You can't get both of them right this second, but
let's get everything in frame here for you guys.
Right. Oh.
Ooh, okay.
A couple of chakras. The Tide Chakra over here.
Yeah, Wind Chakra.
And the Wind Chakra.
And Big Blue Skies.
And Big Blue Sky. Oh, okay, yeah. Quite a few good cards.
This is a very good pack.
So not quite any bombs necessarily, but just some solid.
I would argue this is like when you say like bread and butter?
Right.
This is bread and butter all day. Like, this is a great pack. A lot of like very defined cards. Like Tiger Form Incantation is a great card.
Right. Really puts you into that ninja lane.
It really does. I think the issue with this, if we were looking at it from like pack 1, pick 1,
yeah, what card are you getting back?
Yeah, exactly. Right? There's so much power in here, and the problem is that these aren't as relevant. So same thing here. Like I think the potential here, because blue Intimate Inducement is actually good.
Right.
It's still blocked. So if it's pack one, pick one. I'm looking at this as a more of a new angle, because this will likely wheel. This could wheel. Red Tide Chakra is a fantastic card.
Yeah, really good card.
But
that's good in every hero.
That is good in everything. It is probably the better. I would probably say it's the better one in limited. Because Go Again's good.
Yeah. Well, and what I mentioned with Droplet, any of the other blue attacks that get a pump if you've played a blue card.
We saw Daniel Dreisiger
make that exact
20
play.
damage
exactly.
with this exact card here.
Yeah.
Going, here's 7. I'm going to transcend. It's going to be 9. And here's 11 afterwards.
Yeah, exactly.
So I would argue that Pathway Traveled is probably the pick one here.
Right. Get a head start on that chi we talked about.
Get a head start on that chi. If not, so we'll do the order like we did it last time, just because I really think that's a great idea. I like the way you brought that up. So Pathway Traveled.
Okay.
Tide Chakra, probably tied for 1. Tied for first. Tiger Form. This is a good card.
Right, the Red Apparition.
Red Apparition is a good card. It's not like pack 1. It's not pick 1.
But it's a good part of some of these Enigma decks.
Top 8. It's like top 8 picks in a pack.
Right.
Wind Chakra is very, very good. But like I said, like
the Venomous Bite belongs up here next to the Wind Chakra.
It does, but the thing with the Venomous Bite is there's a very good chance that it might only come back at the 9th if there's no other new, like.
Right, if no one's locked into new.
If
by
no
the
one's
time
locked
the pack
in.
comes to them.
Exactly. But no, you're right. This will probably go away very fast.
I feel like the Droplet's pretty good as well. It's probably the better Mystic card to take here. Right?
I think, yeah, Droplet's fantastic. Big Blue Sky, some people will take it just because it's good. Yeah, absolutely. You get your gear.
Read the text on Big Blue Sky again.
Yeah. If you pitch a blue, it gets +1, I believe, or +1 for every blue.
Yeah. Also, gorgeous foiling on here.
Yeah, very much.
Right. So this is a defense reaction. It does help enable your Transcend cards for certain decks fairly well. Now, the thing is, how early on can you pick that? I don't know.
I don't think it's a very early pick, but it is a possibility that it will wheel. So if we're looking at like what could wheel, I think that these are absolutely going to be picked out first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm assuming these are the first 8 to go. So where are you at with this? Before we let everybody go on a little bit.
Slamming the Tide Chakra because I want to play new.
You're slamming the Tide Chakra? Fantastic. I think that's where I'm at too. It's going to be between these. So everybody, thank you for being on with us. We're going to go to a little commercial break before the start of round 5.
Round
6.
Yeah.
Man. Round 6. So see you very, very soon.
Hear back from you after the sponsors.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to Battle Hardened Montreal. Start around 6.
That's
we're
right.
actually queued up.
We're queued up. Yeah, let's just go right into the action.
Let's
and
do
by
it.
action, I mean introduction to the players. We got another mirror for you. This time, Mark Boothroyd out of Ottawa. Good local player. Heard that he was pretty confident with his Zen deck. And then Hanchao Ghoul, who I'm not personally familiar with, but looks like he's been running the tables. And look at that. Looks like he's got quite a few equipment pieces tucked underneath the hero here. Maybe, maybe not. I'm going to make a fool out of myself if that's not the case.
So,
yeah, there we go. I thought, you know what, it could have been a stack of Crouching Tigers as soon as I said it, but no, he's got full equipment pieces.
So, fun fact about Mark. Mark is a twin. He's got his brother, and they're both here. They're both playing, and they're both killing it. They're hometown heroes. Like, they're so good. They're so dialed in. They are very technical players, so I'm sure that's going to translate to what we see here. And we talked about this earlier in mirror matches. See how Mark doesn't have the headpiece.
Head diff.
Head diff. And that is a big differential to take into place.
Yeah, pitching this blue combo card here. Put that on the bottom of the deck. We can look for it later with Zen if we want to. But, okay, Battlefront Bastion.
Battlefront
Let's
Bastion.
go.
Hold on.
I've got the counter.
I've got the counter here. So that's 5. And we started at round... When did we start?
And okay, look at what it does here, though. On this turn 0, it's demanding 3 cards to block that out.
Full grip?
Yeah, that's right. Mark's got to be happy about that. Sure, they're giving your opponent filtering, but is it really filtering if they just don't have any choice?
I mean, wow. Battlefront Bastion. So we started this counter at round 5, and this is round 6. So looking at, they started the counter around 5. This is round 6. 5 of them have been, and every time that card is played, it pushes results.
Yeah. And now Hanchao's now forced to play this blind 4-card hand, which thankfully as Zen, you're like pretty happy with still. He's getting to play second in a mirror match, so probably going to be able to push some damage through here. Gets the Crouching Tiger off this Companion of the Claw.
Another great card. Companion of the Claw is so good.
Yeah, we haven't seen that one come up in red in any of our pack one pick ones, but I think that one, if you see a couple of cards that might wheel to you, that's a reasonable first pick, right?
Absolutely.
And in this case, Mark is going to say, no blocks, show me the rest of your hand.
No blocks. What's the worst you can do?
Yeah, okay, so pitching an Untamed to swing with the Kakra.
Again, the non-conditional...
Yeah. And Mark knows about the Crouching Tiger in hand, right?
Oh,
so
Mark knows.
We can plot that out. We know what's coming.
Mark knows everything there is to know about Zen.
And
much.
He didn't know that his opponent was going to draw a red Untamed in addition to that blue one in the pitch zone. So now he's going to choose to block. This isn't going to be for any specific reason or on hit. It's just to get defensive value out of this Breed Anger yellow. The Tiger now is going to come in for 2, +1 from Untamed, and +1 from Kakra.
Absolutely, and some of the better players in Flesh and Blood, what they're able to do is very quickly discern. Oh, this card, I'm not going to get 4 out of this. I'm going to get 3 blocking. I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah, that's right. Like, you don't need to take the damage and race down your life total if it's just going to put you in the end game sooner when you might not be prepared for that.
And the faster you're able to come to those decisions, the better player you are, essentially.
I think that, for a lot of players, it's so intuitive just being able to make that snap decision. And we see it with a lot of players. Like, they pick up on the format so fast, right? Like, this is round 5 in a Battle Hardened, 5 rounds into a Battle Hardened. These players have already figured it out.
More or less, yeah. And now we're seeing the generate a Crouching Tiger, +3 to the next Crouching Tiger, followed up by the Kakra.
Yeah, that's right. And remember, this Tiger form incantation does break the combat chain if you play it. So playing this out ahead of the Kakra attack coming in does kind of telegraph a little bit of what you're doing. But in this aggro mirror match, it's like, okay.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. There's no games, right? There's no games. It's just 4 damage. Here's everything.
4 is a good number.
It is. Very solid number. It's better than 3.
That's right. And I see the Pouncing Chi in Mark's hand. He's going to be happy to play this out, go again, and +1 after this Tiger. On Hanchao's side of the board, he's got a Pouncing Chi of his own, as well as what looks like a Transcend card tucked in back there. Maybe if we zoom in, we can take a look. It might be a path well traveled back there. Oh, and it's a blue Pouncing Chi too. So
I think it is, yeah. It looks like a path well traveled.
maybe thinking about what the maximum output that he can make with this grip full of blues. And one of the fun things about the Mystic talent is that you can do quite a bit with your blues.
Of course. I mean, blues or reds.
They really are for some of these cards.
Pretty much.
It's like, oh, this blue is a blue if you play it on its own. If you play it with 2 other blues, though, each of them becomes a red, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And I love Mark just like going like, let me play my card. Like just he's tapping his card. He's like, come on, can I just play it? I know like.
Yeah, that tiger's pouncing to get out of his hand.
It is.
I love it.
That got me good. That's pretty funny. So are we seeing a no block here?
We're seeing a no block decision. Yeah, he says, do your worst. I guess you have one more card.
And then let's go back to see
the main feed. Okay, looks like that was a yellow pouncing chi, so it's just going to be 3. Go again.
3 go again, but Mark has an arsenal.
Yeah, and looks like he passes the turns. Okay, so Arsenal probably wasn't one of these 0 for 4s that you like to end the chain on.
Oh, because that would have been so great.
Yeah, and now Hanchao, he's paid the 9 life price to be able to keep every single one of his cards. Life total is evened up now.
And again, we're going to have the Tiger Form Incantation here. Very similar plays. I mean, the card's so great.
Yeah, that's right. Mark Hanchao thinking about his hand here. Maybe he's considering whether he needs to skip attacking with the Kakra. Oh, maybe not. Just coming in with the Biting Breeze. He had kind of a few options here. I think especially because, when you have all blues, it's like what works well. Okay, yeah, okay. We use the Keikoi chess piece to prevent the 1 damage here. Not give your opponent another Crouching Tiger.
And what card is that in Hanchao? It's just, okay, it's a chi. Yeah.
That was the chi that he got from the
from
Pathwell
last
Trap.
turn. Yeah,
exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah, and now he's going to get to look through his deck, find the most relevant combo card, which he actually does have extra blues to be able to play. Yeah, that's a good one. That's the Chi Unleashed. And now shuffling up. And so now he's got 2 Crouching Tigers. So one he can stash for a future turn, and then the other one he can use right now to activate the Chi Unleashed.
Yeah, which I mean, that I think we both know that that's happening. I don't think there's a world where that's not happening, right? Let's see here.
How many cards does he have left there in addition to those Pouncing Tigers, though?
So he had the 1 card which is banished now, which is the Chi Unleashed, and in his hand there's just 2 Crouching Tigers. That's it. That's all there is.
Okay, yeah. So this is going to be coming in for 3. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so now it makes sense. It's like, oh, why didn't you attack with the Cockroach? Well, I need that to
need the
kick your face
resources.
in.
Yeah, exactly. I need those for my finishing move.
Yeah. And Mark recognizing, okay, like, I'm going to take a decent amount of damage here. I better have some sort of response. So blocks with the Stride of Reprisal, gets his own Crouching Tiger in hand. And then we're just going to be finishing up here with the Chi Unleash for 6. Okay, yeah, and blocks with the Wounding Blow and Breed Anger. Both of those blocking 3, so really cleanly covering that up, not leaking too much damage there.
Yeah, Mark's saying, cool turn, my turn now.
Right, and I think I kind of see the logic in picking up that Crouching Tiger because there is an Untamed in the hand, and so if you can link the Untamed and Kakra Swing into that Crouching Tiger, then he's getting the +1 value from each of those other effects in a pretty efficient way. I say that he pitches the Untamed.
Well, it was a blue Untamed, right? So
right, exactly.
It is not so. It's pretty tame for an Untamed.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and we see an Emissary here. It would be interesting to see. I mean, unless.
I think the play might be that
Untamed in Arsenal.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Because I was gonna say like there has to be something in the arsenal, like for him. You know what? And that shows a lot of discipline because he had the resources to play that Untamed and kind of essentially just get in clear. But he said, no, I'm gonna keep it in Arsenal.
Yeah, wait for a moment where I have a Crouching Tiger and I can try to push something.
I can get the exact value that I want out of that card. That's exactly he waited. He said, I want to wait until I have the perfect value. Wow.
Do you think he's going to play the Emissary at the end of the chain here?
Absolutely. I don't think there's a world where he's not playing it.
Yeah, so it does present a little bit of a soft lethal situation if he plays it. I guess not now that Hanchao's blocking, but the total is added up to more than Hanchao's life total.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, with that now we're seeing Crouching Tiger for 2 followed by another 4. And, in those aggro matchups, the more cards you give out, life is essentially what's going to allow you to stay in the game. Life is tempo.
Yeah, and Hanchao blocking with the mask and able to put the Companion of the Claw on the bottom of the deck. So pretty good utilization here, just staying healthy life total, and still has 3 other equipment pieces. I really like the cloak mechanic because in this spot, on Mark's side of the board, you can kind of try to guess whether your opponent has the Keikoi or maybe whether they have the attack reaction, but you don't actually know until it happens.
You don't know until it happens, and if you're like me, you go, oh, there's no way it's the attack reaction, and then the attack react and kill you, and you go, yeah, it was the attack reaction.
Yeah, exactly. There's a couple of things like that, like even some of the pitch matters cards, being able to pitch a card to an equipment piece can activate some of those illusionist auras or turn on some of the ninja effects, right?
Oh yeah, the headpiece, the pitching, you get just drawing a card, but getting a blue in your pitch to activate everything is huge.
Yeah. And so we block with the Aspect of the Tiger red here, which is a pretty good card, but then the Kakara follow-up is going to be 2 into 1 with the Tiger. Still 2 cards in Hanchao's hand. Maybe one of those is a Pouncing Chi to extend this turn.
And let's just see here if we can get a better read on Mark's hand. He's got the Blanche.
Oh, he's turning it. He wants to block with the Blanche, perhaps on the Biting Breeze.
And that is what card is that? Restless.
Didn't quite catch what it was.
Show us the goods.
And I think starting this this chain off, just Harmony of the Hunt showing us why it's so good, turning into 4 damage here, basically, right?
Yeah.
All right, takes it. You can have your Crouching Tiger. You can't do anything with that Tiger, right?
And Hanchao going, yep, crushing. Oh, actually, I'm going to hold on to that.
Right, okay, so creates 1 and banish, plays it out. And then, the other one is the one in hand.
He's going to arsenal that, most likely.
And he's going to arsenal it.
Which makes sense. I mean, ephemeral cards can be arsenaled.
Was that an earlier card that made its way into his deck and he redrew it? Is that why he had it in hand?
I don't think so. I'm actually a little loopy on the sequence of how he got it back in hand.
I think that might have been what happened because the other Crouching Tiger that was on the chain was from the Harmony of the Hunt, right? So that must have been from a previous turn where he put one back into the deck somewhere. And also now we're seeing a fact-finding mission. 2-card 6 is quite good, and again, this 1 resource floating represents a potential attack reaction to pump that up to 7.
I think this is one of those moments where if Hanchao doesn't give enough cards, he could just be dead.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, at this round 6 feature match, I have a hard time believing they would make those mistakes. But at the same time, we've seen it. We've seen it before.
Oh, it's happened to some of the best players in the game. Just going statistically speaking, I don't think that's likely. And then, well, whoops.
Yeah, and some of these lines, they get all over the place, right? Like there could be a few reacts that matter here. Even just a grain that tips the scales is kind of sleeper.
It is. It's absolutely sleeper.
Hanchao's going to be a little bit cautious. And we're talking about the attack value of this card because, both players are at 3 life. Damage matters. But the fact that Hanchao has 3 face-down equipment right now against this fact-finding mission is also quite awkward for him.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm trying to think.
Like, if he's got not Keikois, but rather the other equipment, Aqua Lapse or Waves of Aquamarine.
Yeah.
Like, he can't actually activate them now to get the block value out of them. He's got to defend them with his hand, and that might just prove to be pretty awkward.
It would be absolutely awkward. And then you kick yourself for not using them earlier in the game when you actually had
the resources to do so. Yeah, even if it was just for 1 extra damage, you're kind of just in that spot. It's like, oh, well, maybe I should have just used this block with it, right?
Absolutely. There's so many games that I've gone through where it's like, oh, I would have won had I only blocked when it was okay for me. And Battlefield Bastion, and we won't have to wait that much longer. The Keikois are all there, so we've got 3 prevention, block 2, plus 1.
Yeah, and there we go. We have the Waves of Aquamarine. That's going to give us
4, 5 down to 1. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. 7 on 4 here. You had 3 life, so it takes 2 damage.
Yeah, down to 1.
And I think he's going to gesture at the last card and say that I'm going to turn that face up for you, Aqua Lapse. And so, yeah, it gets that little bit of excitement. because.
And there it is. So
okay. So I'm just to clarify here, is he turning that face up for forever?
No, it's just to look at it. So you only look at it.
Okay, that's right. That's right. You don't just prevent your opponent from being able to activate it, because that would be kind of sweet.
No, that would be. I mean, I think that would be a little. Actually, you know what? It might not be that powerful. That could
it
work.
would make it more of a must block, but it was coming in for lethal there, so already kind of must block.
The one thing here is that Hanchao does have enough cards.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what? Harmony of the Hunt blocking 2 on the cock right here. Oh, and a fact-finding mission of his own. No equipment on the other side, but 6 damage when your opponent is at 3.
But I think Mark has 2 block 3s in hand, so he's going to be able to say, "Hey, you're fine. Thank you very much."
Yeah, and 3 cards here to be able to string this turn together, just to try to keep that pressure up, and hopefully for Mark. Oh, okay, yeah. It must have dealt 1 point of damage, and he shows him what the card in Arsenal is. And
I think we know what's going to happen now.
Yeah.
I think Mark is pitching a blue and going Blanche. If that's a blue card in hand, which it should be, I assume.
I wonder if he's waiting just for the cards to be drawn here. Yeah, there we go. It was a blue Harmony of the Hunt. Never didn't have it. Here's a 7.
And when you're down to 1, that's 3 to 4 cards in this format.
Yeah, well, also, Hanchao doesn't want to let this hit because then he can't transcend.
True.
And also he dies.
Okay, yeah. Dying is number 1 here. Well, let's see. So if we've got a Battlefield Bastion, so that's I'm gonna have another one here. So that's 7 so far. Flex Clause.
Okay, but Battlefront Bastion, not that good on defense when you're blocking with like 3 cards.
No, not that great. But I mean, I think we're at a point here where there is no good block here. I believe that's a Blanche in hand. So he's got
a
Blanche.
Fistful of 2 blocks.
He's got a Chi Unleashed blue, a Battlefield Bastion. A Chi Unleashed I believe, is a 3 block.
Yeah, that's a 3 block. So you could end up giving
Flex
3
Clause
cards.
is 2?
A Flex Clause is 2. It's a starter. Ninja Starter is only block 2, my friend.
So I think he's giving 3 cards there and holding on to the Flex Clause. That would be, I mean, if I'm in his shoes, I think that's the way that I would go about it. But that's a lot.
Yeah,
or he's keeping the Blanche.
Right, he could keep the Blanche and Arsenal that. You're not pitching for anything this turn anyways. But it's just a bit of a feels bad, isn't it?
Because realistically, at this point in the game, if you keep Flex Clauses because you think you can go wide enough to make it worth it. But realistically, you're probably only playing 1 card.
Oh, Battlefront Bastion is the card that's kept. Hanchao is a fan of the stream.
He kept Battlefront? Oh, because it's blue.
It's a blue. It's a blue. Okay.
I mean, that makes sense.
You get your Cockcrest swing in, you demand 1 card, and you don't expect necessarily that it'll totally neuter your opponent's card, but maybe it'll take a bit of the bite out of it.
And I think Mark's fine with that. He's like, yeah, it's fine. Here's, take a card.
Yeah, blocks with the Flex Clause, and the
go again and do nothing with it.
Aqua Lapse gives go again, just so that he can get that defensive value on the follow-up turn, it sounds like.
I mean, looking at this, he's got a full grip. He's got a card that doesn't block in hand. And Mark's going, here's my Chakra, my turn.
Okay, blocking with the Tide Chakra. Ooh.
Blocking
This turn
is
not nice. Not
Untamed.
nice.
Give me 2 cards.
Yeah, gonna eat up that last block value. And the Emissary of Wind. That's gonna be...
Gain 1 life.
Gain 1. And block 3?
I think it's gain 1, block 3.
Block 3. Take 1. Okay.
Hey,
Mark gives the thumbs up. Now he really gets the full grip. Because that was a 3-card hand.
It was.
He blocked 1 card there. And forced Hanchao to use the last piece of equipment.
And then Mark gets to go, look at my hand. There's a card in there that we all really like.
Oh, Battlefront Bastion.
Yellow Battlefront Bastion.
Okay, so he can string together a couple of attacks and then close off with a Battlefront Bastion. That might really just close the game out.
I think it does. I think if you're at 1 and you're letting your opponent have 4 cards, you're asking for trouble.
That's right. It's not a Kodachi Law because that's not in the format, but Zen finds a way.
Zen does find a way. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Mark, I mean, I've played against Mark a lot, and he's one of those guys. He sees the lines, he goes for it, but to be fair, a stumble here, it's critical.
Yeah, that's right. He's being very methodical about how he plays this turn, right?
Yeah.
Like he's gonna pitch a blue, he's gonna get his Crouching Tiger in hand. He's gonna do everything the right way.
And at this point, a blue might as well be a red.
Yeah, that's right. It's force is a full card block, right? Oh, yeah,
And
and
we've got the bump.
had double
No
no block
blocks.
and shows the last 2 cards in hand. Hanchao thinking, wow, this is like a 6 damage overkill here.
And Mark Boothroyd takes it. I mean, Mark he is such a great player. He's been, him and his brother have been pretty much domineering over like Eastern Canada for a while. Like they've won a bunch of events, but they're also the kind of people that like when you show up and they're there, like, okay, I'm gonna stand up straight, and I'm gonna shake things off a little bit.
Yeah, no, they're definitely good players. Locked in for this battle hardened. I'd be interested in seeing if both of them end up making the top 8, or at least the last few rounds.
I think they might. They've been playing a lot of limited.
We could have a good little twin battle live on stream if we're lucky.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, and then it's like who's the better brother, right?
Who's the better twin?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that must be a thing.
Do you think that they ever register as each other's names in tournaments?
I mean, they could. Guys, I love you. Mark, Frank, I love you. I still have a very hard time telling you guys apart. Love you, but I'm like, I don't know.
Here's how I can tell them apart is Frank is the one that destroys me as Kano. It's just like, what are you playing? Kano. It's like, yep. I didn't bring Arcane Barrier.
Oh my god. Sorry, Ethan?
All right, and hearing we got the backup game queued up, so let's just dive straight into that.
Perfect.
And now this is table 1, the 2 undefeated players. Maybe we'll stick with one of these for a future match, but we've got Ben Olsen on the left here on new, facing down this Enigma, or the game is sped up. This was the turn 0. And then Michael Matello out of Toronto, I believe. Oh, we got the fancy Spectral Shield.
The fancy shields.
And another great player. Both of these two clearly on their A game at the top table.
And it's funny because, you look at these matchups, and we've seen the new versus Enigma, but it's swung so many ways.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not a matchup that's predefined. A lot of people are saying, oh, new is a 0% win rate. It is not.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Battlefront Bastion coming in relevant here.
Another one. Here you go.
That's going to be a good shutdown for the second Mistblade to come in. And, now that Ben's not choosing to swing the second Mistblade, maybe it'll help cover up some damage on an attack reaction. Yeah, and so Michael didn't develop a different aura on turn 0, but did get to play out a Transcend card and create a Spectral Shield with a +1 token. Okay, and not going to be protecting the Spectral Shield, it looks like.
Which is fair. I think, depending on how, depending on where your position is in the game, you might be happy to let that go to create a board on on your next opportunity. Because, those Waxing Specters and Vengeances and all that, they're great. You're way better off taking some damage and establishing a board with them.
Yeah, and marking down the 3 life there, taking the damage. Or is it 2 life? I think it was coming in for 4, and there was a point of damage prevention. So
there was. I also want to point out that Ben Olsen is not running the stilettos.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so one of the other equipment there did get an intellect penalty from not being able to play out the last card.
Yeah, but that sometimes an intellect penalty is actually a wise choice.
Yeah, you want to keep your power card so you play it the next turn, especially if it's a react, right? Like, you don't need to blow the reaction when your opponent hasn't blocked.
Exactly.
All right, Waxing Spectre, that's a great card to develop on board now. And swinging in for 4, I believe it's a red Waxing Spectre.
It is, absolutely. Swinging in for 4, very brutal hit. But and that's what's interesting. Sometimes you'll see, like, someone plays a Waxing Spectre, and you're like, oh, this is nothing, and then it hits you in the face, right?
Right. And you know what? Same thing we saw in the previous game. The fact that you have an aura is a bit of a downside in the sense that, well, now this single-minded determination doesn't get the +1 counters. But you just want to have that aura out, right? You want to develop your board.
And we'll see here. The knife again. I mean, anything. That's one of the things with Assassins. Like, even, in Constructed, the knives, it does cost 2 to attack with, but they're so good. They're so effective. And they're like, Nerve Scabble and all that. And in these blades are the same.
I think when the Assassin Daggers were first released and people started messing around with Arachne and later Azuri, there's this kind of talk of like, wouldn't it be so nice if they cost 1?
Yeah.
And anyone that's played against them and been in some of these game states, you recognize, like, they would be
absolutely brutal.
a little bit, a little bit wild.
Absolutely. They would be brutal.
By the way, I'm not sure how many other illusionists Ben has played against, but this is a pick to pieces, so we're going to be seeing a bit of a tough time on Michael's part thinking about the blocks.
Looking at this makes me excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this is all of these decks still managing to do their thing, having that core game plan, having all those moving pieces, and tomorrow's only going to be better.
It's only going to be better. It's only going to be more creative. I think we're going to see a lot of new and a lot of Enigma going off against some of the favorite heroes of the game, right?
Yeah, that's right. And okay, so we knew about this Slither that was in the arsenal. That's going to pump up our pick to pieces to 4 and give it go again. And following up with the Bonds of Memory. So Michael, knowing that it's not possible for him to contest those 2 auras on board against the pick to pieces, just has to let it hit, basically.
Yeah.
He's going to take the 4 damage here, go to 14. And then with the Bonds of Memory on the chain, opponent still has a few options, being able to activate the Cloak Boots potentially for go again, or just put +1 on an Arousing Wave. It's not one of the things is it's not always a bad idea to force your opponent to use one of their attack reactions, but at the same time, you kind of want to make it worth your while if you're going to be blocking, right?
100%. Absolutely. You want to make it like it's if you're throwing something out there and you're overblocking or you're blocking at the base, it has to be worth it. And in this case, we're seeing Michael going, no, we're good. I have my hand. I like my hand. I want to keep my hand, and I'm going to do something cool with it. I'm wondering, this is not the feature area, so we cannot get a clear view of their hands. But if you're taking the Desire, banishing 2 cards, you've got to have something quite cool.
Yeah, that's right.
So let's see here.
Oh, is that a Spectral Manifestations?
I think it is. I think
one of
it's
the
a red
bombs
one.
of the set.
So good.
Unfortunately, pitching this nice chi, but you're not really sad because A, at least it's a blue, and B, you're playing a Spectral Manifestations.
And a Battlefield Bastion, number 10. That card is ooh.
Oh, and playing out a Sigil of Solitude. And so somebody made this comment to me yesterday, as Sigil of Solitude is basically a red D-React in a format that doesn't have other D-Reacts, right?
Pretty much.
Like, it's blocking for 4, which is 1 better than the Evasive Leap.
Yeah.
And, it only lasts for the 1 turn, unless it's the only aura that you have. But when you have something like the Spectral Shield from Spectral Manifestations to protect, it's really, really relevant.
It is absolutely relevant. I think it's you're right. And people are like, oh, well, you can't swing with it right away. Is kind of what I've been hearing a lot of is, well, you can't attack with it, so what's the point, right? But in this case, it doesn't really matter. And he let that Special Shield go away through the dagger.
Oh, wow, yeah. He's seeing that his hand doesn't defend particularly well and is just going to let it go. And unfortunately, or fortunately, sorry, is this a pick to pieces? I didn't quite.
No, I don't think it is. It's
Oh, okay. That makes it a bit better for him.
Yeah, I don't think that's a pick to pieces. I cannot really tell what it is because the dice is right on the artwork. It's a Desire of the Flesh.
There we go. Yeah. Okay, so this is when it banishes an attack action, gain 1 life. So maybe won't be 100% hit. Does still come over the top of the Sigil of Solitude right now.
It does. I mean, oh, is it a pick to pieces?
Oh, is it a pick? Okay, it is actually a pick to pieces. All right, it comes over the top by negating the effect of pick to pieces. And Ben has the Arousing Wave still on the board to threaten the +1. So Michael's got to be prepared to block an additional 1 if he wants to protect the Sigil of Solitude.
And I think Michael going, hey, I don't have enough cards to block with here. I'm going to pop the head. I'm going to pitch a blue, draw a card, and hopefully be able to actually put something in front of this that will block the damage prevention effect.
Yeah, and that's the second Transcend card we've seen him kind of be forced to pitch, which, not a bad thing in this spot to be able to have extra blues and be able to activate your headpiece. But, you also want to play them out, right?
And there is an Evasive Leap in Michael's hand.
Right, yeah. So he has the backup to play around the attack reaction, potentially.
I think, if I'm Michael right now, I'm trying to keep that Sigil alive.
Right. You don't want to give it up for nothing.
I'm not giving it up. I'm keeping that close to the heart.
Do you ever think there's a spot where you just block with a bunch of additional cards just to play around any sort of... okay, we're blocking with an Astral Etchings. That's a good card.
That's a red Astral Etchings. I think there is, but I don't think this is the moment. So we're gonna see a Vipers coming in. Venomous Bite.
Oh, okay. I just realized it's a full art Marvel new, but also this is only 4 block declared, but Ben had come in for 5, and even then he's still gonna commit the Venomous Bite, put it up to 9.
And it's gonna take care of that sigil, and it's gonna leak. So
that's right.
Unfortunately for Michael, that's pretty devastating.
Yeah, that's right. He's basically lost full value of that 0-cost defense reaction we talked about.
And that's what New needs to do to win against Enigma. You need to have those turns. You need to have those turns where you are actually saying, hey, your board is really cute, but get it out of here.
Yeah, that's right.
And take damage too, by the way.
And now we have a Waxing Spectre. So Michael trying to rebuild as quickly as possible on the heels of that pretty devastating pick-to-pieces play. And it looks like Ben's going to take the damage and the wounding blow. Yeah, exactly. In any of these heroes, 4 damage at the end of a chain is pretty good.
It's 4 for 0 is fantastic. It's always going to be in Flesh and Blood, and the only way it gets better is if it has Go Again.
Yeah, and maybe not sure if the players have updated the life totals quite yet there. I think Ben is at 8. Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely. And
Michael's at 6. There we go. Now, Water the Seeds being played out here. So you're going to block that with the Evasive Leap for 3. Okay.
But Water the Seed doesn't care. Water the Seed says, my next thing's getting +1 regardless of what you want.
Right, so there's a Fang Strike here. Oh, and a double drop in the ocean.
Double drop, double Transcend, double Chi. Very cool. And we've seen how deadly Chi can be with Enigma. So
walk the path, seek the
There we go. Certainly walking the path now.
But
with 2 cards available.
But will Michael seek the truth?
The truth is W on your match slip, I think. That is the truth that he seeks.
That's funny. I will see. He's. I don't know. I mean.
Okay, we're gonna put a Haunting Spectre in front of it. Yep, another Venomous.
Venomous. So Ben Olsen just all of
swimming in the reacts. Yeah, this is what you want to see from your from your sealed pool.
Oh, if you're playing new, yeah. It's all about the reactions.
Now a Moon Chakra coming out.
Wow.
Okay, so both the blocking card's going to get banished because of New's hero ability, and then the instant's going to go to the graveyard, right? Just tidying up a bit there. Able to keep around this Waxing Spectre, and now we know both cards in Michael's hands are Chi, but he's still going to sequence this the way that he feels is tidiest. Makes the Spectral Shield on Ben's turn, and thinking about whether he wants to make a Spectral Shield here or to attack with the Waxing Spectre.
I think at this point, I think I do push damage. I think that's
your opponent's at 8 life. That 4 is maybe a bit more relevant.
And you see Michael going, "What do I do?"
Oh, he's making the shield.
And if if Ben has another pick to pieces, I think he'll regret that play.
Right. I think Ben's just said, "Yeah, I take it." They haven't updated the life tracker yet, but both players now at 6.
So 3 with the Water, the Seeds.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky card here. I mean, Battlefront Bastion, again, proving so valuable. That 2 power. Oh, and on
another
the other side of the board. I love this.
Battlefront Bastion meta.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, so they're showing the 1 damage prevention.
Ooh.
Playing the Waning Vengeance.
Waning Vengeance coming in right after that. That's a lot of value.
So that's going to be 3 defense represented plus the 1 damage prevention. So that's 4 covering the 7. Right now would still leak through to the Waxing Spectre.
Wow.
Are we thinking about a Keikoi? Surely that's the line because Michael doesn't have cards in his hand.
But that might not be a Keikoi. It might be the +1.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And it's actually Uphold Tradition.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, he's pitched a blue here, so he just doesn't have his dice showing the resources. But he does have the option to keep both of those Spectral Shields alive by using the Uphold Tradition. Right, 1. Oh, okay. So you didn't even need to use the Uphold Tradition.
Still had the floating, yeah.
Yeah, still had the floating the floating damage prevention. Good on Ben for pointing that out for him.
So nice.
Yeah, now you can swing with the two counter Spectral Shield. Counting the number of cards in the deck, okay.
I mean, that is relevant when you're playing against news. You got to make sure you don't have you're not running out of cards here.
Yeah, that's right. This is like a full family of Spectral Shields. A couple of exclusive tokens from the gold packs. One with 2 counters, one with 1 counter, and then 1 baby Spectral Shield.
Baby Spectral Shield.
Yeah. You know, if Michael had the ability to keep another card in this line here, being able to attack for 6 would be so good. Alas, that is not to be.
And we're coming in with these daggers and 1 life star. But here's the thing, right? Oh,
now a Blanche. Okay, as it says, yeah, those are some decent cards that are being pitched there, but not the smoothest sequencing available to Ben.
But I think we're going to start to see the game get possibly get out of Ben's hands. 1 Spectral Shield coming in for 3 every turn, plus other plays.
Yeah, like you can devote your whole hand to defense if you need to, but when you get these extra cards, you bet that Michael's going to be able to capitalize.
Absolutely.
The other thing is, like, you saw how fast Michael made that play on the previous turn. Like, you know, he just knew exactly what he wanted to do.
Oh, yeah, there's premeditation there.
Yeah, exactly.
And not the kind that gives +3 to your next card play from Arsenal.
That's right, and create a ponder token if an attack
hits. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, and yeah, able to play out. This is a solitary companion, I believe, that was played at the end after attacking with the Spectral Shield, right? So that's going to provide some ward value to protect the Spectral Shield. And then the arsenal that remaining card. Now a second tentative wind. Second tentative chi wind.
Great card.
So I imagine that Ben can transcend here. Otherwise, he's not going to have go again.
Otherwise, it's 5 for 3, which is okay. It's not Battlefield Bastion.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, maybe that'll force Michael to give up a card or 2. But we did see also all of the equipment pieces get used on Ben's side to make this play happen.
I'm really curious to see if there's, you know, what the transcend is. And then, you know, Ben hasn't asked Michael for his banish yet.
That's right. Okay, we got a preserve tradition. So now that card's going to get go again before the chain link resolves. And he'll be able to do something else with the last 2 cards.
He'll get a chi as well. And then I'm assuming we're going to see a new activation. But I don't think he's had a chance to banish all that much blue.
Oh, we're just listing the amount of ward. Okay, so that was 5. Go again. Clears off the 1 aura, but still has a Spectral Shield live. Now, looks like we're going to take the ping.
Get rid of the Spectral.
Get rid of the Spectral. And, yeah, basically, instead of trying to protect the 1 card and potentially overextend on defense, Michael's just saying, okay, you can have the Spectral. I already chipped in with it a few times. I'm going to have 4 whole cards to do something with.
Is that a Mirror Guy?
That's the manifestations of Mirror Guy.
Ooh.
So, yeah, I see why Michael's here at the top table, because that's an excellent bomb to open in Limited. And, you know, clearly with the amount of chi that he's playing as well in the deck, doing quite well for himself with this hero.
Well, it's not even about that. Did you see the timing on that?
Yeah, exactly. Was that in the arsenal, and just he's waiting to...
Just the patience.
Yeah, okay, so he's going to gain a life from the homage to ancestors, and then pitch to... pitch here to play... to attack with the manifestations of Mirror Guy. So this is going to be coming in for 4 with Go Again, and then has the 3rd chi in his hand. So he had a chi to start, he's played 2 Transcend cards, and then now he's going to make a Spectral Shield.
And come in for 2.
Come in for 2. And that would put Ben to 1.
I think it just did.
That's right, yeah. It looks like he signaled a no block there.
And I mean, look, I'm not a what's the word?
Yeah,
I cannot see the future, but
hey, this pick to pieces is pretty timely.
It is. It absolutely is.
We can see here that, oh yeah, Michael has the cards to be able to block this, but you know, getting this up to 4 or maybe 5 power, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Oh, there's a D-react.
That's the D-react, yeah. Because he had 2 chi there. If he only had damage prevention auras in hand, Ben actually would have been able to clear out the Manifestations Mirror Guy.
Yeah, and at this point, unfortunately, he didn't get to clear it out, so Manifestations of Mirror Guy is going to come in for another 4.
Yeah.
And then another 4. And then another 4.
You know what? I had thought that the pick the P. Oh, okay. There's a fist bump because we've got 3 Chi, which don't block, and a Venomous Bite in hand. Ben's and a Just a Nick. Wow, Ben's deck was something.
Stacked. Absolutely
That's
stacked.
a really, really good new deck, but no match for Enigma.
No.
In this house, we support illusionists.
We do support illusionists, but I'll just highlight one thing here. Michael's use of that Manifestation of Mirror Guy,
And, he really was able to get a pretty good lead in the game because he just was super conscientious of when he should be protecting his board, when he could defend against the likely plays that Ben had, or when he just had to let it go and put a different aura out there, put something else that forces the attention. So that was just such a really great game played by both.
It really was. And I'm excited to see more constructed plays for Enigma because I think this is just scratching the surface.
So maybe we'll let the viewers think about it for a second, but what about through the rest of the day? You can put in the chat what you would like to see in constructed tomorrow as well. And also, we have been told, handed the sheet for standings as of the end of round 6. So there's 2 more rounds after this. Should I read them out? Perfect. So we have Michael Metello still sitting at the table 1 seed, who we just saw get that victory against Ben on stream.
Ooh.
Number 2, Daniel Dreisiger, who we saw on stream earlier in the day as well, who is playing a new deck, so a couple different heroes. We have Matt, who I heard had a really, really good deck. Ben Olsen, who we saw. David Lee. And then Jimmy Nero Demers. Matt Muse, who we also saw earlier. And Alexandre Lefebvre, who we saw earlier. So, pretty good collection. As we go down, we see Madeline, who we saw on stream. Jordan Jalbert Ross, who we saw round 1 all the way back there. Still doing real well. And then Frank Boothroyd, the other twin. So both
the other twin,
Boothroyd twins 5-1 after six rounds.
Very
and still in the 5 wins. So all of these players are great, but and then Noah Clark, great illusionist player, who might get him on the feed in the near future.
Oh, we're getting confirmation. He's next round against Alex Lefebvre. So Alex Lefebvre, who we have seen on stream already.
And is playing new. Oh, we're going to see another new versus Enigma, I believe, match. I've been really enjoying these games.
I have been too. I thought it'd be way more polarizing.
Yeah.
And it is, there's definitely an advantage to the illusionist in that matchup. It's undeniable, to me at least. And I might get some slack for that, but I'm excited to see how that, how the next round goes. So
for sure. And don't you worry, we will still get all of the heroes in throughout the last couple of rounds. And remembering we also have drafts, so it's not just the sealed decks. But earlier on, we were looking at the reported heroes played in Gem.
Yeah.
And it was dead heat. I think it was 41.
I have it somewhere around here. Hold on. We have it right here. So at the time, it was 40. So there was 41 unreported, but it was 42 Enigma, 42 Zen, 41 new.
So
that's crazy.
How much more balance can you make?
You can't.
Right? Like, all the heroes are worth playing. We've seen some really great matches out of any matchup. I think the one matchup we haven't seen yet maybe is Zen versus New, right? Did we see that earlier?
We've seen one. Yeah, we've seen one on the backup, but it'd be really nice to get one live in a feature match if we can for everybody watching. So.
Yeah, and so now we're just going to go to a quick break, word from our sponsors, and then we'll get back at you with round 7 of 8 for the Battle Hardened today. All right, only a short break for us right now. We're going to go straight into round 7. Ooh. Exactly as advertised. Noah Clark. He lost one of the early rounds, I believe, but his deck was something.
Just completely cracked?
Yeah, I think he maybe lost round 3. So, you know, he wasn't first seed, but he's probably one of the strongest 5-1 players out there and has one of the strongest decks.
And my buddy here, Alexandre 5, having a good laugh, you know, getting started. Local guy, team Silver Goblin, Gobelin d'Argent. Really excited to see, you know, him do really well. I think it's been a while since like we've seen. I don't know. I don't want to say since he's been doing really well, but like.
By the way,
events,
I'm just
you know.
there's a Battlefront Bastion.
Battlefront Bastion. So okay, so just to be safe here, we've been at this is 10. This is number 13.
Perfect.
In 3 rounds that we've seen on stream.
The Battlefronted tournament.
But yeah, Alex is one of those guys who's, you know, he's performed really well over time. He's an OG player from, you know, back when Crucible of War and Monarch existed. So good to see him still around. And that's one thing I'll say about Flesh and Blood. People stick around.
That's right. Okay, so just getting out this solitary companion, it looks like, on Noah's side, and then a pass. So no additional instant auras coming out.
I mean, that would have been interesting, you know, to see. Like, that's happened to me before, where someone goes, you know, non-instant and then double instant aura, and you just, oh, okay, I can't come back from that. But no. Let's see here. So we've got the absolutely brutal turn of double daggers. Double daggers.
You wish you had that Battlefront Bastion back that you already blocked with, right?
Absolutely. You'd be like, oh, it'd be so good. I could just play this, deal 7. Actually, this one's a yellow, so it would be 6. But
right. Well, and, you know, Noah having the drop in the ocean here, quite nice because he could resolve that, transcend, get it back in hand. And now he's going to resolve the Rising Sun, Setting Moon. I always get that one mixed up. And, yeah, able to sink the non-block card if he chooses to do so.
Absolutely. I'm not sure what the play is here.
So he's blocked the first dagger with the spectral shield that was created, and now this second dagger is going to be 0. So no go again on any of Alex's blue attacks following up here.
But in his hand, he's got one card that we all know and love.
Oh my God, is it actually?
It's actually a Battlefront Bastion. I think it's blue though. I think it might be blue.
I mean, a blue imagine if one of these daggers would hit, like a blue Battlefront Bastion for 6.
I think 6 would go again.
Dreams. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's playing it. He's playing it. Yeah,
he is
just
playing
fine.
it. Oh,
he's like, I know you have a chi in hand. You know, just give me 3 cards maybe. You know, commit on defense so that you don't have anything offensive.
I think my biggest takeaway from
the evasive leap here.
Very nice, very nice. I think my biggest takeaway here from this format, from this limited format, is Battlefront Bastion good.
Yeah, and if you notice there, I think Alex Lefebvre had to pitch a red card to play that Battlefront Bastion. Wasn't able to activate the arousing wave and get +1 to pump over top that defense.
I know. Unfortunately for Alex.
I see. We're representing the damage that's threatened, not counters. I was just saying, oh, wow, we've got a lot of counters on this solitary companion all of a sudden. But no, that's coming in for 3.
I mean, still, it's, you know, if you don't challenge it, and, you know, classic Assassin's play of saying, hey, I'm going to be using these. Just give me life.
Right. And, yeah, this is exactly how you want to be using your Uphold Traditions, because you're giving this aura that doesn't have go again. It's going to deal 1 additional damage. You can use the rest of the cards in your hand.
And giving it go again.
Yeah, I think I saw a Waning Vengeance in the hand there. So that's going to be able to come down for this 1 resource that's floating. And the question is, does he value being able to attack with it as well?
I'm not sure. I mean, let's see here. Waning Vengeance. Yeah, I do think I would say the card in Arsenal is better.
Oh,
it's just better value.
Yeah, put the counter back on your solitary companion. You paid good money for that. Yeah, and so Alex didn't block with anything except equipment that turn because he knows he's really got to clear out the auras that no one's going to develop.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if he doesn't clear out those auras, he's already in a bad spot.
Can we just go in over here for a second?
Absolutely.
I'll just get this into frame. Spectral Manifestations. I thought I saw I thought I saw something. It's okay. We'll come back to it. For now, we have a Nimblism into an Emissary of the Waves. And
Ooh.
we're going to be bottoming a card to get Go Again.
Okay, and so Alex holding on to one card in hand, one card in arsenal, possibly a stealth card to follow that play. That is, oh, wait.
Oh, sorry. This was Emissary of the Waves gets +2, so it's 6/3, not Go Again.
Wow. I mean, 9 damage is... Nimblism is, no, Nimblism...
One cost or less.
Yeah, cost, yeah. You're thinking of Minnowism. Oh, you guys can't hear. Yeah, no, not a Minnowism, Nimblism.
I mean, Minnowism, pretty fun card.
Do you miss that?
I do miss Belittle.
I still have a playset of Belittle signed by you-know-who.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
From France.
If they ever come back in the format. All right, and just looking at this board here, Noah's looking at maybe just taking all this damage. He wouldn't get the additional Spectral Shield from the Waning Vengeance, but... Okay, we're switching the dice just to make it more visible for the feed. Yeah, but he would be doing Ward 6, right?
Yeah, at this point, yes.
And that's not a bad way to cash in. You've already gotten the offensive value out of that Solitary Companion, and now you're just gonna let the ward eat up that damage.
And Alex going Slither into...
Oh yeah, into Pick to Pieces. So what a call.
Actually, is this Pick to Pieces or no? This is Desires. It's the
Desires of Flesh.
Desires of the Flesh. Yeah.
Yes, you're totally right. I mean, both of them just have this.
They do have the same color. Yeah.
Getting presumably murked, right? That's the implication. It's like you may think this is a nice massage. You may think this is a nice acupuncture experience, but actually, Nu's gonna get ya.
She's gonna get you. She's gonna get you good.
Yeah, and so here's the Spectral Manifestations. The card I saw in his hand was the Spectral Manifestations, in fact, and he's gonna be able to come in for 4 Go Again here.
And I think that's a card that, you've said it many times. It is and my favorite card ever, Battlefield Bastion. Battlefront Bastion.
So gonna block 3 on this attack for 4. I feel like the life totals are not being updated, but that's okay.
Yeah, we had that same issue last time with Alex.
Alex is too dialed.
He's too dialed. He's paying attention to the game, okay?
Well, and you know what? He's tracking his life counter on a piece of paper the old-fashioned way, right?
I mean, that's my go-to, and I think, Noah and Alex are probably old-school card game players. At least I know Alex is.
Yeah, well, and it's that's what the set is all about. It's you got to preserve tradition. Also, this is a good reason to be playing Enigma.
Ooh. So Noah, not only an outstanding Flesh and Blood player, but has the pool to back it. Yeah, exactly. Great pack opener.
Yeah. So Restless Coalescence gonna eat up
everything.
The +1 counters on those other tokens, and then say, yeah, actually, I'm gonna attack for 4.
Here's 4 with
Go
again.
Is this 4? Is this 6? Is this 4 counters?
I think that's 4 counters, so it's Ward 2 + 4, so that is 6. It's representing 6. There you go. 3. Make a Spectral Shield. Wow.
Man, must be nice to have these good cards in your sealed pool.
Imagine putting that, look, for example, Michael Hamilton shows up, gets a good pool, and then gets 10,000 year, what's it called? 10,000 year reunion, Rage Specters. Like, come on.
I mean, and that's the thing is, like, Noah's got these Kyloria sleeves because he is a fan of the Illusionist class. He's having the weekend go kind of his way.
Very nice.
Okay, so now coming in with the Bonds of Memory. Just for 3, doesn't have the option to activate a Rousing Wave because that was a yellow that was pitched. So no resource on Alex's side.
And if you're Alex right now, you're shaking your head. You're like, this is...
Shaking your head or shaking in your boots? Because
maybe a bit of both.
Restless Coalescence is coming in again.
Maybe a bit of both.
Okay, this is how good the line is for Noah. I think he's pitched is that a red Spectral Coalescence
it absolutely
is. He's had to pitch. It's like, yeah, I need to go again. I can't even play this other good card I have because I have too much good stuff on the board.
Yeah, it's a red manifestation. It's like, I'm going to chuck this here because my board state is so good.
Yeah, oh, wow. All right, I was trying to be in denial earlier when you said there's clearly one side that's favored. And I kind of agree, but, every game is a game until the end, right?
Oh, 100%.
But this is, Noah coming to a pretty commanding lead.
It is, and I think a lot of that is on the back of that spectral coalescence.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, sorry, restless. Is it restless? What's the actual restless coalescence?
You're thinking of spectral manifestations or solitary companion?
The majestic.
Oh, the restless.
Restless coalescence.
Yeah, that's right.
Getting all these spectral shields, diversifying his investments in board states.
Yeah. I mean, he's got Kyloria. Kyloria knows about money.
Kyloria is all about money. And you give Kyloria copper and he cries.
Right,
She
and now
cries.
just passing over the damage indicator here. Coming in for 4. So a few options available to Alex, but only one card in hand.
I mean, this is, you can really see the experience of an illusionist. Someone who's played illusionist a lot, knows very dialed, and Alex is also an exceptional player. But that kind of game state, it's, not to be a defeatist, but that's really hard to come back from. You need to pick the pieces. You need a lot of attack reactions, and then you can start to really, bring back that board.
All right, Noah considering the blocks here. He does have the option to let the Spectral Shield soak up this damage and then see what Alex wants to do in reactions. And it looks like Alex isn't going to overcommit to that attack. He knows that he's just got to get the one Spectral Shield and try to draw into a hand that really lets him push on the pressure. Oh, okay. All right, there's the other Majestic Bomb. Now
Are you
as fuel for the Coalescence. That's Manifestations of Mirror Guy.
I mean, if Noah Clark opens gas like this, you're putting a sword in the hands of a trained swordsman here.
That's right. It's just how's that saying go? It's the will of the Lord, with the Lord being James White himself.
Yeah, pretty much.
I will say, this was a battle-hardened, competitive level event. Someone registered his pool for him.
Yeah.
And it still couldn't be, more exactly what you want.
It is. I mean, this is essentially I would take one of these and then one of those. And that's literally what he's got in front of him. That's amazing.
Yeah, and then he's got all these nice red auras as well, coming in with the Haze Shelter. That's going to be a swing for 4.
Yeah, if you're, I don't want to discount anybody, and Alex is a fantastic player. He's so great, but this is a tough look.
Yeah, and he's blocked with the double trouble, so
yellow to be fair.
Yeah, well, you must have an attack on the go here, right? I see the Preserved Tradition in hand and another reaction, so maybe that that card in the arsenal is an attack.
Yeah, possible. It might not be actually.
Oh, he's looking at it. He's looking at it.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, and it's so easy when you see the board starting to get away from you a little bit to just, really want to do something about it. But he's tried to be disciplined, block with a couple cards so that he can play out a Battlefront Bastion. There you go.
Baby. Number 16.
And so, there he actually, so it looks like he valued the life a bit more than keeping a card like Double Trouble or that other reaction.
Which is fair.
And you're staring down this board. You might need those cards to clear off, but you also need to not die in the meantime, right?
Is that another Haze Shelter?
I believe that is a Haze Shelter and a Deep Blue or Big Blue Sky.
Big Blue Sky, yeah.
So that's going to be blocking for 3 + 4. It covers up the 7 super clean.
Wow.
And Noah getting to keep 2 cards. This Restless Coalescence is really putting in work for him.
And that's, by the way, in hand, that is an Astral Etchings, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's just the last...
That is a Rage Spectre. That is a Rage Spectre.
It's a little bit...
Okay.
Rude,
I just want to... So we have a card list for the set here. So we've got... Okay, so Mystic Illusionist, we've got Majestics are Manifestation of Mirror Guy, 3 Visits, and Sacred Art. So he's got the Manifestations. And then Illusionist, 10,000 Years, doesn't have that. It has Rage Spectre and Restless Coalescence. Come on. What a pool. Holy... And in the hands of Noah Clark, no less.
Oh, yeah, and he's just putting on a bit of a clinic here. Uses this resource cleanly. He gets to attack once, play the Astral Etching, and then attack again.
I mean, this is just...
Forces an additional card out of Alex's hand. What's this 2-card hand going to do,
Yeah.
Oh.
Alex, if ever you watch this, Stem mon homme, woof, that is a lot.
Yeah, okay, now we're seeing a Blanche.
Okay.
I mean, these two card 7s are one of the ways for Alex to get back into it, right? Just
They are,
keep
yeah.
taxing the hand, keep playing efficient turns. You take a bit of chip damage, but try to get to a point in the game where you're not staring this down. I mean, unfortunately, the card Astral Etchings is like those are permanent counters that are on the Restless Coalescence now.
Absolutely, and then he can use that to make more Spectral Shields and diversify even more. And I mean, the card protects itself in a way.
Yeah, it really does. You just like say, okay, like, do you have to pick the pieces? No? All right.
Cool, thank you. Fun. I mean, this is, yeah, if anyone's ever been on the anti-illusionist train, this is kind of why.
Okay, but on the other hand, like, this is how I feel about illusionists and about the whole idea of, you know, variance and these one-sided games potentially in certain game states, is the highs and lows of tournament play really only come with exciting matches, you know?
Absolutely.
Like, how can you have the excitement of potentially winning against a deck if you were just always favored or if it was always just going to be a steamroll?
Well, players, you know, player quality and skill comes into play.
Yeah, and here, Alex just getting to keep a blue to swing the dagger. Noah's going to take a counter off the Restless Coalescence, create a Spectral Shield, which immediately gets eaten. Looks like we're shuffling around the cards a little bit. That looks like a Spectral with the +1 counter on it that he's attacking now with for free. It's going to have a go again because it do be like that.
It do be. And we're looking at Chi, a first tentative Chi in hand as well from Noah. And then from Alex, we have Restless Coalescence coming in for 5. Alex giving 2 blocks, blocking 6, you know, safe.
And Noah's counting because he wants to make really, really sure of the victory here. But it looks good.
It does look pretty good.
Yeah, paying 1 to swing this Spectral Shield, not free.
No.
And ending on the Haze Shelter, he's like, you know what, I don't need this extra card. I'm just going to attack for 4, and that's going to be it.
And Alex with a big smile saying, hey, it's cool, it happens, shook his hand. What a gentleman. What an absolute gentleman, because I don't think I'd be that composed after that kind of presentation.
Well, you know that one scene in the original Yu-Gi-Oh show where Weevil throws the Exodia cards off the ship?
Yes,
that would
I know.
Be you with the manifestations of Mirror Guy and the Restless Coalescence and just a fistful of Spectral Shields, like, get this out of here.
Get this out of here, yeah. You don't need a Rage Spectre, Noah Clark. Why do you have Rage Spectres? Who gave you these cards?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, actually, we were just told there was another game going on live that is kind of contrasting. Let's get into that.
Daniel Dreisiger. Okay, same matchup that we're seeing. Still some Spectral Shields. Spectral Manifestations coming out. Now, remember, we've seen both of these players' decks. Daniel's deck had a decent amount of reactions, but maybe not quite as many as what we saw the previous round in Ben's deck, but had also quite a bunch of good attacks, good on-rate stuff.
And to be fair, Daniel, I mean, these players are undefeated.
That's right.
So this is table 1. This is the leading players of the tournament. It's much closer.
I mean, both of those players on the previous game were also great, but, you know, just the way that the game is playing out, Michael able to keep, looks like a decent number of cards here, develop this Spectral Manifestations, but Daniel thinking about the blocks here perhaps because he wants to make sure that he gets an opportunity to clear the board.
I mean, looking at this, the thing I love about Daniel, and I love Daniel, he's great. He takes his time.
Methodical.
He is so methodical. You cannot press him. You cannot rush him. He will get to, and that's something like one of my skills as a player is just being very quick and just getting to the line very fast.
Right,
so one of the things that I like to do is, you know, kind of play decks that like, hey, go. Whereas Daniel's like, hey, give me 5 minutes. And yeah,
and I'll compose you a symphony kind of
thing. Yeah, exactly. I'm more of a sea shanty kind of speed.
Right. We were off the cuff improv. You know, we can do some folk songs.
Oh, do you really want to get into that?
Maybe not on the street. Okay, so Daniel's gonna take the 4, and then Michael gonna play out that, you know, Zero cost defense reaction.
Yeah, and there it is. Zero cost defense reaction, Sigil of Solitude. Looking at this, the life points are pretty, indicative, but I have faith in Daniel Dreisiger, so let's see what happens here. Second tentative cheat tide. We've seen that being so relevant.
That's right.
In the previous game.
Being able to get a instant speed +2 here, especially through these boards, Michael's got to make that decision. Am I going to protect this? Am I going to commit to that? And, in some cases, he might not be forced to choose quite yet. I think I'm seeing in Daniel's hand that the Transcend card he has planned to go along with this is actually a path well traveled, so he will be getting an action point.
So he's doing the same thing he did earlier to who was he playing against?
A different Enigma player.
Yeah, it was a different Enigma player, and just hey, here's 20, have fun.
Yeah, I wonder if Michael sported out some of those nice juicy blue attacks against Daniel here.
That would be a smart move.
I think that's one of the things about this limited format, and especially sealed with 8 cards, is there's quite a bit of flexibility in what's good against the different heroes and what you want to include in your deck.
But let's see. I mean, again, like we said, Daniel's so methodical. I'm sure he's got his turn well thought out because he didn't block. And he's the kind of player, if he's not blocking, he's got a plan for every single card in that hand.
I see a Transcend card on Michael's side of the board, but maybe not an easy way to enable it. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you can get the Transcend, but if you're playing another blue card and it's a little bit below rate and it comes in at an awkward time, you don't always want to commit it up front.
No, exactly. Especially the actual base use without the cantrip for some of the Transcend cards are kind of not as impactful as you'd want them to be.
Yeah, that's right. Now, on the other hand, he really wants the -1 on this attack because that would let the Sigil cover it up cleanly right now. But he's pretty sure also that Daniel's got a follow-up. Oh, yeah, Ben, it looks like we've passed through to reactions. Daniel's going to play out the path well traveled.
Get that to 7.
Yeah, I really like, by the way, on this preview feature on the side, we're seeing that full art. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, the marvels from this set. I mean, the card quality from Flesh and Blood is just keeps going up every single year.
Yeah, exactly.
Every single set comes out, there's, better illustrations, better card quality. The art for this set is breathtaking.
Yeah, and okay, Michael's going to say, all right, you got it. Takes the damage, clears out the ward. And let's see what Daniel decides to do with his inner chi.
Because he's not done. He's going to look at the banish.
And
see not much.
Yeah, it feels like it might not be the most impactful use of the hero ability, but still getting that blue card back in your hand, that can feed the rest of your turn, right?
For a second, I thought there was a Blanche in hand, but I don't think it is.
Oh, and seeing the number of cards in deck. So one of the things I don't know if we mentioned earlier is Daniel's actually played a decent amount of Arachne in Constructed.
He has.
And he also played the defensive Briar list in one of the previous seasons to great effect. So he's very familiar with the idea of playing a super defensive game plan, going to fatigue, grinding the game out for value.
I think before that, he was actually on Dash, original Control Dash, for a very long time.
I mean, the guy's been a bit all over the place, I guess, when it comes to
but it's always, but there's a theme.
Yeah, there's a theme.
There's a theme. It's decks that take a lot of patience and, concentration to run, so.
Okay, all right, so he's going for this plan here. He says, I want the 1 damage. I want the potential 2 damage, actually, if this hits.
And when it does hit, and to be fair, it rarely hits because people do know to block it. But when it does hit, the resulting actions that you could take are just absolutely out of this world.
Yeah, that's right. Just being able to even, bluff different plays, like if you play a blue attack and you have go again on it, the card in your hand could be another attack, it could be a reaction, could be a Transcend card.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at this play, and we can't see the hands, we can't see Daniel's hand, but I'm like, I know him as a player. There's for sure something special in those 2 cards. There has to be.
Yeah, on Michael's side, I'm seeing a Waning Vengeance, I believe. And, if he does take this damage, and, which he's going to go to 12, let Daniel continue the turn. Maybe he's thinking this is a refresh turn. Take the chip damage. My opponent's going to deal a bit more damage, but I have the opportunity to develop a board. I'm trading my life for the cards in my hand.
But I think Daniel at this point is more in line with getting your opponent to block, card economy. I want you to lose cards. I want to banish cards from the top of your deck. I want to punish you for that.
Okay, so
is that a hiss?
That is a hiss.
That is a hiss.
Or you get that slither, which we can save for later. Such a great idea and effect to the concept of creating ephemeral cards.
Ooh.
Okay, now Waxing Spectre. So now this is going to cover the 6-up clean, I think.
It will absolutely, but at the same time,
Trading
the amount of value.
3 cards there. Yeah, exactly.
The amount of value lost here, that's pretty significant.
But we get the one pretty Spectral Shield out again. That's got to be a plus for everybody, right?
It is. It's very cool, but at the same time, like, looking at this.
Okay, here's a Solitary Companion. Currently not solitary.
Not very solitary, so you're not going to get the extra super special bonus from it, but it's still a ward. It's still relevant. It's still ward 3.
All right, and because of that, no attack was made. There wasn't go again. Oh, that's the pick the pieces, right? No, wait, no.
That is absolutely pick to pieces. That one is pick to pieces. It is a blue pick to pieces. We unfortunately cannot zoom in. It looks like a blue. Is it a red? It might be a red. Who knows?
That's okay. We'll soon find out. This is pretty timely because Daniel was given a full grip, and he's got the few options. We know about the Slither in the arsenal, so that right away is going to activate the effect.
Yeah, so he's got the Slither.
Yeah, presenting this fork really says to Michael, like, okay, like, it's not that easy for me to defend my my auras. I'm going to have to let you have them. So
and
he's
it is
going to get
a blue.
the 2 damage there. Yeah.
All right.
Now he's following this up. Going to pitch. Oh, we're not getting to play the Battlefront.
Aw, but we get to see one.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, and now getting to double Transcend here on Michael's side of the board. Going to use
Seek the truth.
Drop in the Ocean to make that Mistveil 0 and gain a life for his troubles as well.
I mean, that's pretty good. The drop in the ocean, the -1 stops the ability from, actually triggering on the blades, and gives Michael is that a 5-card hand?
Yeah, actually, that is a little bit of a 5-card hand. It turns your Arsenal Transcend card into a potential resource you can pitch, right?
There you go.
Okay, and Daniel thinking about the best way to use all of his cards. Interesting, he's thinking about whether he wants to pitch one of these cards, either to save it for later or just so he can really get as much as he can out of it, right? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so still 2 floating here, pitching a Bonds of Memory.
And following it with a Bonds of Agony for 2.
Yeah, that's right. Michael's going to say take, and then this Bonds of Agony or Attraction being presented. Looks like it might also just be a take. Yep.
So death by a million cuts, essentially.
I mean, I think, this turn worked out fairly well for Daniel, but he's got to be hoping that one of these attacks was actually a red and could deal a bit more damage. Because now Michael gets to play out the 5-card hand, right?
Does.
Like, he didn't force Michael to commit anything on defense, really.
No, he really didn't. And to be fair, a lot of those cards in hand are no blocks. So, it's not like he could have. But holding on a 6-card hand when you have a 6-point lead on health, pretty relevant. There we go. Actually, yeah.
That was the damage that was dealt that turn.
It's still, there is still a lead in life, although it is far closer than it was before. And there's the mirror guy that we saw before, the rainbow foil mirror guy.
It never gets old. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it'll get old for Daniel in a minute here.
It is such a good card. He's coming in with it. And then probably followed by Spectral Shield. And I think that is in hand. I believe that is a Astral Etchings.
That's right. Yeah, this is going to be a tricky spot. Like, the life totals are close, but 8 go again is oof.
It's very oof. Wait.
Yeah, it's got 4 counters on it, so it's got 4 ward, and then it gets +4 from the counter.
That is absolute insanity.
Mirror Guy is,
it's a good card.
Like some people were saying, this card should be an expansion slot card. This card should not be draftable. And
it shouldn't be draftable. It is. I mean, it is a bomb. It is the bomb of bombs.
Yeah, it might be the biggest bomb in the set, to be honest.
It could be. I mean, I could tell you that.
Wow. Oh, and this Astral Etching is coming out. So, okay, look at this. Michael's pitched the Chi to get a Spectral Shield in play so that he can play the Astral Etchings at instant.
There we go.
Yeah, that pumps the Mirror Guy up to 12.
I mean, that's insanity. That is absolute insanity. That card is amazing.
You know, I think throughout this tournament and others, we've seen Nu have a pretty wild kill range. Like, she's killed people through blocks from 12 life or something. You play a few reactions. That's probably the biggest kill range I've seen on an,
12.
illusionist.
Here's an aura. Yeah, you're taking 12. Sorry.
Yeah, and I mean, there was still 2 follow-up from a Spectral Shield if you really wanted it.
Yeah, exactly. If that didn't do it, here's 14.
Yeah, that's so funny.
That is amazing.
A couple of really good games. Enigma taking the lead in the head-to-head there.
Absolutely. I think when we're looking at where we are, we're probably going to see a lot of Enigmas, making it to the top 8. We have one more round to go.
Yeah, that's right.
And so at this point, it's fair to say that I believe all these players are going to be locked into top 8. Daniel Dreisiger, Michael, and a few others. I believe we have the standings here. So we'll likely see, Michael Mattel. Michael is guaranteed in. Daniel is probably guaranteed in. Matthew, Ben, most likely as well. What I'm excited to see is, 9 to 16, where everybody lands.
That's right. And even Noah, who won the last round, I think he's not quite locked, but
oh really?
Well, he's gonna have 6 wins after this round, right?
Wow.
And if his loss is last round, but his earlier loss is early, he might be right on the cusp there. So it's gonna be a real tiebreaker situation for a lot of these players.
Perfect. So if we're looking at everything that's going to be going on over the next couple days for everybody watching, tomorrow is going to be a massive, massive, massive day for us. We're going to have a ProQuest Plus, which we're very excited for. It's going to be classic constructed with the new set. So the first ever
that's right.
casted tournament.
The first tournament of the Part the Mistveil metagame for constructed.
Ooh, apparently we're being told that there was one in the UK.
No, they don't count. No,
they don't count. There was one in the UK. And
it wasn't streamed. It didn't happen.
And we'll see what happens. It wasn't streamed, but we're really, really looking forward to tomorrow. I hope that everybody's going to show up and tell your friends, tell everybody, come on in. We're going to be here. I mean, we're here the whole day. We're here for the rest of the event today, and we'll be here bright and early tomorrow morning. So, and obviously for today, what's left for the day?
What's left? So we've got one more round of the sealed format. So everyone playing their deck for the last match of the day. And then we have our top to cut 8. So we'll have a bit of a break with the draft because the top 8 is drafting. And that's also another way for us to be able to see the other decks come into limited format, see people play different decks instead of just, it looks like there's a bit of a cream of the crop happening with these mirror guys being jammed in.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of looking forward to Noah Clark and maybe Michael mirror guying it up.
I'm just saying if one of those guys gets another manifestations of Mirror Guy in the top 8, that'll be something, right?
That'll be something. That would definitely be something. Perfect. Well, look, I think we're very much looking forward to seeing. I think we're all very much looking forward to seeing more plays for today. Draft is a completely different skill set, so we're going to see a lot of players shine in a different light. And then tomorrow, CC. So we're going to take a quick break to thank our sponsors, and we'll be right back with round 8.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate flesh and blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
Mistveil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Arm, first form.
I used to be just like him. Energy spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Dude, my hair looks terrible in this.
Just clownery. It's constant misplays with you. Come on.
Yeah, I tried.
Are we live right now?
Yeah, I think we're live now.
Oh, that's broken. How are we still in the pack?
Yeah.
Because I scrubbed out. And how'd you do at the event?
It started off really nice. The first 3 packs I opened were literally 3 Majestics. I was like, all right, it's my time. Then pack 4, I pull a Marvel, drop in the ocean. So I'm like, okay, maybe I've wasted like too much luck before the tournament actually started. And yeah, then my packs kind of went downhill from there. A lot of bananas.
I mean, that worked out pretty good for Jesse against me.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I lost one of my games to the guy that I drove up with, Jesse. I was playing new. He just like literally took out all the blues in his deck and just played a banana deck into me. And I was like, no, I can't play my new hero power.
Yeah, your deck's bad and your opponent made their deck bad. So then, yeah, it's just, it's chaos. But yeah, so I ended up 5-2 in the Silver Goblin who put on the event here were nice enough to basically everybody who got at least 5 wins was guaranteed a box. So I dropped and then here I am now. But yeah, it was a lot of fun playing today. I had one thing I really like about this format in particular is how you get to have such like a diverse set of equipment. Like I feel like almost every sealed pool has at least one of each class, and sometimes like I actually had 2 different chest options where I would present a different one based on the matchup. So I really like enjoyed that.
Yeah, I think this is like the best sealed format that I've played in the entire time I've been playing FAB. I made a video about that the other day too. I was like, this is insane. Like this is playable. I can play the game.
I'm like super excited to play sealed, which is something usually it's like, all right, I just want to survive sealed to get to draft, but like now I'm actually kind of hyped for the sealed part too.
Same. Like I'm just excited to like mess around with the new cards at a pre-release, but then after the second or third pre-release, I'm like, okay, I'm getting a little sick of this. Like this Arachne pile nonsense. I'm done with this. It's like no, like every single sealed event, it feels like I'm making a lot of interesting decisions. I love the depth of the sideboarding. Like I'm sure there's like it's a minority of people that really like that, but like the amount of decision making you get to make like with that is just crazy. I love it.
Yep. Okay.
We're going in.
Oh, okay.
We're going into the game. We got it's David Lee and Mark.
Mark Boothroyd. Okay, cool. So yeah, they're both 6-1. This is a pretty important match. This is the final round of Swiss. So yeah, it looks like we got New on the side of David, and then Mark is playing Zen. Okay, cool.
So we got kind of like an aggressive deck versus kind of maybe value-oriented, maybe playing towards a bit of fatigue, trying to play towards like maybe a big turn where there's like a lot of blues and banish. Do you think a particular deck has like an advantage here?
Yeah, I tend to think that New is a slight edge, especially when we look at this opening array of equipment, where I think David has like the ideal loadout of the assassin class shoes, class arms, and then 2 cloaked equipment. Presumably, at least they are the ones that prevent 1. Also, he's got the nice Japanese daggers.
I was about to comment on that. He's nice like that.
Yeah.
And it's nice going first here. He does get to strip some cards out of deck. Like you're not like planning on getting actual damage through here. If he has a reaction though, was this the life gain one?
Yep. So he's gonna start the game at 21.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, I agree.
Getting some nice deck damage into, which might come back later in the game.
Yep. Yeah. Notably, he's Mark is defending this attack with a blue. So yeah, it looks like the players remembered to get that in banished. And importantly, that's also a blue that's a Tiger creator. So now if throughout the course of the game, David is able to find any blues that are like Tiger payoff cards, then he can kind of combo Mark with his own banish zone.
Does look like it was a whiff on the new hero power, but I think still getting anything this round was a huge win.
Yeah.
And on the equipment too, though, we were talking about that a second ago. Importantly, Mark over here does have the boots that make the Tiger. That's probably one of the most important ones to have on his side. That way, if he ever draws a clunky hand that doesn't make a Tiger, he can still kind of play his turn out and not like have a brick turn.
Yeah, exactly. And especially if David's swinging 1 power blue stealth attacks, it's a very clean block on one of those.
Exactly. And as we were talking about here, make a Tiger.
Yep.
Probably one of the better ones in the deck. Like the 2 different 1 costs that make a Tiger and present the 3. I think those are some of the nicest ones because they very cleanly work with your weapon. Nice cost curve of just come in for 3, come in for 2, Tiger for 1. Really reminds me of a lot of the play pattern that Fi used to have in Limited.
Yep. And here, Battlefield Bastion, this is like one of the best counters to the 2 damage presented by the Kikara.
I'm going to keep it a buck. I had no idea what the name of the weapon was.
Oh, okay. Nice. I usually just call it the stick, but I'm trying to be official here, you know?
You said the name, and I was just like processing. What is he talking about?
Okay, looks
This is a good turn.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid turn. It's curious to see. It looks like David has kind of like a 2-card combo if he wants to keep those. Okay, so he does like to keep those. So this is a bit of a gamble kind of situation. Maybe
Wow,
he'll change his mind now that another attack has been presented, but keeping an intimate inducement is sometimes rough in design. If you whiff the blue, it's kind of punishing to play a card that just essentially gives your opponent life.
Just spend a card, do nothing, essentially.
Yeah.
That was a really, really efficient first round.
Yeah.
One thing to note, though, he is burning a combo card from his deck there, so if he doesn't have too many, that could make his hero power a little useless later on, but I'm sure he's keeping track of that. And just block out, throw a stealth attack.
Yeah, one of the best ones, too, because if Mark gives anything to defend, like he's looking to defend with this wounding blow, he's going to be healing David in the process.
And then also, like, he's down on cards, so now he's not going to punch in as hard on the next round.
Okay, so it looks like it's a red intimate inducement, so hopefully in the top 4 cards there's a blue.
I was not so lucky today.
Yeah. Okay.
He's got some hits here.
He's got a couple options.
Blow, blue, I think.
Yeah,
and
Pouncing Chi, this is perfect. This is kind of the payoff I was talking about earlier, where now he has a card that combos with having a Crouching Tiger, so once he transcends, he can play the Harmony of the Hunt Tiger into Pouncing Chi.
So assuming he never falls too far behind in the life total race, he's starting to get to that point where, okay, now I can kind of like, if I ever flip a Chi, I know I can play towards this turn later on in the game where I can kind of go a little wide on that turn and try to close the game with this Chi.
Yeah. Importantly, too, he's gaining so much life here, like going up to 20.
He's nice.
Yeah. This is looking pretty good for David in this spot.
That's all you want right there. Like, one card, strip some cards from deck, gain some value, extend the game. And all your opponent's doing is throwing a 2-card 6. That's crazy. All your cards block for 3. I will gladly trade my 2 cards for your 2 cards most of the time in this situation. He might have a good hand, though, and want to press. So what do we got going on? We got a reaction here. Looks like he's considering blocking with it, though. He might have the blue to...
Oh, okay, interesting.
Oh, we got technology. Yeah, it doesn't look like he has a blue, so maybe it's like block, play a stealth card, set the reaction, or maybe he's just going to play the reaction anyways.
Yeah, I think, especially with Double Trouble getting so much value if a React is played, just blocking with the equipment early, you open yourself up to some potential 4-power breakpoint on hits later, but you just leave your options open if the opponent decides not to defend you here.
Mm-hmm. And now you have like such a weird spot where you're like, what do I do about this? Like, do I put a bunch of cards in front of this? If I do, he just doesn't push the buttons and just doesn't activate all the reactions, holds on to them for next round, and I come in soft. If I don't block it, I'm going to take a bunch of damage. I'm going to lose a bunch of cards from my deck. This is such an awkward card to block. I think it's smart, though, just whatever. I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to let you do your thing. I'm not going to try fighting over this, especially where he didn't open with Dagger. Mm-hmm. So, like, maybe he doesn't have the blue here to do a bunch of things. I think that's a smart read.
Yeah. Interesting he's choosing to give this go again here and just play out the other card from his hand.
I don't hate it. Just play another stealth card, put the reaction back in. This is a nice way where we might be able to close the game with it later.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the one that makes the go again or the Fang Strike?
The shoes are always go again.
No, the pitched card.
The pitch. This is the Fang Strike. So yeah, getting that in pitch for a late game is the potential +4 reaction speed is pretty powerful. But yeah, I typically prefer to use the undertow stilettos in this matchup to give a slither when my hand doesn't necessarily function well. So. Yeah, just curious that he elected to play out his hand and go without an arsenal.
It might be like he's already kind of pushed the advantage a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he just wants to push his life total down so that way he's ahead on life so he can kind of play the game a bit differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also the fact that he didn't block the Double Trouble may lend himself to thinking, okay, he's probably setting up a really strong 5 or even 6-card hand now that he's blocking with the shoes that generate a Tiger in hand.
So, like, okay, I'm probably going to have to block this next turn. I probably shouldn't be trying to fight over what's going on here. I'm just going to get my value while I can. Mm-hmm. I might not have the space to get good use out of my shoes later.
Nice. Another life gain, back up to 20. Yeah, it's looking pretty tough for Mark.
He's eating good this game.
Yeah, losing a lot of his deck and life total. And David's somehow pitching reds in the process, too.
I almost just pulled a U. I see a pile of cards in front of me. I almost started doing the shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yes. Card gamers were addicted.
Oh, this is a great turn. And now he might be able to present a Tiger for quite a large size. So that was the
One awkward thing to note here is, though, he does have 2 1-costs that he's starting with, so it may be a bit difficult to weave in the Kakara into this turn because it looks like he just has a red in hand. So he'll have to either play that red or pitch it to swing with the Kakara because the Crouching Tigers have no pitch value.
Do we know what his set card is?
I'm not aware. Maybe he'll let us know shortly.
I'd imagine it's probably like another 1-cost of some sort.
Oh, way to make another Tiger. Wow. Yeah, if Mark was fortunate enough to pull the Sacred Art, this could have been a crazy turn getting potentially 3 buffs on 3 Tigers here, but we're playing with just commons and rares, looks like.
Fair game.
Yeah.
Flesh and blood as James White intended.
I'm interested to see what David chooses to do here. He has a hand that can potentially push 8 damage. Oh, it looks like he's giving us an answer now. He's more inclined to probably just block with 1 card, maybe a second card, and just throw the stealth card. Or
I don't hate to play the stealth card. Kind of demands a response from the other player, or you get some free damage, set the reaction, and then you play for like a really big turn later where you're like, okay, and this could also be the case where maybe he has another double trouble or something in the deck, something that he wants to force through the on-hit on, and this might not be an on-hit that he necessarily cares about fighting over.
Yeah.
When you use your reactions, I find is like a really important decision on the new side of like not just using it on the first thing that you can necessarily just blow your reactions on. Like, okay, this is a really good on-hit, or I'm going to mill a lot of cards off of this. Or maybe he has a funny Majestic or something. Those tend to be the good ones. He's just, okay, I don't want to fight over this turn at all. I'm just going to set my reaction.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably is aware of the density of attacks in his deck, so setting a reaction may pay off with something that's a more threatening on-hit or on-block effect.
I'm surprised, though, he didn't decide to just send the 1 stealth card, but maybe he needs to preserve his life to play towards an endgame with a cheat.
One thing to note is, I don't know if you saw in the middle of the turn, is Mark flipped over his arms to give +1 in reaction speed.
Okay,
so
that makes sense.
By saving the attack to throw, you're essentially just giving your opponent a free life. So yeah, smart heads up play by David to...
I missed that, yeah.
Yeah, to essentially just deny his opponent the block value of the Waves of Aquamarine, I think it's called. Breaking out all the card names. Flexing on you with my knowledge of what cards are actually called.
My opponent could just bring Japanese cards. I wouldn't know what they would do in English anyways. Nice. All the card names are just still over my head. I haven't had enough time with this stuff. I'm a card image gamer.
Nice. Something also that you want to be thinking about. I'm not sure if these players have seen each other play before, but both of them still have face-down chess pieces. So as life totals get walked down lower and lower, just keeping in mind if you can pressure your opponent off the 1 breakpoint, sort of similar to how like Levia, if you can pressure her from that crucial 13 life point threshold where she can flip, you can deny people a lot of value by essentially mitigating the value of the chest that only turn over at 1 life.
I will say Dave's hand right now, if he was so inclined, he could have gone for just a multi-react hand there of just pitch a blue and play a bunch of reacts. But they weren't reds. It didn't seem like he was pushing that much damage. And his opponent's still at 12, so it's not like he's presenting lethal with any of that. It would have felt good pushing around cards on the table, but doesn't necessarily win the game. So I think blocking here makes sense. Wait for a better hand. You've already milled so many cards from your opponent's deck that it's not really like the onus isn't on you at this point to win the game because your opponent's just going to start burning through their deck and they might not be able to win the game anymore.
This is interesting. It looks like Mark might be stranded with a card here. He has a yellow Bastion and a Blanche. Yeah, so unfortunate that David's play on the last turn super paid off where he just passed, didn't let Mark block with cards when he may have wanted to, and ended up basically getting a full free card out of it. Starting with the dagger, 1 floating.
Yeah, lesson to everyone in chat. Sometimes not doing anything is the better play. You get a lot of value sometimes on that by just stranding your opponent with cards when they can't use them all. Not something I would expect out of the ninja player necessarily, the most to go again of all classes, but...
Right.
Now, he does have the option of playing the react here, but I imagine he's probably not going to, or maybe just the gloves, especially if it's going to get a block.
Yeah.
It seems like he's cooking up something right now. He's planning, he's stewing. There's something he's waiting for, I think.
Yeah,
or just present lethal.
Interesting as well, too, here. If Mark would have made a gamble and blocked with the Bastion on the...
Or I could just be wrong.
Yeah, I guess he's going for the react. I was just saying, yeah, if Mark would have blocked with Bastion on the dagger, the 1 prevention would have floated, but he would have still taken more damage here. So
Clown activity from me. I have no idea.
nice.
I am kind of surprised that you used that there, though.
Yeah, maybe he just wanted to cycle it out of his arsenal. He did.
He arsenaled the Fangs, the token that gives +1.
Right.
So he still has the ability to do 2 reacts here between his gloves and that.
Yeah, 3 reacts actually, because the gloves themselves count as react.
2, go again.
Indeed. I think Marcus probably cursing himself too for getting rid of that tiger. Would have gotten +2 value here if he still had that tiger in the arsenal.
You could be sandbagging a tiger maker here. I didn't see the hand.
What we know is the Blanche from before.
True.
That he had
I didn't see the last card that he used to pitch
okay.
here.
I see, yeah.
Not something I would expect, but...
Yeah. Blanche head effect, super, super detrimental to a lot of strategies in this format. It can be very punishing if you take a lot of early damage intending to play your whole hand and transcend, and then Blanche just says no.
Thankfully, though, we did just play the reaction out of Arsenal that cares about what color we pitch.
Yeah.
So, heads up play. We Millennium Eye knew the Blanche was in the Arsenal.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like he is really thinking about, do I even need to proactively win this game, or can I just win through just fatigue? I think with how much he banished earlier in the game, that is a very realistic win con here. He's so healthy.
Yeah, he may not even need to transcend at all, David, to win this game. He could just win with presenting stealth attacks that guarantee take a card out of the opponent's deck, potentially more.
Looks like he's got a nimblism and a stealth attack. I don't know if those were reds.
Yeah, you can zoom in, right?
Mm-hmm. Technology activate.
Yes.
That's a fine hand.
2 cards,
Is it worth playing
the
though?
Best brute turn ever.
I think it's pretty reasonable just blocking here if he wanted to go for that, because you're not presenting lethal. Opponent's at 11. You're presenting 6.
I don't know. I'm kind of interested in the pick to pieces is essentially worth 5 on offense here because he can Fang Strike it, which would trigger the pick to pieces +1 off of its own effect, because we know that.
But you're not getting any banishes off the top with that.
Right. But I mean, 1 card 5, it's like not bad.
He might not be playing for value here. That's the thing. Where it's like if I'm just going to win through raw deck out, just preserving my life total might matter more.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like what's going through his head? Is he trying to like physically kill his opponent, or just I don't need to take game actions anymore? Cards in front of cards.
Yeah.
Prove to me you can actually beat me, because I don't think you can. I don't think you got 9 damage left in your deck. I will move directly to sleep phase.
Yeah, we will find out if he does.
And the other thing too, you got to think about as we get deeper into the deck, the damage per hand tends to go way down as we're redrawing our blues. So it's going to be much harder for us to get an average value of 3 per card. So it becomes much easier to start blocking out the turns. And once he gets into a turn where he's able to stuff the entire turn by blocking with like 2 cards, maybe 3 cards if it was like there's a yellow in there or something. Okay, I'll just throw back my thing, because you didn't even make me block with all my cards.
Yeah, importantly, I think Mark also drew Preserve Tradition. That's one of the more high-impact Chi Transcend cards, in that he can recycle one of his attacks that attack for a lot. Right, the hat, which was also missing from his list, which is kind of a staple in most successful Zen decks that I've seen in both sealed and in draft. So having the Preserve Tradition to at least be able to recycle something, maybe he'll go for just one of the generic attacks rather than an attack with combo.
And like I said, we're coming in with a small attacker. We're re-seeing a lot of our blues, so that this turn is potential to not present that much damage, where David would just might say, send me the bill, or block a little bit, because again, he's trying to play towards that fatigue angle. It's just the onus isn't on him to win the game here.
Yeah, he does have the Mark does have the opportunity to transcend here, though. So if he's been sneakily hiding some massive Chi Unleashed or other big combo card in his deck the whole time, we could see that on this turn. May end up even presenting lethal out of nowhere.
The one big tool, though, that he does have to fight fatigue is just a nice weapon that attacks for 2. That's a massive edge that he has in that kind of situation, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And these little awkward breakpoints of like 1/1/1. That's just like, I don't really want to fight over this. Now here's the question: what nice combo card do we have to get back? We had the go again if you've played the last chain link was the tiger, right? Pouncing key.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, it looks like he didn't have many super strong combo cards. So he's got him.
The devastation. Oh my
the
god.
Combo. Yeah, so if you're unaware of the interaction here, the both Preserve Tradition and Passover, the cards that both players played, kind of counteract each other in that whichever one resolves first either banishes the target of the first or puts it back into the deck so then it can't be banished. And if it does not successfully resolve the first part of the effect, you do not transcend. So, yeah, totally stuffed Mark's turn there.
So David just waits for him to declare his target and then responds to it before it actually finishes resolving.
Exactly, yep. Something you can do, too, in your games is to be proper. And even if you don't have a Passover, you should always ask your opponent what their target is going to be. Yeah, pretty rare to see a cheat card in the graveyard like that. Kind of weird.
Oh, does it fail to, it fizzles
Exactly.
and then it doesn't flip?
Yeah, it does not transcend, yeah.
Ooh.
That's why it was such a blowout, because Mark was planning on fetching a combo card, creating a Tiger, probably using Zen ability, so yeah. Looks like Mark's deck is quite thin. He is up on life total, but unlike Enigma, who kind of has that endgame loop of pitching cheater her hero power, Zen has to attack with real cards spent from his deck, so...
I think if he was up ahead on more life, it could matter because then the weapon can potentially get there.
Right.
But it's just not enough where the weapon's going to start demanding cards. He's still probably going to put some cards here and there down because it's still more profitable than blocking a Tiger. Looks like he's got a Chi and a couple reacts. The hand doesn't really do a whole lot unless he has a stealth card set.
I think just having a single Chi card does quite a lot. It's going to present like 7 to 8 damage, just based on
playing the banish.
Yeah, based on playing Mark's banish. Yeah.
Yeah, I meant the reactions don't do a lot.
Exactly. Yeah.
Again, he doesn't really necessarily need to do a whole lot. Looks like maybe one card left in deck plus the 2 cards that are going to go back into pitch. I don't think that's enough to cross the finish line here.
Importantly, just a play pattern to pick up on is David has swung his daggers like very infrequently this game, which I think is like a real testament to his prowess with the new deck. I think you really only want to be swinging daggers when your opponent strands you with cards. It's kind of a inefficient play otherwise, or in this kind of a situation where you want to play more of your opponent's banish zone, so you're really forcing them to give you a whole card on a dagger. Otherwise, you're threatening to play more attacks.
Yeah, I'm generally not very interested in converting one of my cards into one value.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I'm also a big fan of the not swinging daggers as much as possible.
Yeah. Also, as a new player, you got to come to the tournament equipped with all the potential tokens you could be creating.
You don't like just stealing your opponent's tokens? You're already stealing their cards.
Yeah, fair.
Is that BM?
I think it is.
Yeah, can I get your pile of tigers over there? I need them more right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like insane. It's crazy that with the design of the set, something like this is possible where you can go 5-6 chain links wide with just playing your opponent's cards.
This might just be lethal this turn.
Yeah, I think he will present lethal here.
Especially if that's still a stealth card in Arsenal.
Yeah. So he makes another tiger, and it looks like Mark's going to 3, and there's exactly 3 points of attack here. Notably as well, the reactions, I don't know if David is like extended BM here, because I'm pretty sure the attack reactions can target any Mystic attack.
I believe that's
so Mystic
correct.
Ninja attacks would also then qualify as Mystic attacks. Oh, doesn't matter. Game is over anyway. But yeah, something to note if you're playing new at any event that Mystic attacks are targetable by the reactions, whether they're yours or your opponent's. So
because they target Assassin or Mystic.
Exactly. Yep.
Just not something that you're expecting to do there, being like, oh, yeah I guess it's a Mystic Ninja card, not what the plan was, but we're here now.
Yep.
That was a very well-navigated game by David.
Yeah.
Just saw that he had that early advantage in both deck total and life total and just leveraged it to the end to just saw how he needed to navigate the game to win. He had moments where he could have played his hand differently, but just he saw the vision, he saw the path.
Yep. Yeah, it was a great showing there. So yeah, what time is it now? It's 6 o'clock. We wrapped up the Swiss rounds. So what's your plans for the rest of the day?
Probably get some more good food. I saw Lazy had a recommendation list of all the places to visit in Montreal and food, so I was going to be checking that out later.
Awesome.
Maybe check out that big Ferris wheel thing that's around here. That looked cool by the beach.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a hiking trail, too, that looked cool.
Okay, nice.
Mostly food, though. I'm a foodie. We're mostly.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can follow up with something better than what we got last night. What was the name of that place?
DeVille Diner, I think.
place
DeVille
was-
Diner Bar. Yeah, that place is fantastic. If you're ever in Montreal, got to check it out.
That was one of the best meals I've had in a very long time.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you get? What kind of food was that?
They call it a diner bar, but diner is like in name alone. It's essentially like the fanciest diner you could imagine. So they have like chicken and waffles, but it's made with like this truffle syrup. We had these like lamb chops with like pomegranate molasses. I don't know.
Oh, those
It
were
was
crazy. They were. You said it, and then I had some, and I was like, "No, you're right. They are literally suck on the bone good. They were crazy."
Yeah.
I split 2 burgers with Pierre. The desserts were crazy. There was something that Pierre recommended that was like a French
beignets. Yeah, the
They had, like,
beignets are
ice
fantastic.
cream on top.
And they were not shabby with the portions. Like we got a box of beignets. There must have been like 12 of them in there. It was crazy. So, yeah, definitely made a few trips to use the facilities at the hotel today. But I enjoyed it last night.
Everything I tried to, like, that looks good. I need to try a bite of what you got over there. Just everyone. I had my hands in all the different pots that meal.
Yeah.
Well, so what are your guys' thoughts so far on? Well, here we'll toss it to this screen. What do you guys think about tomorrow with it shaking up and turning into CC?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if people have managed to acquire all the cards. So I think some of the new heroes are something that we're going to expect to see a lot of in the upcoming national season.
You think there's going to be a lot of news?
This is what I'm curious about. Oh, yeah, nice. Had to make the joke at least once. But yeah, I think there'll be a lot of people playing new, a lot of people playing Zen and Enigma. They've already seemed like they've garnered the hearts of fans of those archetypes, as well as pulled in new people every time. And I don't know, there's just something satisfying about playing a deck that's predicated on blues to where you don't feel bad, oh, I drew quad blue. Like if you're playing a traditionally aggressive deck like a Phi or KO and you draw 4 blues, you're like, oh, I want to cry. Like this is terrible, right?
I do also really like with a lot of them where it's not just like jam in generically good blues in the deck. Like the deck building of figuring out which blues you need to play with them is really interesting because it's like, how do I not tank on rate with my blues? Because I'm trying to cast blues. I'm trying to physically cast my blues.
Yeah.
How do I not just sack rate on blues and profitably flip my chi so I can enable my gameplay loop of what my deck is trying to do? I think the deck building of them is very interesting.
Right. Because Preserved Tradition, you want that online like almost as soon as possible. So like, where do you find time to neg on the blue rate and then pull out chi from your deck with that insane card? Are you guys going to play the new heroes tomorrow, or what you thinking?
I got 40 boxes at home I got to open, so I don't actually have new cards yet.
Yeah. I really wanted to try out Zen. That was the one I'm like most interested in playing because the first deck when I started playing Fab was Katsu, so I kind of have the affinity towards Ninja. But yeah, I'm just gonna be playing KO tomorrow. Boring old.
Yu-Gi-Oh player wants to play the Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
Yeah. I mean, why block when you can just attack?
I mean, I'm sure everyone knows what hero I want to be playing. I love Enigma. She's one of the most fun heroes I've played in a long time. I'm probably just going to play Prism tomorrow because it turns out that is what it is in fact in my backpack right now.
Nice.
I just don't have the new cards yet. I'm sorry, I don't have the Enigma cards yet. But if I had the stuff, I'd be playing Enigma. Just the deck looks super fun.
Yeah.
I still don't know if I'm playing it at Nationals. That's a different question. But all 3 of the new heroes are just very, very good.
Yeah.
I really like where they struck the balance on this set of power level. I like this quite a bit more than what the previous sets have had. It's felt like a lot of the previous sets were, on the one hand, mathy, and on the other hand, it was a lower power level in some cases, or just like not doing anything that necessarily competed with older heroes on a level that made them better than what older heroes were doing. If you guys are catching my drift on that. Where I feel like these was much closer to the power level and design of Uprising. It really reminds me of how Uprising felt back then, of the how these heroes are designed and balanced and everything. And I like that. It feels like you can play kind of mathy with these heroes. Like you can choose to play the decks that way.
Yeah.
But you can also play towards your funny turn of like you've got some silly cards in your deck, some fun Majestics that if you chain together some combos with your cards, you saw in that last game there, you can do some crazy things with new if you just like stack up their banish. You play towards that big turn and you just go crazy. I think that's something that's been missing for me in Fab recently. So it's nice that we kind of got that back in a lot of these heroes where it's like, okay, I can invalidate some previous math by just going crazy on this turn. And it feels interesting. Like it's good for viewing also, which is nice. Like just watching people go back and forth of like, I got 15 this turn. It's like, okay, but like look at this crazy combat chain. That's fun. That's cool. Like that, and that makes stories. Like David is going to be talking about that later. Like, yo, I just played his entire banish and just one shot him that turn. Like that makes good stories.
Yeah, and these are stories where like you can see the build up throughout the whole course of the game. And something I really enjoy.
It's like a narrative going on during the game that you can see happening.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we were kind of dooming on the Zen player's side of like, oh no, the banish zone is building up, it's building up, and then eventually it just comes crashing down where he has to block his own cards with his cards. So then one more thing that I also really like is the fact that you can take a second, pause, strategize about your next turn, and then play turn with information that your opponent doesn't have. It's like in the Zen example, right? They don't know whether you're going to present a 4 breakpoint that has non-hit, so they may sandbag cards, not blocking. But then if you just present 2-2-1-1-1, they're like, oh no, I should have blocked with my 3 block on the first attack. Similar thing with New, where you don't know if she's going to react and give +7 at reaction speed by playing +3, +1, right? Or if she's just going to be like, okay, you just blocked 6 on my 1 power attack.
Or like
go again.
I'll inducement. Grab a blue, like you didn't have blues in your banish.
Yeah.
Okay, well now you do.
Yeah.
And then I'll go again with my shoes and play your blue bastion from banish.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You're just like, how did this happen?
That'll be a funny interaction, by the way. If you do inducement a bastion, they still get the 1 prevention. I've kind of screwed myself over one time on this.
Does that work even if they had already blocked with a card?
Yeah, because you're doing it in reaction step, so it's still defending alone at the time of defending.
Oh.
Yeah.
Learn something, chat. Learn something.
Yep.
All right, and to Ethan.
Goodbye.
All right, that was awesome. Had to get some runaways in the booth. Unfortunately, scrubbed out, but that's okay because maybe Fino's going to take Prism all the way tomorrow. That'd be pretty hype. If Noah was playing Leviah instead of KO, I would also give him my blessing, but unfortunately he's playing the boring brute. But with that is the end of the Swiss rounds. There is going to be a draft for the top 8, and we'll be announcing top 8 as soon as we know. The round is over, so we should know the top 8 like very, very soon. We'll be back to announce that. Otherwise, gonna unfortunately not be able to cover the draft live because it changes the dynamic of how top 8 has to play. All of a sudden, it's enforced open deck lists, and that's just not how the tournament was advertised. So we are not going to be interjecting and doing a live stream of the draft process. But we will still, of course, make sure that the casters are talking to the players, kind of getting a vibe on how their drafts have gone. We'll get their deck list to talk about before we go into each game, but we will just not watch the draft happen live is the small difference here. So with that short break, we'll be back with, first of all, we've got some giveaways thanks to the sponsors to go through. If you like card grading, we're actually giving away card grading from Beckett of all companies. So card grading is not something that I've ever done. Of course, we know some pretty hallmark names in the Flesh and Blood world with PCG, but this is kind of a trial run. If you win this giveaway, you can go ahead and ship out a card for free to Beckett and just see if you like this entire grading process, and then spend your money with whoever you choose. So we've got some giveaways coming up there. We've got Guess the Fab event code as well, and then we will be onward with the actual top 8 gameplay, and then of course back on Sunday for the big one, the one that I hope we break records, people. It's, I think, officially the first advertised ProQuest Plus stream. When we did the ProQuest Plus stream in Atlanta, I actually just didn't know they were called ProQuest Plus, so I've still called it PTI event and everything like that. This will be the first advertised live stream for a ProQuest Plus, and I'm really interested to see what that means for just viewer interest. It's classic constructed. It's the new meta. Like Fino and Noah were saying, not everyone has the new cards yet, but of course we're going to follow the new heroes. We're going to follow the expansion slot heroes. We're just going to keep it as spicy as possible tomorrow. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. In the meantime, the official caster duo is getting some well-needed food in their bellies. They have not had a break all day. So I'm also going to go join them and grab some sushi. We'll be right back, though, with the top 8 announcement, Guess the Fab event code, some giveaways, and then gameplay. So don't go too far. We'll be back in a bit.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate flesh and blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Arm, first form.
I used to be just like him. Energy spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Update. So top 8 is about to start their draft. We just all went and took some staff pictures, but also I have the top 8 graphic to show off to everyone. So be warned, this is not the heroes they drafted. The draft has not happened yet. So we'll update that once we know. But for Nathan Crawford, who is hanging out in the chat, the heroes played to actually make this top 8, and of course the players themselves are Michael Metallo, first seed on Enigma versus Leo Vézinet, 8th seed also, who was playing Enigma. Remember, these are not the heroes they drafted. They are going to draft, and we'll come back with what those heroes were. These are the heroes they played in Swiss across 8 rounds today at the Battle Hardened Montreal. Then we've got Jimmy Nero Demers, who I wish we got him on stream, actually. I love this guy, versus Noah Clark, who both played Enigma in Swiss. Daniel Dresiger versus Madeline Abernathy. There we go, some variety. Daniel was on New in Swiss. Madeline was on Enigma. And then David Lee, who we saw win his winning in on New, versus Kayvan Zand, who was playing Zen in Swiss. So reminder, this is just the heroes they did play to qualify for top 8. We'll come back with an update of what they actually end up drafting, because I would be so surprised if it looks anything similar to this. There's no way these 5 Enigma players end up on five Enigmas again for the actual draft. That's just like not going to happen. If that happens, then GG's Kayvan. He took Zen and is probably going to do well. But reminder, these are not the draft heroes yet. Okay, so with that, everybody, we'll be back. I'm going to wrangle up the... Oops, this is the wrong one. I'm going to wrangle up the other casters. We'll be back to do a giveaway and also run the Guess the Fab event code, which I've been promising that for a couple Savage Feats streams in a row, and we've just never gotten around to it because there's never any downtime. So actually some downtime is kind of nice for that sort of thing. So a couple minutes, just got to go get them. People are clearing out. I'm not quite sure where everyone's off to right now, but we will be right back. Okay, just enjoy the music until then.
Welcome back, everybody, to Battle Hardened Montreal. I'm Sean. He's Frank. We have some great news for everybody. We have a top 8.
We have the top 8. The players have decided by a democratic process of bashing each other's heads against one another.
Yeah, of throwing auras at each other and other sharp things. So we'll go through the actual list of what we have here. So coming down from bottom up, we have...
This is, we're looking at round 6 here, remember?
We're looking at round 6. Yeah, let's
round
actually
8, round 8. We have it on the graphic here.
Beautiful.
And before you all freak out about this draft, these are the heroes they played in Swiss, not what everybody drafted in an 8-person pod at the top 8.
No, exactly. So looking at the list, obviously there's a lot of Enigma. 5 players came in on Enigma, 1 on Zen, in the words of Kayvan, actually, which we'll talk about the player themselves. David Lee on New and Daniel on New. Most of these have been featured on stream, actually, throughout the day.
Yeah, I think Leo and Kayvan are the 2 players that we haven't seen on the stream yet. Did we get Jimmy on yet?
I don't think we got Jimmy on. We wanted to at some point, but there's a more interesting match for the viewers that we put on instead, because it was another mirror match of a mirror match of a mirror match.
Right, yeah, exactly. And I did see the last round for Leo and Jimmy there in 4th and 8th, respectively. They were playing a mirror, and I guess they both got in, just Leo squeezing in despite losing the last round.
Yeah, I think Jimmy had some really good tiebreakers going into that. So looking at everybody, I mean, we've seen Michael Metallo on stream the entire day. Great pool, a lot of wins through the mirror guy.
That's right. I think it was a mirror guy attacking for 12 that closed out the last one.
Yeah, absolutely. So that card, obviously great, but he didn't win only on the back of that. He's a great player. He's been around. If you've ever been around, then you say the name and then you see the guy, you're like, oh, I know who that is. Léo Vizinet is a player that's local. He's an illusionist fanboy, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Almost like he's played both Prism Heroes a lot, and I think he's gonna really enjoy this constructed format because Enigma is getting off to a great start.
Absolutely. And then we have Jimmy. Well, Jimmy needs no introduction. Jimmy won the Spain. What was it?
Battle Hardened.
Was it it wasn't Barcelona. It was right after Barcelona.
Wallonia?
Yes, there you go.
I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but the Battle Hardened, that was right after Barcelona.
Yeah, exactly. So he won that on the back of his trusty Katsu. He's a Katsu expert, I would say. And then Noah Clark, illusionist mastermind, more or less.
Yep, that's right.
And then Daniel Dreisiger, the gun show, as I like to call him, on New. Quite a feat, actually, getting through all that, beating a lot of Enigmas. We've seen on stream that Enigma is actually an issue at times for
New.
New.
It can be hard for a New to clear out those auras, but despite the number of Enigmas at the top tables, seeing 2 of these new players sneak through.
Yeah, and then Madeline Abernathy, also on Enigma, who's been on stream, I think, twice, actually, possibly.
Yeah, I think we saw her earlier in the day and then kind of a bit towards the end as well.
Yeah, absolutely. David Lee on New, which we actually didn't see David on stream.
No, we saw David the last round clinching it out.
Oh, it's true, absolutely. I didn't do the call on that. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
We lost you for a minute there, Sean.
Apologies. I went to go and get a sandwich, and it was a delicious sandwich for that matter. And then Kayvan submarining it.
Oh, really?
Kayvan lost round 1 and then didn't drop a game the entire event.
Wow, and so he's fought his way back up, sitting in 6th place here.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. A lot of these players are local, but we do have some players that you like. I like to call these guys the usual suspects for Montreal.
Yeah.
Dan, Jimmy, and Leo are the usual suspects. So it's going to be exciting to see how these guys go through the draft and what they end up coming out with, because drafting is a very different beast.
Oh, for sure. And, I think that both Jimmy and Daniel locally, excellent limited players. Noah has played a lot of limited as well. Not so familiar with, and Michael, of course. Not so familiar with some of the other players, but I have full confidence that, they're going to translate that well.
Well, they've proven that they can do it, right?
Yeah. And then one thing that stands out here, you're seeing all the Enigmas that did make the top 8. Many of them had some bombs in their sealed pools, and that contributed to their success. The top 2 tables, I think I saw 6 or 7 Zen players in that 9th through 20th bracket.
Oh, yeah.
So on one hand, yes, it does seem a little bit stacked towards Enigma and Sealed, but there were a lot of Zens just duking it out at the top as well.
Well, I know that, we were looking at everybody's placement, and Frank Boothroyd, who was on stream playing Zen, ended up finishing 9th on tiebreakers, but he was essentially a shoo-in originally.
Yeah, and I think that last game was exciting to say the least.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think we have a few things coming up here that our dear producer Ethan has lined up for us. We're going to be in a moment playing kind of a game with chat with you guys. So
here's the game. So some of you may know Deb, also known as Bobble Waffle on Twitter. She's self-described as a support NPC, but I kind of feel like, she's like a main character support, right? Like you can be a main character even if you're a support. And one of the things that she does is she illustrates the Fab event code, I guess, word descriptions and turns them into these sketches. And our job here is going to be to guess what.
Try and guess that, yeah. So I mean, we've all seen it, like surprise narwhal and things like that. So
yeah, exactly. Is that what that one is there with this?
I have no idea. Are these the three that we have to guess?
No. This is just to introduce people to what it is. These have been done previously. We've got a new slew.
Yeah, new event codes.
Very cool. Very cool. Looking forward to it.
Are you guys ready to play?
I think we are.
Absolutely ready to play.
All right. Everyone in chat, you can go ahead and guess along with the casters here, because here is your first event code.
Is this going to be a competitive activity or a collaborative?
Oh yeah. No. Keep track. You both can vote on your own.
I'm keeping score right here.
Okay. All right. We'll see who gets.
Here we go.
Freaking life pad and everything. Okay. Oh my God. Is that a?
All right, I got it. I got my guess, but I'm gonna let you go first.
Yeah, let's hear your inner ramblings.
Oh, there's
options.
Yeah,
there's options. Okay, cool. Because I was gonna say this is for sure Bright Mongoose.
Bright Mongoose. Okay. There's also Cognitive Cougar, Visionary Civet, and Enlightened Fossa.
Oh, it could be. I may be a civet. It might be. Because look, I'm gonna go with D. Just because for some reason that's what hit my, but I also am very uneducated in fauna.
Right.
So I'm not someone, you could be like, that's actually a, North African fossa.
I feel like that's a civet. I think it's a civet. I'm going with C for Visionary Civet,
Okay, so I'm going with D and you're going with C. So let's see what we've got.
Oh, wait. Do we want to get
Hold up. Yeah.
Wait, we want to get a poll?
Yeah. Chat is so far mostly going towards D.
Okay.
Oh, going for the Bright Mongoose. Interesting.
Almost no votes for B or C.
Oh boy.
Why?
See, I actually had the thought Enlightened originally. I thought it was an Enlightened Civet, but that's not an option here. So I'm going with Visionary Civet.
Okay, so here's the thing. So we're gonna have a scorekeeper here. Okay.
Yeah.
There's
and
my name.
Are we gonna put chat score as well, or we don't have an average?
Are we polling it?
Oh yeah. It's a poll. It's a poll in chat.
Okay, it is a poll also.
I've
so you'll let us know. You'll let us know chat. So it'll be 3 rows. It'll be me, Frank, and chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna win.
I don't think so, man. Very competitive.
This is gonna contribute towards my limited elo, right?
I absolutely will, and I will steal all of that elo as much as possible because Lord knows I need it.
I gotta qualify for the next Pro Tour on elo.
Really?
No, I'm a little bit off the boundary right now.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I hadn't played in a very long time due to personal stuff, and then I got an invitation for nationals, and I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
I'm like, how? I haven't played in 3 months. How? And apparently, I was just.
Your elo's just good enough,
It was. It's not no longer, but it was.
Oh yeah, that's awkward.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
All right.
So,
are you ready? There's an option in chat that has pulled ahead quite a bit.
And it's the Bright Mongoose?
No, it is A, Enlightened Fossa. So chat is guessing A.
I'm guessing C. Wait, can I change my guess still?
No.
No, you're locked in, and I'm D.
Locked in, and you're
I'm
D.
D.
All right, Civet.
Okay,
Civet.
A, C, and D.
Yeah.
All right, ready for the reveal?
We are.
All right, drum roll. I hope this works still.
Oh, you're
hold up.
drawing on my face.
Yeah, it's not drawing in the right spot. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
It should work now.
Yeah, you're still drawing on my face.
Still not working. Okay, let me full screen this.
Let's see. I'm very confident in my answer. But that might be a fossa, and I have no idea. Like I said.
What is a fossa again?
I don't know.
Is that a fossa?
It could be a fossa. My thing is it's a mongoose, but I remember mongoose like being more like elongated with like longer snouts.
I might have said enlightened ermine if that was a option because.
What is an ermine? Please enlighten me. Enlighten.
It's like a civet, but.
But what's a civet?
It's like a mongoose, but
not.
Different. Yeah. This is why this is a great game. You learn so much about biology.
Yeah, so it shows you how simple my brain is. Because I'm like, I don't know what any of these are, but I know what a mongoose is, so this has to be a bright mongoose.
I mean, bright. I will say bright.
Bright fits.
Uses the light bulb thing quite well.
It does.
It's bright on multiple levels.
It does.
All right. I don't know why when I draw it is off by quite a bit.
Okay.
But I'll write the answer in my own little bubble here. You ready?
Oh.
So chat got us. So chat has 1 point.
Yeah.
It was a fossa. And you know what? I'm actually going to be a very bad host, and I'm going to find a picture of an actual fossa because I have no idea what they look like. I've never seen a fossa. And it is a fossa. It is so a fossa. Have you seen this thing?
You should show that to the camera.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if I can get.
As long as it.
National Geographic. I'm not sure if I can find it. It might be copyright or something, but this is a fossa. I can't get. Nah, whatever. It's definitely a fossa.
All right. I buy it.
All right. Well, we got wreck there. Good job, chat.
All right,
chat.
in the
1
lead.
point. 1 point. All right, ready for the next one?
We are.
All right, here we go. Next Fab event code.
Okay, this looks like a unicorn for
It
sure.
does look.
All guesses are unicorn.
Okay. Content, princess, polite, or dainty?
What's the context with the pumpkin, you think?
I think that's princess.
Because of the pumpkin?
Because of the pumpkin. Because Cinderella.
Because Cinderella. Like, this is the princess before she's turned
into a princess.
Before the pumpkin turns into the carriage.
Into a carriage, exactly.
Right, okay.
That's my logic. Now, I'm going to lock that in just because I'm very confident,
Yeah.
but I'm also very wrong at times.
I kind of like the idea. I also would like to go in on B here. You know?
We're going hard on B. So I'm locking in B. You're locking in B.
Yeah, what does the crowd say?
Let's see. You got to buy some time because there's a little bit of a delay, but so far, mostly B. Mostly B.
Mostly B. Okay. Well, okay. Let's dissect this, right? What is a princess?
With the pumpkin thing. A princess. I guess the daughter of a monarch. There's no crown.
There's no crown, so it might not be a princess. But also, we might be
pumpkin.
We might be looking too hard.
You know what? Maybe it's a content unicorn because they've got this pumpkin, and you'd be really happy if you had a pumpkin.
Yeah, and I mean, you're wearing a nice unicorn dress, and you're just content with life. I wish I could be that level of look at how content that unicorn looks.
Also, is princess an adjective? That's kind of an interesting one.
It is. It's like a noun and an adjective, I guess.
Yeah, don't forget the flesh and blood or like the gem generator for these is very generous with what they call adjectives and nouns.
I mean, the thing is, it's a princess unicorn. But if it's a princess unicorn, it's also polite because princesses are polite.
Right.
Tend to be.
Yeah, that's true.
Princesses could also be dainty.
Optional on the dainty.
Optional on the dainty could be.
Yeah.
And typically, it could be not typically, but could be content. Could also be miserable, but could be content. So you
kind of got a nice cadence when you say it could be content. It's kind of like
could be content.
Yeah, it's got some flow.
It's got some flow. Could be content.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right, chat.
I'm locking in B still.
I'm on B. Yeah, I think we're all on B.
Chat is also far ahead on B. They're following your lead on this, and I will show you the reveal with a drum roll. I don't know where it's going to show up on the screen, but here we go.
We're gonna draw randomly. Also, it says Frank Hill in my name right now.
Oh, you're right.
You're me.
I'm you. B it is.
Hey, B it is. So 1 point for everybody.
Oh, wait. Chat's pulling ahead still.
Chat
We're
still
staying
got
ahead.
us.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Good job, everyone. Good job, everyone. No crown, I thought, would throw more people because I feel like that's the signifier for unicorn. Because the way these work, I make up all the red herrings, right, with all the fake guesses here. So one is provided, directly from Deb, and then I've got to figure out what might, bait the chat and you guys.
I think the pumpkin really sold it, though.
I like the pumpkin a lot. That's a good clue.
I'll take notes for next time. I got to make up better adjectives. All right, here we go. Number 3.
Yak. That's a yak. Wait, the yak's not an option. All right, we got a potential fluffy buffalo, furry bison, cotton cow, or puffy ox.
It's definitely not a cow.
How can you tell?
I don't know. I feel like that thing has big horns.
Okay, right.
So I'm like, okay.
Also, if it's cotton, it might be more like a sheep cloud kind of drawing.
Maybe. This thing seems like I don't know if it's furry because furry doesn't necessarily mean puffy or fluffy.
Right.
So this thing is definitely fluffy or puffy.
Fluffy or puffy. That's the rhyme.
And aren't ox, aren't they like very slender? Don't they
I
not
don't know
have?
if that's the distinction though? If it's a puffy ox.
So I know where I'm at.
Okay, okay.
And I don't want to influence yours.
Right, you want me to go first here.
So, because I think I'm right.
Okay, I'm going in on puffy ox.
Okay, I'm going in on fluffy buffalo.
Fluffy buffalo.
Fluffy buffalo.
Fluffy buffalo also has kind of like that internal rhyme thing going on there.
Yeah. I have a thing with not enunciations.
Alliteration.
Alliterations. Thank you.
Alliterations, consonants, assonances, vowels.
There you go.
Chat is actually very split. No one is voting cotton cow. Otherwise, it is very split between A, B, and D.
I like the fact that like everybody sees the logic behind this is not a cotton cow.
Right.
It is
'cause
simply not.
It would look like a cloud if it was cotton cow.
It would. It absolutely would. So I'm locking in A. You're locking in D.
Right.
Chat's all over the place.
Chat's
could be a
mostly
furry
on A
bison.
by
Could be a
slight.
furry bison.
It
Slight
could be.
margin.
I mean, I'm a fluffy buffalo. That's where I'm at. That's absolutely where I'm at. I'm gonna put $20 down.
You're gonna put $20.
No.
Whoa, okay, I'll take that.
Big deal here. No. But if I was a betting man,
Right,
I'd be
right.
betting on fluffy buffalo.
I was about to fold on this, like
You were $20. You're just like, nope, not doing it.
Yeah, this is like a Jack 5, and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, not sure what I should do here. So has chat made up their mind yet?
Well, I want to hear Frank. Why is this a yak more than anything? What draws your eye there?
Immaculate vibes.
Yak vibes.
Yeah, that's right. You ever met a yak before? They just have like a demeanor about them, and that's what this.
You ever met a yak before?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, I like. In
You just
theory.
you just walk around. You're like, hey, yak, what's up?
Yeah.
Well, I hadn't. Otherwise, I would have put yak as one of the.
Yeah, you are you are definitely the wanderer because I can tell you in 31 years of life I have yet to see a yak. Maybe I'm missing out.
You're missing out. You're
Maybe
missing out.
maybe I need to travel more.
Get down to a zoo or a Nepal, meet a yak.
Yeah, go to the travel to Nepal to meet a yak.
Yeah, the path well traveled has yak.
Path well traveled. Jesus Christ.
All right, you ready?
We are.
Okay, let's see
This
it.
is gonna throw people. Chat is wildly ahead now with A.
Okay.
A being chat's option, but here we go.
Puffy ox, puffy ox, puffy ox.
Oh, hold up.
Really?
Oh, it's the furry bison. Oh, that was my second guess. That was my second.
Furry
guess.
bison.
All right, so we
All
all
right, we
lose
all
there.
I think they should lose a point.
They should. No, they're not losing. They're not losing. We're not going to penalize them because they're like hundreds of people versus you and a little old me. We're not
No,
gonna
I
penalize
think
them.
they should lose a point.
They don't lose a point. Chat's still winning, and that's playing fair. How many more of these do we have?
We have 2.
Oh, awesome. Let's go.
Ready?
So there's still a
Next one.
chance for me to get ahead.
Yeah, maybe. Ooh.
Oh, that's a good one. That's really good.
Ooh.
Is it a jeweled bat, a crystal bat, a diamond pig, or a brilliant pig?
So I don't think it can't be a pig.
You don't think it can be a pig?
I don't think it could be a pig because if it was a pig, the face would be bigger.
Oh, that's an interesting logic.
That's the way I look at it. So it's for sure a bat.
Okay, so you're narrowing it down to A and B.
It's A or B for me.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you at?
I think because of the nose, maybe I'm leaning one way or the other.
Hmm.
That's kind of what my rationale is.
But the ears.
Ears are similar on bats and pigs, I think.
They are, but I feel like bats are sharper.
Okay, right. Yeah.
And I could be wrong.
Also, it's like a kind of distinctive idea of what diamond is.
True, right?
This is a crystal or a jewel.
This is very diamond shaped.
It is kind of diamond shaped, like like a perfectly etched diamond.
But isn't a diamond also a jewel?
Yes. Of a sort. When are they going to introduce a diamond card to Flesh and Blood?
There is one.
There is one. It's called Diamond Hands.
Oh, yeah. Forget I said that.
It's a legendary from Everfest that no one owns. Actually, is it from Everfest? No, it's not. It's a promo.
The Rudy promo. There actually
promo.
is a
Yeah,
diamond.
yeah.
There is a diamond token though.
There is a diamond token. Yeah. What am I thinking about? What's the legendary from
it is
Everfest?
Silver Palms.
Silver Palms.
Right. Okay.
Silver Palms, Diamond Hands.
All right. What's the chat doing here? I'd like to phone a friend.
Chat is tied between A and C.
Oh, those are two
If they
totally
think
different
it's
animals.
if they think it's a bat, it's A. If they think it's a pig, it's C. But B and D are not winning.
I'm A. I'm Team A.
You're Team A.
I'm Team A. I am Team A. I think it's a jeweled bat.
Jeweled bat.
That's what I'm going with. Chat, I'm with you. Whoever's in chat going for A, that's where I'm at.
I need to win, so I'm going to go B.
Okay, because you think it's a crystal bat.
Yeah, exactly. I got to separate myself. I don't actually think it's that. I got to separate myself from you and chat. So this is the only way I can win the game.
You can be authentic. You have to be authentic and actually try to, or you just trying to win.
I'm gaming the system.
You are gaming.
It's like
okay.
the Price is Right.
Wow, it's dead even between A and C. There's no clear winner.
Actually dead even?
Actually dead even.
Nothing
A
to
and C.
break the one.
You should make chat choose a different one from Sean to keep it interesting.
No.
Oh, then they should vote better then, right?
I don't know, man. Whatever. It's fine. We're all having fun here. This doesn't have to. We don't have to get mean.
This isn't being mean. It's being strategic.
It's like, no, this is imperative data. I'm going with imperative data. There's nothing you could say. This is not mean. This is imperative data.
Yeah, well, and also, like, think about it this way: is if chat gets this 3-1 lead over us, I think we just don't do that.
I think I need to go back to school. That's what I need to do. If I just can't get any points, I need a master's.
Yeah, I'm locking in B, by the way.
And I need
Crystal
to meet a yak.
I think you should.
You're looking in B. I'm locking in A. Chat split.
Chat is a little bit more towards C now.
Okay, perfect. Lock that in
Lock it
because
in.
you can't have both. So
All right, here we go.
Chat is C.
Reveal.
Come on.
That's it.
Wait, what
That's
did
a
I?
letter.
That's
C.
a letter.
That's
I thought
letter
you were
C.
gonna write the
Nope.
circle.
All right, so chat is C, and you were wrong too. You were Crystal Bat.
Mm-hmm.
Chat is whipping us.
You know, I think I let them get in my head. They threw me off.
Yeah, they threw you off. Yeah,
I was kind of leaning towards Diamond Pig, and then I was like,
I don't know. I see a bat.
it does look batly.
It's very batish.
Yeah.
Last one. Ethan.
Last one.
hit us
Okay.
up.
Well, so the last one is this.
This event code for the
event
Battle
code
Hardened.
For the Battle Hardened. But unfortunately, for whatever reason, I won't be able to draw directly on the canvas.
Okay.
That's okay.
But we'll draw adjacent to the canvas. It's something to do with this monitor, unfortunately. Oh, we can get close.
It's all good.
Can we get close? Oh,
You're on it.
no, it's a little off for whatever reason. But I will attempt to draw this event code, and then you two will have to guess, along with chat, all live.
And I'm not allowed to go through my thing and see because they dropped me from the event, so I could probably pull it.
No, you're
This is
tough
cheating
to
works.
draw,
While you do that, I'm gonna admire these beautiful cards
That's
that
right.
I just acquired, and I'm very proud of. But if you haven't yet seen the Marvels, this is the adult Marvel Enigma, and it is absolutely gorgeous. So if you haven't had a chance to see them, they're amazing. The card quality and the print has just been outstanding. So
You think about taking that for a spin tomorrow during CC?
oh, I mean, no, I'm with you tomorrow.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm
glad
busy.
we're
I'm
having you
busy.
back.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think, hopefully you want me around.
You should show them the other card too.
Okay.
I just don't want to brag and stuff, but like, yeah.
I am ready.
You are ready?
All
Okay,
right.
cool. I'll keep
here
this
we
for
go.
after.
Oh, okay. Don't even worry about it, Ethan. Just keep going. All right, I see a furrowed brow of some sort.
Oh, it's going to be so tough to actually like finish these drawings. My mouse isn't like exactly over it.
Do you want to like draw it on pen and paper?
No. We're doing it on screen for everybody.
All right.
Okay, I might
here we go.
retract this furrowed brow idea.
Okay.
Interesting.
Here we go.
I mean, I've played what's it called, charades before.
Or like Pictionary.
Yeah, this is next level Pictionary.
Remember, it is adjective plus animal.
Wonky stick. Oh yeah, stick's not an animal.
Wait. Okay, can you tell me when you're done the drawing?
No, just start active guessing.
I mean, like
It looks like a palm tree.
it looks like a tree. It looks
Wait,
like a stick.
actually, it looks nothing like a palm tree.
It looks like a
Oh,
pseudo-wudo.
It looks like scales. I'm seeing it. The scales.
Oh no, I don't think I can finish drawing the scale on this side. It's going to cut me off.
Oh, it's balanced something.
Mm.
Balanced something.
Oh, okay, so he's going to draw an animal over here.
Yeah, it's balanced something.
I mean, it could be just something.
It
Got
could
some other options.
It could, yeah, just balanced, righteous, maybe.
Righteous. That's a good one.
Ooh.
We're sure what the animal is here, I guess.
I mean, like, chat has proven that they are far superior to us in intelligence and intellect. So, what other good adjectives? They also have the power of the internet at their palm. But, like, what good adjectives would mean, like, just or balanced?
That looks like a mushroom, by the way. Just seeing a little toadstool. Toadstool, also also a synonym for mushroom.
Is it actually a synonym? It's not a completely different thing?
I don't know. Might be a different thing.
He said it so convincing. You're like, toadstool actually, a synonym for mushrooms. Like, oh, really? Is it? I don't know.
All right, so just imagine that is also on the other side, but I cannot. There's some clipping, so I cannot draw it on the other side. But imagine this is
it's
also
replicated.
there.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds like balance to me.
It has to be an animal, yeah?
Well,
I'm gonna go with balanced.
it has to be a living thing, apparently. I think the
Oh,
rules must have changed somewhere. But
Ooh,
this
it
is
has to be a
legitimately
living thing.
what the Fab event code was for this Battle Hardened.
Balanced mushroom?
I'm gonna go with balanced death cap. Just keep it interesting.
Ooh, death cap. Balanced portobello?
Balanced portobello.
All right, I'll let you know. It is mushroom. Just because it is very unclear why this is even allowed as an event code.
Okay.
But I guess fungus is
living.
It's living, but I don't think we've ever seen like a plant has never been an event code.
Right.
But this
Fair.
might be the first recording of a fungus being an event code.
Live spotting, first ever.
Yeah, first ever,
World
right
first
here.
Mushroom.
So it is something mushroom.
I mean, is it balanced?
It's either balanced, just, righteous. Righteous mushroom sounds so great. It sounds so epic. I kind of want righteous mushroom. I'm going to go with righteous mushroom.
Chat is saying scaled mushroom.
Scaled?
Oh.
Skibbity scales as well.
Ooh, okay. Scales is cool.
I also like the idea of even mushroom. You know, it's like if it's on both sides, it's even.
I mean, even's interesting. But balanced and even. I don't know. You know what? It's probably balanced mushrooms. It's probably balanced mushrooms, but I like righteous. I like the concept of justice instead of just like weight.
Right, because mushrooms are very righteous individuals.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna go with balance. I think.
You're gonna go with balance. Okay, so you have balanced mushrooms. I have righteous mushrooms because I'm intense. And then what does chat say?
Chat is mostly scaled. There's a lot of
Scaled.
people spamming scaled.
Okay, so we've got 3. Let's see.
All right. You ready? I'm going to read the definition of this word, and then, once again, try to tell me what the word is, okay?
Okay.
This is the definition of the adjective. Treating all rivals or disputants equally, fair and just.
I think you've got it, Frank.
If you'd like to change your answer, do so now. Or lock in.
Treating everybody balanced and just. Fair mushroom.
I was gonna say, is it fair? Can you
It
read
might
the
be fair mushroom.
definition again?
Treating all rivals or disputants equally, fair and just.
Why did it say rivals? That just makes me think of Pokemon.
Rivals. I mean, like, I don't know. Not neutral. What's the just when you're doing something but you're not taking sides? It's called
Oh, you're close.
Impartial.
Yeah, no. I use this. I use it
I'm
for
going
work a
with
lot.
Impartial mushroom. I'm
No,
locking
no,
it
it's
in.
not impartial. It's oh my god. It's oh my god.
Laissez-faire. No.
No. It's when you go. So we use it with work a lot. When you're going in without any like
unbiased.
Yeah, it's unbiased, but no, there's a word. It's so much simpler than unbiased.
Oh no, we're watching Sean fall apart.
It's such a simple word. It is such a stupid simple word. We're going. It's
Is it objective? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not objective. It's Just say the word, Ethan, and I'm gonna hate myself.
Okay, wait. So did you change your answer then, Frank?
Yeah.
You are now what?
Impartial mushroom.
Partial. Chat says maybe indifferent. Is that what you're thinking of?
No, it's not. It means that you're not involved. It means that you're going in without picking a side. It's oh my god. Just hit me with it.
Okay. The answer actually is, and this is the first time it's ever been guessed correctly, because normally these are so hard, but it is impartial mushroom.
Impartial. There you go. Impartial.
I got what Frank was saying impartial.
You're saying,
this
no,
whole
but it's
time.
not. That's not the word. There's another word that means impartial, but
Okay,
it's
okay.
I'll find it. It's essentially congratulations.
I still lose to chat.
You still lose, but like you win over me. I got 1 right. You got 2, and chat got 3.
That's right. That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Well, okay, so I'm going to read out some of the synonyms. Maybe this will jog your memory, Sean. Unbiased.
Yeah.
Unprejudiced. Neutral.
Neutral.
Wait, that's it? Neutral?
That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
Neutral.
Neutral mushroom.
Man, that was a simple word.
Whenever sometimes when you go into a place, you'll go in neutral so that you don't affect the relationship.
Right.
Damn it,
That's
it's
fair
neutral.
That would have been a good guess also.
That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was fun. That was pretty good.
Okay, well, thank you for participating in that chat. But if you want to see more of Deb's beautiful drawings, Bobble Waffle on Twitter. She also has a book that was co-published by Joey Seinart. And gosh, I hope you can still buy those online. I would still just navigate to her Twitter to figure it out. It's a coloring book. It's awesome. I got to actually color in it back at Pro Tour LA. Saw Deb in person, and she's just a wonderful human being. So big shout out to her and her drawing skills, which are better than mine with this funky mouse setup. But with that, we're going to run a giveaway real quick. And you guys, I'll intro it, but my face has to disappear to talk about it. So then you guys can amp it up, all right? But basically, check this out. We've got Beckett, who stepped in as they're related to Dragon Shield in some capacity and have stepped in to offer giveaways 2 today and 2 tomorrow for the stream. So we're going to draw one of the winners now, and then we're going to draw one of the winners right after the finals. Okay?
Very cool.
So at the beginning of top 8 and then right at the end. So the way this is going to work is if you win, well, first of all, type Beckett in the chat if you'd like an entry. That's going to be how we pull a winner. Beckett in the chat. If you win, I will be collecting your contact information, and then you can send off a card for free grading. Free grading, and I've never graded a card before personally, so this can be a way to dip your toe in the waters that is the world of grading, because we're inundated with choices here in the Flesh and Blood grading space, and so why not try with a free grade from Beckett? What do you guys think about card grading? Only positives.
I mean, that's awesome. I really like the subgrade thing. You know, I think that's the best thing about some of these grading services, like being able to see the subgrades. And Beckett was one of the first big movers on the Flesh and Blood scene a lot earlier on. So it's kind of nice to have that still be an option.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think so. I'm a huge fan of grading. I get sent to I get attached to my cards. Unfortunately / fortunately, like it's a good thing, it's a bad thing. Sometimes I'm holding on to something that should probably find a new home for. But I got I got a few cards graded, some prize cards like gold foils and stuff. And it for me it's I don't even look at it from a market point. I look at it from a personal collection point. I like to have something slabbed, to make sure it's gonna stay this way in the condition that it was when it got graded forever up until the point where I decide to break it. The case maybe. So I think that's whether you're someone who's trying to edge your bet on some collectibles, or you're someone who's just doing it for personal reasons. I think grading cards is great.
I mean, I think the other thing is, like, this is showing an Ursa token, but there's so many cards that you can still play even if they're graded.
100%.
Which is like, oh yeah, you could have like your graded, cold foil tunic or
something
like that.
It's not a cold foil tunic, but I did win an extended art tunic, and I do have it still, and it is graded, and I've been known to take it out from time to time to flex.
Yeah, I mean,
from time to time.
Wait, you won that in the OG RTN season?
I won that. Yeah, I won the first RTN in Quebec. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, I won that.
That's why he's here, by the way.
And it's still in my hands. Yeah. A lot of people don't know me. Some have seen me at events. Like, I promise I'm good. I'm not that good, but I promise I'm good.
I won some Prism promos from that event,
Oh yeah. I mean, hey, funny enough, I didn't win that RTN on Prism. I won it on Chain because Chain was absolutely cracked.
That's right. And now you can use your Ursa cold foil token there as well.
Amazing, but that's a great giveaway. I think it's really cool. That's really awesome.
Yeah, we're going to let this run in the chat for another couple minutes just to make sure everyone gets their entries in. And a reminder, one more of these will get drawn at the end of the day today, and then 2 more tomorrow, along with the packet of stream dice tomorrow from Terry Ty. So a couple things throughout.
Is it all Ursers, or are we going to maybe have other cards?
Oh, no. So if you win, you send in a card.
Oh, it's a free grade.
Yeah, it's a free grade.
Okay.
Yeah, you send in your card, and it'll get shipped back to you.
Oh, that's awesome. Grading cards is expensive.
Yeah, I've never personally done it, but the Flesh and Blood community is normally very high on grading. See, a lot of people's deck box choices revolve around do they fit?
Yeah, do they
fit grading cards
or not?
100%. That's awesome. Sorry, I'm just trying to tighten this on my head a little bit.
I could get my Hope Merchant's hood graded.
You really should.
Yeah, I mean, I just keep it in a top load or like a mini snap, and
yeah, you really should get that graded. I mean, it's so iconic with you as a player.
And use it as a coaster.
Well,
it's an alpha cold foil. It's fine.
I have a friend who did that with a very, very, very expensive card from a different card game. and he is using that as a coaster at home, and it is infuriating. The card is worth about $30,000, and he just does that for fun.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's Jason, if you're watching this, hi. So yeah.
All right, you guys ready to draw?
All right,
so.
let's do it.
Draw. All right, give me a countdown, and we'll pull out a winner here.
Countdown from
whatever you want. Something in French.
Oh, yeah.
Neuf.
Wait, that's going the wrong
Wait,
direction.
what would be 0? What like? So
Well, it depends. It's countdown 10 to 0, or like you want me to count?
Oh, you said these. I heard
Six.
these, and I was
No,
like,
no,
why
no,
are
no,
you
no,
starting from
six.
6, and then why are you
Okay.
going up to 9?
So everybody, it's gonna be 10 to 0, okay, or 10 to 1 and whatever, but in French. So
right.
I'm a loser. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
0.
Ethan.
Hey,
Olivier Beaumont.
Olivier.
Olivier
You know what? I'm just gonna
Olivier
leave that.
Beaumont, ça c'est un Québécois, ça.
Exactly.
Viens ici.
Perfect. All right, I'll leave that in your mouth, not mine. Well done, Oliver. Let me type out what you need to do to go ahead and redeem this giveaway in the chat.
Very nice. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Oliver, you have to tell us what card you're gonna get graded. That's the rule of winning the giveaway is you have to put it in chat so that everyone can judge you.
I'll probably I've shown the Enigma, which I'll probably get graded, and then there's this beautiful little piece that I just literally picked up, which is the new Traverse the Universe, the EA one. That's definitely a grade-worthy card. I think.
Gorgeous card.
It's beautiful. Have you seen the art on this thing?
Yeah, and it's one of the best cards in the set as well, like for constructed.
Oh yeah, this card is absolutely cracked for constructed. There's a reason I picked one up.
That's right.
Good.
Yeah.
It's that good.
In case you do get into that CC.
Yeah, I will not be getting into that CC tomorrow. I don't think so.
I was just trying to kick you out of the booth.
Yeah, you're just like, today wasn't fun. I don't want you around. Go play cards.
No, I had fun with you, Sean.
I had fun
We
with
still
you
got
too.
3 more rounds of draft to go.
We do.
Alrighty.
All right.
Well, unfortunately, I'm locked out of my Gmail because we're in Canada. So I can't pull exactly the information required. So Oliver, just bear with me. I will maybe access it on my phone, and then you'll see a message in chat tagging you with exactly what you need to send me to redeem this, because it had some special requests attached to it. So apologies. Thanks a lot, Canada. Locked me out of Gmail.
You're
I
welcome.
think you're trying to steal your own identity.
Yeah, it's like, hey, are you sure?
Canadian Mansant is logging in.
Are you sure you are Mansant? Yes. I don't think you are.
Oh, I'm seeing the hi chat in the side here now. Okay,
Very nice.
this is going away for a second.
Hold up. All right. This is, for some reason, catching up on every
everything else.
single poll. All right, there we go. All right, here. You can talk to chat in the meantime
Oliver
while I
says
fix
too much
this.
pressure. All right, we're going to talk to chat.
So
Okay,
what Enigma did you get, Sean? From Jody Burney. I got the Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. So the adult Enigma. So I'm a huge fan of Classic Constructed, and I was gonna. I've played. Let's see the Enigma.
Yeah, put it up close.
Let's see if I can get it close. It's actually catching a lot of light. So this is the front side. Oh yeah, it's a lot of light here, but front side, and then the back side is the Marvel, the full art.
And that's the side you play with.
Oh yeah, that's the side you put it on.
And there you get a couple advantages actually. A little did you know of playing with the Marvel Enigma like that is number one, the psychological advantage.
Yeah, just like, oh, this guy spent money on a card. He must be so good at this game.
Yeah, you must be really dedicated illusionist.
No. I'm just irresponsible.
Well, and then the second advantage is if people forget what your hero power does, and it's just like, oh
yeah, you get to be
I'm
like
a blank hero. Their hero doesn't matter, so
You have to flip it over. That's really funny. No, I mean, I've anybody that knows me, have seen me around. Like I've always played illusionists. So having her come around, it's a little bit of a kickback to my
that's right.
my glory days playing Prism.
Mm-hmm. Except for when you didn't, but
except for when I didn't. Except for when I was playing Chain and winning events with Chain.
yeah, Jody's gonna scoop up a Japanese alt Marvel. Those are also gorgeous.
Those are beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm gonna scoop. You should. You absolutely should. Unfortunately for me, I really like the English printing, so that's what I went with. I love how Sean says my whole government name, Lamau. I mean, it is a name. Everybody has a name, and you can say it. So with that in mind, is there anything that you are looking to buy from this set, or to find, I should say?
I mean, I feel like that Traverse might be it. I love these Transcend cards as well. Like I'm holding this Homage to Ancestors, and I've seen one of these Marvels, and they're like super
so pretty. Yeah, they're so pretty.
I think the Homage to Ancestors, the Passover, and the Rising Sun, Setting Moon, with the orange and gold in those cards, it looks really really nice. It like doesn't it almost like tricks you a little bit. You look at it and you're like, wow, what card is this? And it's just like, oh, this is like literally a blue, but it's like just so beautiful.
Yeah, no, it really is. I was fortunate to open one or two Marvels of the new Transcend cards.
Must be nice.
Yeah, well, it was very expensive. But yeah, no, it was super fun. Honestly, every time there's a new set, I always go way overboard and buy way too much product, and then a little bit regret it, and then I'm a little bit happy. So it's like, you know.
Well, I think that's like kind of why I want to draft this set. It's just like, oh, I just need an excuse to open boxes, you know?
Yeah.
Without just feeling like I'm, at the roulette wheel.
At the roulette, yeah, that's literally what it was for me. It was like just cracking and cracking and cracking and going like, why am I doing this to myself? And then every time I open like a shiny card, I'm like, ooh, shiny.
Yeah, exactly. It's the whole dopamine rush thing.
Oh yeah, 100%.
See, I'm lucky. I just traded for my Japanese foil Shadow Realm Horrors.
Oh,
like, literally day 0 in Tokyo. So
Fair.
that's it. I'll just.
Must be nice.
Oh, yeah.
On the ground level.
Must be nice.
I say that, but I actually do have a case waiting for me when I get home. So I guess I'm buying packs anyway, as everyone should.
I think anybody that's, into the game, we're not just into the game for playing it. I mean, it's going to sound silly, but buying cards, buying packs, if no one buys packs, no one gets Flesh and Blood. So, we have to, that's my kind of duty to the game is if I want this game to keep being around, I have to put my money where my mouth is. I buy as much as is reasonable for me to buy, and sometimes a little unreasonable.
And just like the Ontario Liquor Board would say, consume responsibly.
Yeah, but still consume. Consume.
But still consume. Yeah. Oh, it's the Liquor and Gambling Board, the OLG.
Yeah, consume responsibly, but consume. Very funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful.
All right.
So yeah, go for it, my friend.
I was going to say, we're going to check in on the players in the top 8 while we go to the break here. So you'll hear a bit from the sponsors, and when we come back, we're going to have a couple of matches of the first round of draft for you.
Ooh.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the clams, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
The Mistveil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Arm, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Alrighty, welcome back after the top 8 draft. You were seeing that minus 16 seconds. So that was the last little bit before we get in here. Sean, how's your break?
My break is very good. I have some caffeine here from a company that we will not push stuff, but it was good. I had a chance to eat a little bit.
Are you excited to watch this top 8 draft?
I'm very excited. I have a lot of players in the top 8 that I know personally and that I know put in the work, so I'm excited to see them play. And I also know that we're going to see quite a variety because there's only 8 players in the pod. So looking at them now, I mean, it makes
3
sense.
Enigma, 3 new, and 2 Zen. This is the actual draft pod.
Yeah. This is what they'll be playing, and a lot of overlap. Leo, Jimmy, and Noah playing the same characters they played in Swiss.
Yeah, and Daniel and David as well, actually.
Absolutely, and Kayvan as well.
Yeah, and Kayvan. So
yeah, the only
8 players.
The only changes were Michael and Madeline changing to different heroes.
Yeah, so I had a chance to creep in there. I love being part of the cast because you get these kind of behind the scenes moments. And I asked each of these players how they felt about the draft. And, everyone's sitting there, so you can't necessarily say, oh, tell me, how your strategy was, or tell me what happened, or what cards you got that made you so excited. But I was just like, yeah, vibe check, good, bad, medium. And first person I asked was Daniel. He was like, it was medium. It was like, okay. And then second person I asked was Madeline, and she said, very good.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, oh, that's excellent. And hopefully, turns out for good results for her.
Yeah.
And then the next person I asked was Leo, who again was drafted Enigma after having played Enigma all day, and he said, "Very bad."
Oh, that's not good. Did you ask Kayvan?
I did ask Kayvan, and he said, "Pretty good, but we'll see if I eat my words."
Okay.
And that's the the humility in him.
Okay, that's kind of what I got from him too. He's like, I'm pretty happy, but let's see what happens.
Yeah, and at least one other player had said, very bad. I think we should vote for a redraft.
Ooh.
But I think that's part of playing these limited formats, right?
Oh yeah, limited is not just a test of how good are you at the game. It's a test of fundamentals. It's a test of your deck building abilities. It covers everything essentially.
Yeah, where classic constructed is kind of like this beautiful fine dance of sword fighting between 2 foes. Limited is like, what kind of sticks can you scrounge together on a deserted island and beat each other with?
Limited is a tavern brawl in an up north town in Quebec.
I love that.
That's what limited
Tavern
is.
Brawl. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Rowdy Local is one of the cards in the expansion slot, right?
Yeah, it's just an absolute mess. And then constructed is more like a dance.
Yeah, it's like a fencing or something refined, or
I mean, I wish I was that refined when I play constructed.
Right.
Because I'm not. Like, I bring Tavern Brawl energy to constructed.
Well, and that's the thing about some of these heroes, right? Even in limited, I think new existing really just adds a little bit of that Tavern Brawl energy to some of these games. Just trying to keep you on the edge a little bit. Same with Enigma, just attacking on a little bit of a different axis. And so these these decks that have been drafted, I'm really, really excited to see what kind of cobbled together contraption we have.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe Noah pulled the miracle yet again of having 3 to 4 illusionist majestics.
3 to 4 majestics. Yeah, I will. Okay, this is what he said about his vibe check. He said, "I've drafted either the most interesting or the worst illusionist deck ever." So I feel like interesting can be very positive. It can also be not that positive.
Yeah, interesting is not very decisive. And actually, talking about interesting, we have something interesting to show everybody that will be decisive. We have a game.
All right, and I know we just saw David Lee on the last round of the Sealed, but Kayvan hasn't been on the feed all day. Local guy from Montreal.
Kayvan is he's one of the boys. He's one of the homies. He plays at not to shout out specific stores, but he plays at Silver Goblin. He plays at a few other stores on the South Shore. He's someone who started playing about a year ago.
Right, and really grasping the game, really leveling up his skill.
Oh, putting in the time. He's at locals 3 times a week.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, he's also a big fan of buying cards and grading cards and selling cards. He's got a great attitude, and I think for him this is huge. This is the first time he's made it not only to the top 8 of a ProQuest or Road to Nationals, this is a big deal.
Yeah, this is a battle hardened. The competition is stiff.
Oh no, it is stiff, and he went in submarine mode. He lost round 1, and then just won the next 7 in a straight line.
Well, and that's punched him a ticket to the top 8, where his draft was pretty good. One of 2 Zen players. I think somebody else had mentioned that maybe there could have been an additional Zen instead of one of New or Enigma.
Yeah.
And you know, when you're in that hot seat, really figuring it out and choosing the right hero to play is so important.
It is, and I think that, you know, Kayvan also has a ton of reps on Ninja, so that might help him actually string along, you know, the best plays possible.
That's right, a skill that translate across.
Yes.
All right, so David, with the higher seating, does get to choose who goes first or second.
And I love the Japanese daggers on David's board. I think he brought those from home.
Oh, yep. Didn't find those in the token pile.
New
is the hero.
Not no. Yes, I said no with a funny inflection. Thank you.
I'd also like to point out, he said, is this the adult hero he's playing with?
I think it is. It absolutely is. Judge.
Just to match the sleeves, right?
Just to match the sleeves. I mean, I talked to David earlier today. Great guy, such a kind person. I mean, like, you know, we were chatting about him coming in last minute from New Jersey, wanting to make the trip, and, you know, getting someone else to drive the car because he didn't feel like driving that long, and you know, impromptu trip to Montreal, and we're glad that he's here because it actually turned out really well for him.
Yeah, that's right. And Kayvan's gonna be playing this out on turn 0.
Okay, perfect. So.
Looks like we're getting a tiger form incantation. Just a blue, getting that tiger in hand, and then going in with the biting breeze. And so the biting breeze is only coming in for 1. David's going to have to commit a card here. He's got some premium attack reactions in his hand that maybe doesn't want to give up, but giving us a yellow venomous bite here.
And Kayvan is holding a crouching tiger and a pouncing key, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
So, you know, we're gonna see a play here. We're gonna see 2 into probably 2 again. I believe that Tiger Farm was blue, so yeah.
Eats up the hiss now.
David actually giving resources, giving valid resources. Is that a red? That is a red venomous bite.
Yeah. Okay. Gonna be blocking with a card, and Kayvan just thinking, well, I don't really need to commit this last card, right? Like, I'm only going to be pushing through 1 damage with the pouncing key, if that's the case.
No, I think if you're Kayvan, you arsenal.
Just arsenal. Happy to just have chipped away, played out some of these blues, which maybe aren't going to be that relevant, at least for the time being, avoiding them getting in the banish zone.
Yeah, and looking at what he just drew, I mean, that was pretty solid. I think he just drew a red untamed there. So coming in with the blade.
Mistveil is coming in for 1. Seeing a couple of reactions in David's hand and a blanch. Might be a good chain ender and segue into an arsenal of one of these reactions.
Is that blanch red? Let's see. Let's go in. Is that a red blanch? It is.
It is a red blanch.
Ooh. I mean, red blanch is such a great card. We've seen it played, you know, that and Battlefront Bastion.
That's right.
We've seen those.
See how many Battlefront maybe we should get a top 8 Battlefront Bastion counter.
You know what? You said it, and it's happening. It's going to start right here.
Perfect. Sean's writing that down for us on a piece of paper while Kayvan thinks about this block. Kayvan's going to grab the Stride of Reprisal here because he needs a Crouching Tiger to activate his turn.
And now, this could be a really big deal, but realistically, Zen doesn't care that much about blues.
I think that the big thing for Zen is when he's got those cards that give him a Crouching Tiger when you pitch a blue.
Yeah.
They're pretty important. But he actually just put a tiger in his hand.
Yeah.
And, you know, you and I know this having peeked over his shoulder, but it doesn't look like it's going to impact his turn too negatively here.
No, he's got a pouncing key. He's got an Untamed in hand. He's already has a tiger. He does have, I believe he does have a Transcend enabler in here. Yeah, he does. Absolutely. Homage. So, you know, that might affect things a little bit, but it still pitches for 3.
Well, and I don't think he's got another blue, actually, so that's just going to have to be fuel for the turn.
Exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if he just takes it.
Yeah, he's just grabbing the pen and saying, I haven't taken any damage yet this game, right? Like,
send me the bill, buddy. And he's sending in the bill, taking 7, down to 13. Wow. I mean, that is very, very risky, but that just also telegraphs, like, your blanch does nothing to me.
And I think the nice thing on David's side of the board is you see that the equipment's getting eaten up, not going to be available there for a later attack. But also, your opponent's choosing to take this here, right?
So Kayvan coming in with Untamed, such a great card, especially in red. What a great card.
Yeah, basically going to be attacking for 5 go again here because it's going to pump up that Crouching Tiger in his hand. Resource Curve works well for the Kakra follow-up.
All right, so looking at this, we have the Untamed. He's going to probably follow up with the Kakra. And Untamed again, there's no when this hits. It's when this attacks, so guaranteed value.
Yeah, a couple of ways to pump up that Tiger. David just thinking ahead.
That's a red Blessing of Chi.
Oh,
Sorry. Yeah, red Blessing of Chi in Kayvan's hand. So we're looking at crouching into pouncing, double pouncing. He's got one in Arsenal as well. That's a red pouncing in hand.
You could double pouncing here. It might turn a little bit awkward just because it's not going to get the combo text.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's 3 damage, and you've basically made that exchange. He could have blocked with it earlier, but he also can just attack with it now.
No, absolutely. I think there's a world where he just tries to empty his hand completely, keep the Arsenal. I mean, it would not get the go again because of.
Because it doesn't have a Crouching Tiger as the previous chain link.
It does. It's literally right there.
No, sorry, I'm saying.
Oh, the
it's like
second.
both of them. Yeah, the second.
Oh, sorry. Okay, perfect. I was gonna say it does have it. So I think we're gonna see here. It's a pouncing into a blessing, and then Arsenal the other pouncing. Would be my guess.
Well, and the blessing costs 1 here, right? So he's not actually gonna be able to play that without pitching.
Oh, it does cost 1. You're right.
Okay, so he's gonna be blocking, taking 1 over the top of this pouncing Chi.
David with 2 cards in hand. I mean, still open for plays. I think that's one of the cards is Intimacy, and the other one is what's that? It's not Pick to Pieces. It is Desires.
Yeah, exactly. Art of Desire.
I think it's Art of Desire. Yeah. Well, we literally have the card list here because these are literally this is release weekend. So let's see here. So
sorry, it's Desires
of the Flesh. Yeah, I believe it's Desires of Flesh, and then the other card is Intimate Inducement.
Right, and so Kayvan just committing the 3 power attack there because wants to make best use of all the resources. Didn't want to intellect penalty himself.
And I just want to point out, Kayvan's drawing red hands. He's drawing a blue and 3 reds.
That's good and limited.
It's fantastic. He's playing. Well, he did when I asked him, "What's your deck?" He says, "Well, it's more or less CC."
Yeah, exactly.
I like more or less CC. He's like, yeah, it's really good. I said, "Oh, good for you, man. Hope you win."
And depending on how this next turn pans out, right now he's facing down this Desires of Flesh. But if he can keep most of these cards, he might be able to chain that into the Blessing of Chi and really be able to put together a pretty big turn the following turn as well. Although right now looks like you might want to block with this card.
I mean, knowing him, there's a world where David only has the 1 card, right?
That's right. It's just the Arsenal. Oh, and blocking with a Breed Anger. Which is a pretty good card, but just goes to show card quality and Kayvan's deck, not a problem.
Yeah, no, exactly. He's holding on. He's like, I can spare this. I could spare this great red card.
I was like, I don't know. This is a 1 for 4. I got a bunch of 1 for 5s in my deck.
Kayvan deep in thought. So he's going to pitch here. Coming in. Great card. Flex Clause, great card.
Starting with the Flex Clause. This is going to be 4 go again, and if it hits, gets that Crouching Tiger.
It's so hard to block that profitably,
That's right. Like just demanding 2 cards or the early equipment piece to be committed really makes it effective for Kayvan here.
And David already gave him these stilettos, so he might have something else up. Prevention. There we go. We're gonna see the chess piece here, preventing 1.
All right, gets the Kikwe.
Paying 1 here.
And plays out the Blessing of Chi.
Yeah, Blessing of Chi Arsenal. So I think Kayvan understood, okay, this is going to be a building turn. A setup turn.
And David love with 3 cards plus the Arsenal. So I think what's important in this draft format is being able to use all your cards when you're left with them. And the one plus side for New is that she can always swing her daggers if she's got the blues. Thankfully here, having the blues, she can play this. Okay, so she's gonna start. Yeah, start with swinging the Mistblade.
One. Go.
All right. Going with that sweet one. Sweet one, go again. We'll see what happens. Kayvan, Kayvan looking at his cards going, okay, can I just ram into him?
Yeah, I think he might be thinking, is like, what's left in my deck again? Like, I have so many combo cards, I can't remember them all.
Like, I have so many options. What other options do I have? This deck is so good. He's going to give him the headpiece.
Right, gets to put that Pouncing Chi back on the bottom. Right, I believe that's when the chain closes.
It is, yeah, it absolutely is. So Kayvan going a little too fast there, but I think that's normal, you know, a little bit.
Oh, okay, no, it's happening right now.
Okay, well, you know what? David might have been, you know, able to say, hey, maybe I have a Passover or something. I don't, but maybe I do. So give me just a second here.
Right, and now he gets to play the Desires of Flesh.
Desires of the Flesh. All of these cards, man, just new, really putting in the work. Desires of the Flesh, banish, top card. You banish an attack action, which you probably will into Kayvan, considering the quality of his deck. Gain a life, and gaining a life is huge into Zen.
Yeah, and 0 for 4 is just very comfortable here, right?
And that's 6, 7.
Yeah, it makes the Venomous Bite and Fang Strike come in.
So Kayvan taking 7 to the noggin. I mean, that is a lot of damage, plus a banish.
Oh, and it wasn't an attack. David not going to get his free value there.
I think, you know, I think Kayvan is probably looking to put it in this massive turn, because at this point, he doesn't really have a choice. He is 10 life behind. We're going to do Blessing. Next thing, +3. Get that Crouching Tiger.
In my banish zone, and it gets, so it's just this specific Crouching Tiger that gets +3, not any Crouching Tiger. Just to be sure.
Right, Kayvan making sure he goes through the game rules correctly.
Which is good. I mean, that's a good sign of, like, you know, a solid player when you're actually following the rules of the game.
Yeah, I think I see a Key Unleashed in his arsenal. That's what he saved up from the previous turn.
If that is, I mean, we could be looking at a pretty devastating turn here.
And just so I'm remembering correctly, David is at 16, right?
He is at 16. I don't think there's an issue. I don't think there's the problem with the life here. I think that David's been playing it very, very safe. And if we look at Kayvan, I mean, Kayvan has a drop in the ocean, Bouncing Key, Companion of the Claw. I'm not sure if there's another card in there that we can't see right now, but so Companion of the Claw.
He's got some options. He's got some options.
Yeah, that's on hit. Companion of the Claw. Remind me, it's on hit.
Oh no, it's just
guaranteed
when you pitch. Yeah, he just gets it for pitching a blue card.
Very nice.
No Blanche here.
Oh, that's an Untamed. That's the other card in Kayvan's hand.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I mean that's something.
Gonna be able to use both these blues as resource cards. It looks like then.
It does. He's coming in with that. Crouching Tiger, giving the next thing +1, giving the next Crouching Tiger +1.
And so, you know, David may be thinking, I've already managed to chip down Kayvan quite a bit, so maybe I'm happy to take a bit of damage back, be more thoughtful in where I have to defend, see what all of Kayvan's cards in hand are before I commit anything to defense.
Well, right now Kayvan's presented 8.
Yeah, that's a pretty reasonable turn.
And we know that there's like 9 more coming.
Yeah, exactly.
So 4 with a Crouching Tiger, pretty significant. He has a Crouching Tiger in hand and drop in the bucket, or whatever it's called, the drop in the ocean. Did I actually call it drop in the bucket? I absolutely did. Drop in the ocean.
Pitched to play this Chi Unleashed. Ooh. And a little bit of a sigh from David because he only has 1 card that blocks in his hand.
And that's another 7.
Yeah, like he's thinking, I guess I have to block with this stealth attack I'd rather keep, but then my Transcend card is only going to turn into a Mistblade swing, right?
And Kayvan holding on to a Crouching Tiger, which he'll likely arsenal, I would assume.
Yeah, it worked out quite well for him to create the Chi off of the Blessing of Chi. Yeah. Lets him save the extra Crouching Tiger from the Companion of the Claw for next turn. Really, really efficient lines when you do that because it turns your Kakura from 2 power into 3.
Yeah, no, very much so. I mean, if you're Kayvan right now, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, 7 damage.
7 is good. I think what David's thinking about here is like, Yeah, like your opponent is at 6. Maybe you just need to take the aggressive line and hope for the best.
I don't know. I think, and you know what? I think you're right. I think he just took the 7 and said, "Hey, thank you. Let's see what happens next turn." And look at the card quality out of Kayvan's hand.
Is it another fistful of reds?
It's just a fistful of reds.
And now this is a Water the Seeds. So this will pump up a Mistblade swing. Actually not that bad of a turn from David to just put this together off of 2 cards and 1 in Arsenal. He's going to be able to threaten 3 into 2 into 3 here. And we don't know what that face down card is in his arm slot. So it could be in a reaction to add 1 to any of these attacks. Keeping in mind that would turn off the ability of him to swing with the dagger. Yeah, okay, so he's not going to go with that line. He's just going to swing the dagger.
Yeah, I think Kayvan's going to probably take the dagger hit here, which can be tricky. There is no on hit other than, the go again, which I don't think at this point is that important.
It gets the +1 if it's a blue attack that hits, or a blue attack follow-up. But he's really most threatened if there's a 3 power attack, right?
Exactly.
Which in this case is the red, and no resources floating. You're not worried about those gloves being activated.
Yeah, you're not worried about the sneaky sneaks.
Yeah, he's going to read the text on the stilettos, undertow stilettos.
Resources, and you have no cards in hand. Nothing.
Yeah, doing his due diligence, no resources, no cards in hand. Correct. Good.
Yeah. He's like, that's very cool. I don't think Steelblade Shunt is a limited format card. Oh, and he doesn't hit on the Desires of Flesh, so it doesn't gain a life here.
No, and he just takes it. Kayvan says, send me to 1. I've got you.
I wonder,
or at least, I hope so.
David's shaking his head, saying, could be 2 life that he could have gained up to this point off of these banishes on the top of the deck, and neither one going his way.
Yeah, because Kayvan's like, oops, all reds. His entire deck is red.
Let's see what he puts together with 3 cards. We know that last card in the arsenal is a Crouching Tiger, so that'll work well with the Cocker if that's the route that he chooses.
Let's see here. So he's got Breeze. And is that an Untamed? No, it's a Flex Clause.
Okay, he's going to come in with the Flex Clause. Yeah, just trying to put in the maximum amount of damage that he can this turn, it looks like.
And it makes sense. Looking at his plays, like everything is breakpoints. It's breakpoints and breakpoints. The issue is now that Kayvan is at 1. So if this turn is lackluster, Kayvan could be very much looking at going home.
That's right. This is the first of our top 8 elimination round. And David, having been the higher seed, I think going second was pretty useful for him in this spot.
Absolutely.
Like facing down this aggro beatdown from Kayvan, if you hadn't had that pretty timely Blanche on turn 2, just to get a little bit ahead on damage, we would be looking at a much different game.
We would be. And I'm trying to get a better read of what David has in hand. Maybe we can get in there a little bit more. Is that a spillover?
Looks like a spillover, a Tide Chakra, which is a scary card at this time of the game, but only if you can keep other cards to go with it.
Yeah.
And then a couple of stealth attacks.
Yeah, that is a spillover, and that is the Desires of the Flesh. Desires of Flesh in blue. So I think we're going to see a double block here, and hopefully trying to get in with... If you're David, do you try and arsenal the Tide Chakra and wait for a turn where you have the window?
Well, I think that the fact that he's at 3 instead of 1 gives him quite a bit more time. But depending on what that face-down equipment piece is, I think that might impact the decision-making quite a bit,
And you know what we're going to see here? It is the Tide Chakra. He did block with it, so we're not going to see anything else from that side of things. We're going to zoom you guys in just to really, show you what's going on here. But the Cockra coming in again. And, the 2 and the guaranteed +1. Kayvan is holding on to a crouching.
And this Crouching Tiger generated off the Flex Clause hitting is going to be just coming in for 1, so not quite enough to force another card out of David's hand. And yeah, gesturing, yep, I'll take the 1 damage.
I'll take the 1, and then he's holding on to... Kayvan has a Crouching Tiger. Is that the end of Kayvan's turn?
That's right.
Ooh.
Not having the blue there, instead pitching 2 yellows to feed his turn, proving to be pretty impactful.
I mean, if I'm Kayvan, I'm nervous.
Yeah,
he is at 1. He's going to have to overblock.
Well, and your opponent can come in with 2 Mistblade swings, which is in itself can be fairly challenging.
Oh yeah, going Mistblade into something, that's very, very strong.
The upside is for the next turn, he'll have his own similar crackback of being able to Kakura into Crouching Tiger, which again would...
Same value.
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, I would argue better value.
And here we go. There's a Desires of Flesh, I believe. It's a blue. And Kayvan's got to block a whole card here. It can get +1 from the arm piece, but I have a feeling that, Kayvan's going to give a whole card for it, so how
Kayvan
much...
has a no block in hand. He's got a Harmony, and a no block. Huh.
Is the other card in his hand a Crouching... is it another Transcend card? Does he have 2 Transcend cards?
I cannot see the second one. I know for a fact there's one. He has the draw card, Transcend card. And I'm not sure what the other card is. Maybe, you know what? Let's actually zoom in and let's see if he gives us the information here.
His slouch is so... it's not made for coverage. We are not set for this camera angle.
Well, you know what's funny? He's always kind of like that. He's someone... well, you guys didn't hear that, but it's like his posture. Ethan said, well, the way he's sitting, it's getting us a bad angle. But that's just the way Kayvan is. He's smooth,
Super
relaxed.
casual, super relaxed.
Very casual.
You couldn't even tell that it's his first top 8. This is like... everyday rodeo for him.
Yeah, exactly. This is Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. On a Saturday.
Well, we'll see what happens. Okay, so he did give a breeze for the first one, which means he has the draw card Transcend. He has the looter Transcend. He's got a yellow Companion of the Claw, I believe it is.
Oh, he's thinking about playing this Transcend card, it looks like. Okay, he's playing it without being able to... That's very interesting. I wonder what the other card is.
I have no idea. That is definitely an interesting choice, because letting it resolve doesn't give you an opportunity to go back and
Transcend off of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he's hoping to draw into a Transcend card or something to that effect, but not really panning out the way he'd want it to.
I mean, he still has plays.
He does still have plays, and he can definitely at least swing the Kakura and come through with that Crouching Tiger. So he's always got that option. I think maybe he's just trying to dig for something a little bit better.
Oh, there we go. All right, let's see what we've got here. That is a red Companion of the Claw, which is fantastic. Problem is that it does cost 2, I believe, to play. So at this point, he has to give a card away, and the rest of the cards don't really do much for him.
That's right. Yeah.
So I think he's going to get rid of the Harmony of the Hunt and probably block with the Companion. No, there you go. He's going to block with the Harmony of the Hunt here. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit of an awkward spot for him to have played this Transcend card. Unfortunately, not drawing another blue.
Yeah. +1. It's just 2. It does nothing.
Yeah, looks like David's activating this. Seeing that Kayvan's probably going to go for a Kakura into Crouching Tiger line, lets him not block with 2 cards.
Yeah, exactly. And Kayvan, this is where Kayvan goes, oh, poop.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kayvan, it looks like he might have a little bit of a hard time in this game at this point.
I think he, unfortunately, I think he stumbled on that play there.
Yeah, kind of at an inopportune moment.
Absolutely. Because if we're looking at David Lee's hand, that's a Nimbleism and a 0 cost. I mean, this is 7 damage plus a Transcend. I don't like to call things early, because things as we've seen today, things can very much change at a moment's notice. But this is not looking good for Kayvan.
Well, and especially how brick can you get with a deck that has these 2 daggers, right?
Breaking the chain, Nimbleism. That is 6. So Kayvan is holding on to a pouncing key in blue, a Wind Chakra in red, and something else.
I think that might be a Breed Anger. So actually, he could cover this 6-up and keep a blue. Maybe thinking about whether playing the Wind Chakra into the Tiger is better than splitting that up and going Kakura into a Tiger.
You are right. Wind Chakra is Wind Chakra a 1 or a 0 cost?
That's a good question.
I'm pretty sure it was a 1 cost.
Okay, so then that's probably got to be the card he blocks here with, right?
Yeah. It is a 0. Actually, it is a 0. So Kayvan could possibly go Tiger for 0, pump 3.
Now, is that better than swinging the Kakura and splitting things up?
That depends on how you think your opponent will react.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? As far as
One float. It creates a slither. So that's go again.
yeah, creates a sliver, just making sure that he's not leaving himself dead on board.
I think there's a good chance that David will create that slither right now, regardless, and arsenal it. I mean, that's where I would probably be for card economy, just because it's optimal.
Yeah, and he might not get another opportunity to just
And that's
have
where,
one
yeah.
resource, right?
And there we are, exactly. Using that, arsenal the slither, those get banished.
Yeah, this past sequence proving a bit disastrous for Kayvan.
And we've got a red hiss, I believe. So, the game is so close. We're right there.
Yeah, David just doing his due diligence.
Is that coming in for 4 or for 3?
Oh yeah, 3.
3, yeah, okay, I was going to say.
Yeah, it's still 3, so no issues there. But yeah, Kayvan forced to use all of his resources here just to try to strip another card from David, who unfortunately, being an assassin, is going to have a bunch of 3 blocks.
All right, we have an update, by the way. Everyone can hear this one. The backup match has just concluded, and Michael Metallo on New beat Leo Vezine on Enigma. So Anu took down Enigma off camera.
What a bummer. What a bummer.
Off camera. We didn't watch that one because we've seen it all day, and then it just flipped.
It just went the other way.
Interesting. So we have a new moving forward.
Yep, and now there's the hiss coming out.
And I think this is where Kayvan goes. Well, that was fun. Oh!
Gain 1 life.
Gain 1 life.
It's a blue. Like a heart.
Oh, draws a card from the Art of Desire. That's actually potentially very relevant here because
if you drew an attack, I mean...
Yeah, exactly. That might draw out a full additional card from Kayvan.
Did you see Kayvan's face right there? He's like, ooh, tasty. That's amazing. That's amazing. Just realizing, like, yep, that's a card. And then we're going to come in with the blade. Kayvan's going to have to give a card. I mean, I hate to call it, but I think...
And, yeah, taking the whole hand here with the daggers.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
And now David going from 1 to 2 to 3.
But David's got 4 cards left in deck.
Oh, really?
And so does Kayvan.
Oh, yeah, these might be the last couple cards for Kayvan here.
Oh, but I think David pitched a bunch of Transcend cards, so he might be able to do the thing that New likes to do, which is play with other people's cards.
And this is what we saw him do last round. We're getting to see it again on stream in the top 8.
Oh no, it's happening all over again.
Yeah, Kayvan is...
Tell me, what do you desire?
Oh no.
I mean, I can tell you that what Kayvan desires is a way to get out of this game.
Kayvan's got a big smile on his face. He's like, okay, I know what's happening. All right, you're good.
Like, yeah, sure, you can resolve both of his energies. I'm sure nothing bad will come of it.
No, nothing. But you surely will not play with my own cards, right?
That's right. Just clarifying where the banish is. Looks like we're cutting the deck here. Because we did have a stir the pot to shuffle.
And he has Transcended, so that's coming in for 7.
Yeah, that's a pretty good card. And we know about the Slither and the... Oh, and all 4 cards come out to block. And he's just going to die to this.
There we go. I mean, what a gentleman. What an absolute gentleman. Just
wow.
shaking, going, yep, that's a thing.
Wow, what an exciting way to end the first match of the top 8 here. Kayvan with that pretty good Zen deck. We saw a ton of red cards in it, but it seemed to stumble at an inopportune moment, and David was all over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kayvan, his first hands, we were seeing them on stream, like, just red. That's red as it goes. 3 reds and a blue, which is what you want.
Well, and I really think that turn where he drew a couple of yellows was the big turning point in the game. If he had been able to keep 1 extra card somewhere, this card efficiency idea would have been such a big difference later on.
Absolutely. I think that would have been, that would have likely, kept the tides going in his favor, but it did not, unfortunately, for Kayvan. But David taking in the win against Kayvan. We also, as we've heard, Anu took it over. Enigma. It was Leo versus Ethan. You have the player.
Michael Metallo was the new who took it down.
Okay, perfect. I think I actually saw Michael just walk past the booth here.
Yeah, probably pretty happy coming out of round 1 there. As the 1 seed, I think he was pretty okay with his draft.
He was. Yeah, he absolutely was. Him and Noah were having a pretty a sparkling debate about the impact of Miragai in Limited.
Right, that's right. Yeah, whether Miragai is as big of a bomb as the Restless Coalescence.
And the answer is yes. It's way bigger of a bomb than Restless Coalescence.
See, and that's where you fall on a different side of the debate than Noah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think Noah really, really was feeling Restless Coalescence was the card that carried his deck through the sealed portion of this tournament.
Well, it protects itself. It protects itself, and it protects all the other little auras on the board. So
yeah, but you know what it doesn't protect against?
What?
Pick the pieces.
Yeah, no, nothing protects against that.
Yeah, which I'm pretty sure is the reason why Michael would have done so well in his first round matchup against Leo on Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? We're eventually going to get to see it again.
Yeah, I don't know if that'll happen right now, but I'm sure that it's going to be available as a recording at some point. And so if Ethan graces us with that possibility, then we will get to see the game eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I meant by that is I think we're going to be able to see it again because
we're going to probably watch Michael crush somebody else's soul.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we have Daniel Dreisiger that's still playing right now, I believe, Ethan.
Okay, we've come. Oh, and it looks like Noah's kind of interesting Enigma deck was able to make it through the first round in the mirror match.
Wow.
Jimmy said he was medium on his deck as well. Noah said he was medium, so it looks like Noah's medium is a bit better. And both Zen players, Madeline's deck, which she said was very good, knocked out by Daniel's new in the first round.
Wow.
And now we've got, this is a 3 new table.
It is a 3 new table, which is hilarious because if we looked at sealed,
that's not what you would have expected.
It was an Enigma format.
That's right. That's what it seemed like.
It seemed like it was just Enigma everywhere, and now New is really pushing through.
So we were just down in the bottom bracket here. I say bottom because it's lower on the screen, not because I like the players less. So I think we're going to bounce back up to the top bracket for Michael Metallo and Noah Clark, both from Toronto, both familiar with each other, and probably have a pretty good understanding of each other's play patterns, play styles. Going to be facing off on the future match.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, anytime we get to see Noah play Illusionist, I'm in. I'll sit and watch that.
I mean, I don't know. It's like, was he ever going to draft anything else, or is it just like a a little bit of a bluff, right? Like he sits down at the draft table and you're like, surely he's not.
I mean, or he could have, done some kind of deal with the devil of, hey, I will never play anything but Illusionist, but please give me something.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, Daddy James, please give me good packs for life, please, please, please.
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm pretty excited to see what the very interesting Enigma approach is. Maybe he's playing no Illusionist cards.
Imagine.
Like just
Battlefield
Bastions. All Battlefield Bastions, all Mystic cards. Well, because like you've got 3 Enigmas, and apparently the quality. This is a comment from Daniel earlier on. He said the power level of this draft pawn was probably on the lower end compared to some other drafts or other distributions. So there's just not a ton of high power decks out there.
No, exactly. I mean, I'm thinking about how the day went today, and I had a chance to draft yesterday in the Super Armory. Drafting this format does require a decent amount of skill.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you can see these cards. We've been doing this pack 1 pick 1 exercise, and you have this like theoretical idea, but when the games are played, that's where it all comes together.
Absolutely. And thinking about how games are played and all that, so all our games are concluded. We are waiting for the go-ahead for the second round. We did do some pack 1 pick 1s today, and I think we came down to the fact that anything that hits for 6 or 7 in generic,
pretty good. I mean, imagine opening a weakest link in your draft. That'd be like a pretty good staying open card, right?
What a bomb. All right, so everybody, we're going to take a very short break, and then when we come back, we'll come back with the semifinals, Battle Hardened Montreal.
All right, now we're looking at what the top 8 bracket is at. Okay, no, we're coming over to the caster feed. Just got to talk about a couple of things before we wrap up for the end of the day. So there is going to be that other giveaway at the conclusion of the event. And then in addition, if you're enjoying today's Part the Mistveil sealed and draft content, have we got a treat for you tomorrow?
Ooh, we have. CC, baby!
Classic Constructed.
Where my heart sings.
That's right. Flesh and Blood's premier constructed format, Classic Constructed. And let me tell you, if you are tired of seeing Enigma already,
you haven't seen nothing
you
yet.
haven't seen nothing yet.
You have not seen anything, and I'm so excited.
And so, okay, earlier actually we talked about how there hasn't been another big tournament yet. I downplayed the other tournament a little bit.
There has. So there was a tournament going on in Europe. We didn't want to take people away from what was going on here. But there was a tournament in Europe, and I believe a Zen
won.
A Zen took it.
Jake Warburton, who's a known good player from the UK scene. A lot of other great players at that event. And let me tell you, Mistveil Heroes really setting the scene for CC. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's go back to the feature match, and we are going to dive back into the draft.
All right, so we've got Michael Metallo, who was playing Enigma in Swiss was he completely undefeated?
Yeah, I think that maybe his only loss was the last round to Noah. And now Noah, still staying on Enigma through the draft, clearly has a comfort, right? A comfort pick.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Michael is one of those players also. You know, everybody that's in the top 8 right now, very calculated. Michael is one of those players. You know, no mistakes, does what he's got to do. But Noah is probably one of the premier illusionist players in Canada.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, like, I might talk a little bit less this time around because I really want to see what's going on with Enigma here.
Right, okay, so he's going to let the Vengeful Apparition he resolved on turn 0 die, and that's going to let him play the next aura with 2 costs or less
for free
as an instant instead of an action. So that's really relevant for some of these like single-minded determination type cards, but he doesn't have to do it right away. He can wait for Michael to finish his turn, in this case resolving the Blanche, which is a huge impact here.
We've seen 2 games starting on a Blanche for 7.
Yeah, from the new player. The news know what they like. They like those big generic attacks. They fit well in the game plan while also just being good value.
Yeah. And to anyone who's been around with us for the day.
And here we go.
Ooh, is that a winning? Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to be a Haunting Spectre, which comes out as an instant, and with the spare resource, gets to play the Waning Vengeance. And so getting to have this with the +1 counter on, I'm just asking the question here. Oh, I see. This is when you leave. Right. So he's managed to resolve that at instant. It doesn't give itself a +1 counter.
You said something earlier. You said, look, there's a card that is really strong if you open it. What a bomb. And let's wait for Noah to pick up his cards here, because I got something to show you.
Oh,
there you go. There you go.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much.
He is holding a Weakest Link in hand, which if you've seen, any information about the set, Weakest Link is extremely strong.
Yeah. And you know what? I will note, me and Sean are getting excited here in the caster's booth. I'm really glad that for once there's such a good separation between the caster's booth and the play area. Like, I can just yell and be stoked. And
oh yeah, we get to be really silly. And to anybody who's ever met me in real life, I'm one of the loudest people ever. So this is really good. I mean, like, look at this card.
Oh yeah.
Look at how good this is. When this hits a hero, look at their hand and choose a card without a base defense. If you do, they discard it and you draw. Discarding it is not insult enough.
Yeah, you also get to draw an additional card.
You also get to draw. And in a format where everything doesn't block.
Yeah, you've got your Transcend cards, you got these Illusionist instants, you got the other occasional card that is an instant, I guess.
I mean, that's insanity. Noah coming in hot. And there's one card, if you've been around all day with us, it's right there. Mr. Metallo playing that card. Battlefield, or Battlefront, I keep calling it Battlefield.
Yeah, Battlefield, Battlefront.
Battlefront,
right?
So two games that exist, video games, there's Battlefront, Battlefield, but Battlefront Bastion, what a great card.
And so Noah's looking at this, and actually, maybe you're getting a bit worried because you see an Emissary of Wind. Ethan was telling me about how good of a card he thinks this is compared to the other emissaries, because when your opponent's giving you extra cards, or when you're priced into, in this case, keeping your extra cards, being able to convert them into a straight attack or go again is super relevant.
Absolutely. But Noah, you know what? Noah's Cool as a cucumber. That weakest link opener was very, very strong. Is that? Oh my lord! Hold on here. Is that what I think it is? It's Noah's favorite card. Oh no, it's not. It's not. Oh,
You're about to sell me on another Restless Coalescence.
I for a second I thought it was a Restless Coalescence, and I was gonna say, Noah, what did you do? What did you do to get such good cards?
That's so funny.
No, it is actually. I think it's a yellow solitaire companion. I'm pretty sure is what's in his hand.
Yeah, and so knowing what the opponent has, he's able to make a few decisions. Oh, and using the Truths Retold here, going to get to put this aura, the Vengeful Apparition, back on the bottom of the deck.
And block.
And block or use the ward value on it.
Yeah.
And these next couple cards just going to be fuel for the Little Daggers.
Little Daggers have been putting in a lot of work this weekend.
Yeah, Noah thinking about his other option. He's like, oh, do I really have to commit a Keikoi this early on? But maybe it's worth it to to protect these wards that he's already established.
I think it comes down to on hits, right? What's more valuable? Like trying to kill an on hit from a pumped or just preserving life early, right?
Right,
that's the best move.
Okay, looks like he's just going to let this Waning Vengeance take that hit. Oh, right. This is the Desires of Flesh, right? This is not Pick to Pieces?
No. This
is the Pick to Pieces. Oh, okay, yeah. Right, so he knows about the Pick to Pieces, knows about the possibility of the reaction off of the
and look at
arm
Noah
slot here.
I wish we could zoom in on Noah's face, because that is the face of someone who's like, no, my board.
Yeah, anything but that. This promises to go to 5.
It absolutely does.
And the worst part is, if you don't force your opponent to play the reaction, they just save it for next time, right?
Absolutely. Well, that's what's so great about Warriors. Which I keep bringing back up. But yeah, reactions are great.
Yeah, okay. And he's going to use the Slither here because that's going to let him go 4 with this Pick to Pieces. He's going to eat up both of those auras for free. Gets his trigger, gets that Spectral Shield back. But we know that there is an Emissary of Wind follow-up, which Noah also knows. He's seen that.
But if you're Noah and you're looking at your hand, you have a Waxing Spectre, you have a yellow solitary, and then you have another card which I can't make out right now. Oh, the Sigil.
Sigil of Solitude.
I mean, are you really that worried about that Spectral Shield at that point?
I mean, it might also be one of these things where, if you don't block some of these cards, you don't have a very easy way to preserve your life for the future turns, right?
Yeah. Oh, that is a blue Sigil. So Noah going, yeah, that's fine. I'll give you 2 cards. And then on my turn, I'll attack you for 2 with a Spectral Shield. Oh, pumping that Spectral Shield over here with the extra resource.
So that's going to go to 3.
Yeah, and it's a free attack. It's free for 3, we go again.
That's pretty good. That little Spectral Shield, that could.
And it definitely can.
Now on Michael's side of the board, looks like he's kept in this Evasive Leap, cleanly covering up the Spectral Shield at this point. Noah getting to keep I think it was a Waxing Spectre in the arsenal.
It's a red Waxing Spectre, and he gets to put in arsenal.
And now, okay, he's just going to commit the Uphold Tradition to prevent the damage here.
No reaction.
There we go.
Noah's got a blue, View Venomous Bite, and then a Mind's Desire, I believe, in hand.
No reaction.
A red Mind's Desire. Preventing the 1, red Mind's Desire.
2 floating? Yeah.
2 floating, could be a pummel.
It could be, huh? Everything's possible.
And Noah thinking about putting a 3 block in front of this card.
Which I think is fair, considering his hand and everything. I think that is a fair. He's got another Spectre in hand.
And if you think about it, he's really trying to force Michael to make that decision. Like, do you want to give me your a wave of arousal right now, arousing wave, and, just to clear this Spectral Shield, but then I get my 4-card hand to establish another board and keep coming at you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at all this, I'm looking at his hand. He's got the companion over here, which is blue.
Michael's going for this play, and the nice thing too is, he can. Yeah, he's going to let the Spectral Shield die. Okay, I was going to say he can put in another ward if he thinks it's better, but getting to play this 4-card hand, potentially instant in a couple other auras, including that red Waxing Spectre, that's just a large board presence that Michael's going to have to keep dealing with.
No, and the thing is this: is that at this point, Michael feels like that was a pretty good win, but realistically, from Noah's perspective, you just spent a lot of resources to not do much.
Yeah, you just spent resources to deal with something I already attacked you with.
Exactly. I already got the value out of this card, and then Wax Inspector coming in. I mean, Wax Inspector, one of the big hits, I would say. Red Wax Inspector
Yeah,
Limited.
absolutely, in a draft.
So great.
Like,
Coming in for 4.
It's basically 2 cards for 7 value on the face of it. You know, you're attacking for 4 right away when it comes in. It's going to block 3 of its ward. But then if it attacks the second time, it's just like it's 2 cards for 11. The third time, you know, it's just a accruing amount of value every single time it gets to swing.
Absolutely.
Now, he does have to pay for the subsequent swings, but, you know, you just sequence them into your turns, right? It's just like, oh, I have a resource floating around every once in a while.
Yeah, I've got some pitch kicking around.
Yeah, it's like just turning these cute little spectral wolves into Anathos.
Pretty much. That's actually a really good way to put it. It's just, you know, putting little spectrals into Anathos. A free Anathos every turn.
Right, okay, we're going to use the seashell, redraw a card, try to find something. Maybe a 3-block, maybe just a hand that's a little bit more functional altogether.
Well, let's look into Michael's hand. Let's see here. I mean, Deep Blue Sea, second tentative Chi, and then a blue Hiss, and what's that last card? A red.
Impulsive Desires.
Impulsive Desire, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good hand, considering, you know, you're able to go Blade pretty easily into an attack. Hiss, probably the weakest card in the hand currently. A blue Hiss is not going to do much in this case.
Mm-hmm. But also remember that Noah's got 2 more cards here. So he's going to get to do something else with his turn. And he chose not to block with one of those cards, instead letting the previous Spectral Shield go down. So he values that higher than a 3-power Spectral Shield.
He does, absolutely. I mean, Noah kind of, like, look at his posture. He's just kind of like, hey, I gave you the information. You figure it out and you let me know.
That's right. It's like, yeah, math is for blockers.
I love that. I mean, looking at that. And you know, at this point, this is the semifinals.
That's right. Semifinals of Battle Hardened Montreal. We will be crowning a victor today.
It's a long day for the players.
It is. It is. I think, what are we at, you know,
we started casting the event at 11, I believe, but realistically, the event started
at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock this morning. Players have been. It's 12 hours more or less of flesh and blood.
That's right.
12 hours is a long time.
And that's just all. You know, all Noah's been thinking about the whole time is how many illusionist auras he gets to play.
Absolutely.
So now resolving this Haze Shelter. Beautiful card, same kind of concept. You know, you just pitch a blue and you attack, and boom, there's your 4 value off the bat. But actually, you know, if you attack with that multiple times, you defend that a couple times, it's like suddenly you're looking at
12 value for one card.
12 value on one card.
Yeah. Well, that's what's so sneaky about illusionists. They don't have a big bang for your buck type turn. They can't do 32 in one turn, but they will wear you down.
Oh, and Noah says, actually, I already hit you in the face with that one. That's fine. I'll trade a card for your card.
That's amazing. And Noah hasn't dropped any, like, you know, we've seen him throughout the day playing just Rage Specters and Mirror Guys and, you know, all these crazy cards. But right now, he's just playing really great reds.
I mean, he said he had a really interesting deck, and I wonder if it's because he just feels, instead of trying to play this Protect the Queen strategy, he's going to actually play the hit you in the face, let my aura die, hit you in the face, let my aura die kind of strategy that we've been seeing.
Yeah, play an aura every turn, smack you with it. Play an aura every turn, smack you with it.
Keep a deck, especially like new, just on cleanup duty rather than getting ahead.
Absolutely. And we're seeing here, again, the daggers coming in.
Yeah, and says, yeah, that's fine. That's my Waxing Spectre. It's already hit you in the face a couple times. And now you've committed 2 full cards, basically, to play out this this dagger swing. And so, you know, even if the rest of your hand is kind of threatening, it's like, how bad could it be, right?
Yeah. Impulsive Desire for 3, hissing it up, +1.
So that's going to get to go to 6.
And I believe, if I'm not wrong, there is a...
Oh, sorry, that's a blue hiss.
That is, yeah, it's blue. Yeah, it's only a blue. Yeah, exactly. but I believe there is a either a solitary companion or a single-minded determination. Actually, he blocked with a single-minded determination. There is a red solitary companion in Noah's hand, I believe.
Right. I also see a spectral manifestation. It's like, come on, that.
Oh,
that
there is
card.
no. Actually, that's what it is. There is a spectral manifestations in his hand, which is so good.
Are we sure that Noah didn't register his deck from the earlier event?
Wouldn't that be funny, huh? No, our judge staff was very competent and kept an eye on everything, and everything is very much above board. But that card, Spectral Manifestation, that's why he gave him the Waxing Spectre.
That's right. He's
Like,
like,
who
yeah,
cares?
I have another aura that's gonna attack you for 4. Might as well just play that one. And then now again, getting out this Vengeful Apparition.
Wow.
So again, hoping he's gonna draw into one of these 2-cost auras. I think I see you on the last card that he drew at the end there.
There's a haze. There is the Shuffle Transcend, which is called Stir the Pot, I believe.
Yeah, Big Blue Sky.
Big Blue Sky, and I'm not sure what that last card is.
Yeah, you know what? I think what you're seeing as the Haze Shelter, I think I had thought that was one of the other ones.
Yeah, one of the other ones. It's been a long day for us too, everybody. No, that last card that he has in hand is the block. Whatchamacallit? The Mystic common block.
Yeah, the defense reaction.
Yeah, exactly. I can't remember what it's called.
Okay, and now we're gonna play this first tentative Chi Wind into a droplet. So the droplet's gonna go again and be pumped up by 2. So getting that little bit of double action here.
And he's just gonna give him the spec. Yeah, he's just gonna give it to him, and I think we might see
Gives
him.
the Vengeful Apparition. So has that on the queue, I guess. I was gonna say on the stack. It's not really how stacks work.
No, not really, but
Michael moves to end the turn. Yeah, still has an action point. That's what he says. Aha, I have an action point. And Noah's just thinking, is like, how important is it for me to resolve this at instant, you know?
I think looking at Noah's hand, the play is the haze.
Right, I think he's thinking
Haze
about
Shelter.
if he plays out this Haze Shelter but doesn't have another card to block with, it's kind of a blowout. But if he plays the Haze Shelter now, he gets the opportunity to give it a +1 counter, and that's going to give it +1, so it'll attack him for 5, and it's going to give it go again for the future. And yeah, so he's going to pitch the non-blocking Stir the Pot, get that into play with the counter. Michael thinking, oh, do I need to commit this potential? I think it might be a stealth card in the arsenal. Do I need to commit this whole card just to make sure that I can clear that, and doesn't have the option to do so maybe?
No, not at all. So we're going to see a pitch here. I'm actually wondering. Oh, he does have to pitch to attack with it.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
Feats
Coming
itself.
in for 5.
Wow.
Yeah, sometimes pitching is an upside with all of these blue matters cards.
And in hand, he's holding a deep blue sea.
Right, so that'll be good to protect it on a subsequent turn.
It will be, yeah. Defense reactions are a thing.
And Michael, at 5, facing this down. Not sure if that chess piece is a snake skin, a K-Koi, or something else. Maybe the Koi kimono. But choosing to block here. Oh, okay, he's looking at it. He's looking at it.
So Michael taking 2 here.
Yeah, now that some of the other contestants have cleared out of the tournament room, you can hear the background noise a bit more clearly.
Well, we can. It was very loud in here. I mean, it's a great venue, but 170 players played in the event this morning. So
yeah, that's a lot.
It got filled up real fast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
right. And Noah's gonna protect his Spectre here. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's gonna trade 2 cards here, or. Oh, that's the dominate sign. Now imagine if your beckoning Mistveil could get dominate.
That's another Waxing Spectre in his hand, which I think he's gonna block. Yeah, he's gonna block.
Blocking with an Astral Etchings, which is a pretty good card.
It is, but in his hand he's got a Waxing Spectre, a yellow Waxing Spectre, and then he's got the deep blue sea in arsenal. So I think he's gonna pitch the Waxing Spectre. Is it yellow or is it blue?
Yeah, it's a yellow, and just coming in for 5. You know, if you can just protect that 5, he basically has called Michael's bluff. It's like, I don't think that's a relevant attack reaction.
This time around, he's only coming in for 2, though.
Oh, that's right. Oh,
it's not blue.
Right. It's not blue.
It's not blue, so
oh,
it's
I got
only
ahead
2.
Of myself.
If it's not blue, it's only 2.
That's right. And you know what? The Waxing Spectre doesn't block. That's why he had to keep that as the last card in his hand.
How about your hand is mine?
mean, I think Michael is very happy to see that.
On the other hand, you know how how functional is his own hand here? He might just be chipping in with the daggers again.
Well, let's see. I mean, he does have a red. No, there's some power in that.
Sorry,
hand.
I missed seeing that hiss in there. There's two of them.
There's a red hiss, a blue hiss, and Mind's Desire, and an art, the body, Art of Desire body.
Alrighty.
Oh, actually, it might be actually. It is. It's all red. It's all red.
So Michael's gonna go down to 1, shakes his head, which, you know, no one does that when they're happy, right? There is a pick to pieces.
Ooh. Okay, so this is a pick to pieces in hand. In Michael's hand is 2 red hisses. Is there a world where he goes double red hiss on top of the pick to pieces?
Yeah, you might pitch the whole hand just to
goes
play
10.
out. That's right. Just
10, no prevent.
I mean, no one knows there's gonna be a react here. He's gonna do something.
He's gonna block 6. And then, but does Michael, because Michael can bring Noah down to 1 and get rid of the haze very easily. However,
I mean, we know about that arsenal.
We know about the arsenal. Michael doesn't.
Oh, and actually the other card in his hand.
And that's the play, yeah. Go to 6. Go to 7, actually.
Yeah, it's going to go 7. This is going to force something from Noah's side of the board. I think he might play out this tide chop.
If he plays the chakra, well, he can't. He can't play it. There's not a word. There's not a world where he does that. And are we going to see the other one? Yeah, double hiss.
Okay.
Going to
This
10.
will go to 10.
So
And
there's a deep blue sea in Arsenal. I think he has to play it. I don't think he can afford to not play it. I think he's going to keep the moon chakra in hand. That's probably going to go to Arsenal next turn. And he's going to pitch the blue to play the blue sea, pumping into 3 block. Losing everything in the process. But at least, Oh, he's playing it? Oh, well, of course he is. Why wouldn't he?
Oh, he sees another Transcend card here.
Ooh, he might. I don't know if he plays that.
Sorry, we've been saying that's a deep blue sea. That's a big blue sky.
Oh, I'm sorry, not big deep blue sea, big blue sky. Sorry, the deep blue sea is the attack +1, and the big blue sky is the defense +1 for each. Apologies. So yes, he's blocking for 3 with big blue sky. I think he has to play.
This will transcend.
Yeah, so he's going to get this Transcend card back in his hand.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Taking 2, it's going to clear out the haze shelter for free, unfortunately. But you did get all of Michael's resources there, basically. And Michael not getting that crucial token. Great, okay, so at the end of the turn, Noah's going to pitch one of his...
Yeah, holding on to the other.
One of the energies. And then on his own turn, he's going to attack with the Spectral Shield first, and you can bet he's going to make another one.
I mean, that's where Enigma shines, is late game when you're all cheat out, when it's all cheese and, you don't have much to do. Well, Enigma still has plays.
Hey, and Michael's got a Battlefront Bastion in hand. That's pretty good.
Love Battle for Bastion.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything here except for attack.
Except for being cool. Except for being the best card in Limited in this format.
Yeah, let's zoom in on the hand here. This is the true backseat experience. We're looking over his shoulder.
That is another red hiss.
Michael probably was pretty happy with his draft, seeing quite a few of these reacts.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that. It is a lot of yellows, which is kind of whatever. It's not really what you want to see, but it all depends on what Noah does here. Because realistically, Michael could close at any time.
I mean, I feel like when you're staring down the barrel of a gun, and not seeing necessarily resource cards you need at the right time. Maybe there's some angle here where he gets to play out this Battlefront Bastion, but then you're letting your opponent stay on the board with 2 Spectral Shields potentially, right? Okay, I'm thinking about the card over there. Is that it might have been a kimono?
I think it is. I think it is. I think it's a koi kimono. I think he could go and get a chi. He is at 1.
Is at 1? Is at 1?
But he hasn't transcended the card yet, I don't think.
Oh, that's pretty awkward.
I don't think
no one's drafted all of them. In his
I'm
deck.
trying to remember. I don't think he's done it. I can't remember him actually flipping a card.
Yeah, me neither. I think we've only heard that sound effect one time this game, and it was for Noah Clark.
And I'll be real, Ethan's been on point with that. Every time there's a transcend, we hear it. So Enigma, another spectral shield, pass turn.
Yeah, it wouldn't be great if you could make a bunch of these and attack with all of them for free.
Sing Siren Song.
Yeah, and here we go, seeing this Battlefront Bastion. And
hey, Battlefront Bastion, count 1. It's the first one we've seen played in the top 8.
Is that the first one?
It is the absolute. We've seen some, but this is the first one we've seen played.
Saw Blanche, not quite the same.
No, not quite the same.
Saw 2 Blanches, actually.
Saw 2 Blanches, yeah.
Yeah, okay, and here's exactly what I was talking about, is if Noah can just commit a couple of cards here, but keep the Spectral Shields on the board, they're going to be incredibly hard for Michael to deal with.
But Noah not blind to the idea that he's going to be running out of cards eventually.
Yeah, you got to race your opponent in the fatigue fight as well.
So Noah's hand over here is Spectre, and he's just going to give him
3 cards, okay. I guess he had a couple 2 blocks in there, wasn't quite able to make it.
And Michael arsenaling that red hiss.
That could prove to be very relevant.
That red hiss. I'm really tired.
I mean, it was still funny. That's great. Sean, are you ready to do another 10 rounds tomorrow?
I'm so looking forward to it. You have no idea.
Yeah, that's right.
It's CC, baby. I'm looking. Everybody watching right now, there's going to be a ridiculous amount of people watching CC tomorrow. I think we all want to see what's going on. So, but back to limited for now, because these players do deserve our full attention, regardless of how tired we might be in the booth here. This is the game. This is where we're at. So, spectral shields are still on the board. Michael blocking out both spectral shield attacks. No choice. He's at 1. We know that he has a hiss in arsenal, and he's holding a Bonds of Agony. I believe it's a blue. So he's holding a Bonds of Agony, so he's going to go sword into Bonds. Noah going, yeah, it's fine. Take a spectral shield away. The Bonds of Agony with a hiss.
Bonds of Attraction, I think.
Oh, sorry, Bonds of Attraction. That's the Majestic, sorry.
Yeah, also a card in the set. Incredibly good.
Yeah.
But in this spot, I think Bonds of Attraction might be better, because you might be able to gain a life, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, yeah, here we come with the 4.
I will react.
Yeah. We'll react.
Yeah, I love that. The I will react.
Ooh. The Transcend. Yeah, shuffles the deck. He's like, there's like 4 to 5 cards in here. I'll let you figure it out.
Path, seek the truth.
Block for 5, and then this transcends.
Block for 5, and then this transcends. Have you heard more beautiful words before in your life?
Um,
Also, oh no, I saw the other card in Noah's hand. I think it's the Waxing Spectre. Let's come back.
Is it actually?
It might be.
It absolutely is. Oh my God. So we're going to see this into the Waxing Spectre.
Now, the last 6 cards left in Michael's deck, and he's got that remaining React in the arsenal now. But he might not get to play any of those cards.
No, that's coming in for 4.
Oh, it's a 3.
Oh, it's a 3. It's a yellow.
Oh, you know, that's a big difference. If this was a red here, pulling 2 cards, incredibly relevant.
Backbreaking.
Only pulling 1 card maybe lets Michael sneak his way out of this.
Well, it all depends. In my book, it all depends on what the attack that Michael has that he can hiss up.
That's right. Oh, I see. I see 2 cheese, a transcend card, and a Tide Chakra over here.
Is that really what? Actually, Tide Chakra right now is great. It's a great card right now.
No box reactions. No.
Block.
Wait.
Yeah.
Why didn't he? Did we miss this?
No, I think that's fine. Yeah, there's a 2 ward on that Waxing Spectre, and then the Tide Chakra blocking 3.
Isn't that a red hiss in his arsenal?
He wasn't able to play it on the attack. He pitched 3 to it.
Oh, it was 3.
Resources.
Never mind. That's where I'm wrong. There it is. Yeah, second 10 of Chi Moon. It's the 3 cost. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. And actually here, having pitched to, attack with the other Spectral Shield, turning on all of the Spectral Shields, that's going to make this really, really challenging for Michael.
Yeah, I think we're in a place. Yeah, there you go.
And there's the
Michael sees it. He goes, "Hey, you're going to keep making a Spectral Shield a turn for the rest of the game. I can't keep up."
I could have covered 9.
I would have arsenaled his.
Yeah, which maybe would have helped.
All right, so we're going to see Noah.
We're going to see Noah in the finals of the Battle Hardened. The man lives, breathes, and apparently only draws illusionist cards.
Okay, and we have another game going on right now, which we actually have on camera. So let's move you right to that so we can see what's going on the other semifinal table.
Yeah, if we hurry, we can see Daniel Dreisiger putting on the gas as new against David Lee, who we also saw in the previous game. Looks like Daniel's in the driver's seat right this second.
And this is not pre-recorded. This is live.
Happening right now. Now, I
So-
wonder what is going on here with the deck manipulation. This is Daniel looking at David's graveyard, I believe.
This is him, yeah, looking at the graveyard, banishing stuff. I think we're about to witness Daniel going off, or one of the players is going off. I believe that David literally has 3 cards left, but there's a chi in David's hand.
Right, so he's going to be able to play any of the cards in Daniel's deck.
He's going to banish the chi that's over here, and then he's going to be able to play anything in his banish. So this is literally like both players playing with each other's decks, more or less.
That's right. Oh, yeah, he's going to get to put this chi back in your hand, or back in your deck, so, you know, next turn you'll draw a bad card, potentially.
Yeah, my God. So it's not transcending. So he's coming in with...
Oh, this is a blue venomous bite that he's...
It's a blue venomous bite being played. So he banned, essentially, he just set those 2 cards aside. It's just essentially, hey,
right,
I can play
sorry.
those.
Yeah, I thought he was playing both of them right now, and I was saying, I don't think we've quite gotten to that point, but...
No, there's a Rising Tide. There's a Rising Tide coming in for 4. And then Daniel... Daniel... I wish I had more context for this, but I think looking at this right now, this doesn't look too good.
Yeah, it's getting that +2 from having played a blue card, I guess. He's played a Transcend card of his own.
He has. I think I think you're blocking 6 here, and then he's gonna Fang Bite, bring Daniel down to 1, and it does have go again. So,
I mean, there's 2 whole cards on David's side of the board. He's gonna be able to swing the dagger. He's gonna be able to play what's in Arsenal.
Nope.
Oh, and that's the hiss. Yeah,
Daniel taking the loss here, unfortunately for Daniel Dreisiger. But David Lee just so consistent, and he's a player that I saw him earlier today and said, "Hey, how did your draft go?" And he said, "Not good."
Yeah, that's right. I think, you know, he's really done that cobbling together strategy. He has turned the pile of sticks and the rubble that washed up on the beach into a full fort that he's got defended from his enemies.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really funny to me. You know, I crossed him and I said, "How'd they go?" He goes, "Not good," and now he's in the finals. So, you know, it's not all about...
It's
the
a
cards.
relative thing.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Like, just be less not good than your opponent.
Perfect. We're going to show you the bracket here. So we've been following these games throughout. Noah versus David is going to be the final. So there's a theme to the limited format a little bit.
I think so. Yeah, absolutely.
New into Enigma, Enigma into new, and, you know.
Noah loves playing Illusionist.
And David just killing it the entire day with... what was he on the bracket?
Yeah, he was also on new.
He was also on new. So it works out. It works out. I mean, players here are going to set up for a little bit. We're going to have a lot more to talk about, but I want to remind everybody that tomorrow is going to be CC. I know we've said it so many times. Tomorrow's CC, and CC is what I live for. It's my passion. It's my favorite format of Flesh and Blood. I love the limited format, and I think, like I said earlier, the product's getting better and better.
Yeah, that's right.
We're getting better sets. We're getting better cards. We're getting more interesting limited formats where the power level has been like just more and more interesting to play with. Because oftentimes when you play limited, it's like, I have a bomb. Oh, okay, you have a bomb. Good job. You opened well. But like David has a bag of sticks and he figured it out and he's in the finals.
Yeah, he's like Tony Stark in the cave. He's like
Tony Stark built it in a cave. What a box of scraps.
That's right. Yeah. You know, that's his opponents, like with their whole Stark Industries funded, machine and getting taken down by the one-man show. And actually very much so, right? Like he's playing other people's cards. He's going in their banish zones.
Yeah, he's like, I don't need to have good cards. You need to have good cards.
That's right.
That's amazing.
I wonder if Noah's going to think about that going into the last game. Like, I think he'll consider it, but it's whether he has cards available to bring in from the sideboard, right?
Absolutely.
When you draft this set, you draft 14 cards per pack.
Mm-hmm.
So times 3, what does that work out to?
42.
42. And you can only play 30 cards. So you got 12 cards to choose from to bring in, right?
Yeah, and hopefully you don't get junk. But we have Mansand, Ethan.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, yes. Jumping in real quick, the finals is about to be underway here, and actually, before we kind of go into that and then into the winners interview, just wanted to announce one last giveaway for the stream. One last giveaway. If you were here a little bit earlier, you might have seen this Beckett giveaway, and it's back. We're doing 2 of these per day, so this is the last one to wrap us up here. To be eligible for this sucker, simply have dropped the word Beckett in the chat from now until the end of the finals. All right, and then we will pull a winner, have the winner's interview, and call the whole thing a wrap until tomorrow. So I'm going to go ahead and sticky a post in chat to make sure everyone understands what we got to do, but the winner will be able to submit any card of their choosing to Beckett. Free shipping, everything will be paid for, to go ahead and sample what it's like to get a card graded. I'm jealous. I've never graded a card, so one of the lucky people in chat will be eligible for that. So with that, players are getting seated. We're going to roll right into it. So quick sponsor break for the lovely people who've made this stream possible, not just these 2 heroes in the booth, not just Silver Goblin and T.O., but also all the sponsors who came together to help. This was a bit of a trek, a bit of a setup, but we still came out here, and it's really thanks to these guys. So with that, we'll be right back after this ad reel.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading hardware.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell them about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are the merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You. I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watch an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the Mistveil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Arm, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. Do you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana? I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Alrighty, we're coming in hot with the finals of Battle Hardened Montreal, or as we like to call it, Battlefront Bastion.
Battlefield Bastion.
That's right, Battlefield Bastion Montreal.
Battlefield Bastion Montreal.
And so the players are seated at the finals table. We've got Noah Clark versus David Lee.
Yeah.
Let's take us over.
I think we're missing a person to do that for us.
All right, we're going to talk for a second. These players have been playing for 8 rounds plus the 2 previous. It's going to be 11th game of the day.
Yep.
And am I too biased to say which hero I think has the edge in the matchup? Or
numbers would tell us that Enigma has a leg up. And, it is Enigma piloted by Noah of anyone.
Or should we be rooting for the underdog?
Or we could be rooting for the underdog. I mean, look, Noah is a Canadian, from Toronto, I'm sold because I'm from here. But David's sweet. He's from New Jersey. I got a chance to speak with him throughout the event. What a nice guy and deserving in his own way. Absolutely. So
that's right. And it looks like we're getting to the turn 0 play here. I think that's a blue pick to pieces.
No, it's not. So it's the other one.
Desires of Flesh. Wow,
Desires of Flesh.
That's such a trip.
We've been really tripped up on that, huh? All day.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, gonna pull this Waxing Spectre out. Force it to block. That's one of Noah's better cards.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. Waxing Spectre, red of any color.
And so now Noah just thinking about this. He's like, okay, well, I could probably just take. Oh, okay, more than 2.
Give me another one.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna shred cards. Just gonna be.
That's a pretty funny way to start off turn 0. Potentially poke through some damage. Right, he's really trying to give Noah the least functional hand, especially if he plays a couple cards or blocks with a couple cards on this follow-up here. Is this... Oh, but it looks like he's pulled in a block card, actually, so...
He did pull a block card, however, if
and
it's
he
blue,
has to shuffle the whole deck. Oh, that's so funny. David's like, I just spent so much effort thinking about what order to put these in. And you're just going to get rid of all of my hard work.
That's amazing.
Walk the path. Seek the truth.
And you know what? Honestly,
pitch to Enigma, make a Spectral Shield.
He's like, hey, I get to start the game with the Spectral Shield in play. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you're gonna shovel his own deck as well.
That's amazing. Let's both shuffle.
What do you desire?
Yeah, and I think David's gonna just get this card out of here, pitching it to the hero power.
That's amazing. That is
Oh,
absolutely
okay.
amazing.
I said pitch it to the hero power. I was wrong. Gonna go with the Wave of Aquamarine here. Give +1.
Forcing Noah to possibly use one of his equipments to prevent one.
Yeah, this is a turn 0, my guy.
Noah's saying what we're all thinking out loud.
Like, what a turn 0.
Getting the Keikoi. You know what? Both heroes, or sorry, both players committing an equipment piece on turn 0. That's pretty exciting.
And it just shows like the kind of person Noah is, like just honest and fun and like, what a turn 0, my guy.
Yeah, and honestly, he's just such a hilarious guy to talk to about Flesh and Blood. He's like, quick and incisive, just like this Spectral Shield coming in for 2.
I love that. I love that you did that.
I'm all about the riffs,
You are all that. That was quite the riff. And talking about riffs, we're looking at Noah's hand, and he's about to get cooking over here. He's got the Waxing Spectre and a few other cool things up his sleeve. He's going to come in here for 4. Actually, for 3, it's a yellow. Apologies.
Yeah, that's the yellow one. You wishes he had the red, but honestly, can't complain here.
Can't complain. A yellow will do. And he's still holding on to 2 cards. He's going to play that. Is he?
Oh, Sigil of Solitude.
He's playing the Sigil. Okay,
Right.
perfect.
Gets to arsenal the other card, and again, this is like our little defense reaction that could. We just have to play it at action speed.
So let's see here. We're going to come in with the blade.
Oh, yep. Just gives up the Sigil. He says, yeah, I would actually rather keep my other stuff.
And that's a double trouble holding a red hiss in hand.
Oh, and this can be a pretty good mix-up for Noah to have to think about blocking, because he doesn't know if he can fully block out double trouble once it gets all the additional effects.
And what we're likely going to see here is that plus the boots. Is he going to use the boots as well?
I don't think he'll need to use the boots because
the Slither checks.
And Slither is going to activate that.
The Slither checks it. Yeah, you're
so
right.
Double trouble getting to 6, and now Noah's got to make the call. It's like, is that last card in your hand a 0-cost attack, or should I just wait it out? Oh, and going to cover 3 with the Moon Chakra.
So blocking the 6, and then there you go, another 3.
Right.
Desires of Flesh.
Yeah, now Noah thinking, how important are these 2 auras I already have in play here?
Sure, when the link first one.
That's gone.
That's right, Judge helping out here with the dice. Wow, this game has gotten off to an exciting start. A lot of decisions already going for both players. David forced to be the aggressor against the Illusionist deck.
And you can see it in the posture. We were looking at Kayvan earlier in the quarters and how lax he was, and now Noah's there, and he's blocking the entire camera with his shoulder. He's so into whatever he's playing.
Yeah, that's right. It's like the 2 extremes. It's like, are you a cool cucumber, or are you just filled with tension?
Very
and
pickled.
Intentionality. Very pickled, yeah. Very pickled.
Wow, I must say, you guys are getting stronger as the day goes on. Let's do a 24-hour broadcast, folks. Let's do it.
We're gonna do a Man Santathon one day on your stream.
We're just powering up, man. Super Saiyan God. Let's go. That's amazing.
Yeah, Sean's gonna go Ultra Instinct in a second here.
Just sleep deprivation.
Yeah.
The longer I get sleep deprived, the sillier I get.
And this is the thing is, like, Noah's kind of traded up on all of his cards through the previous turn from David and has 2 auras to show for it at the end, right? Like, David used 4 cards there, and Noah was able to block with 2 cards from Arsenal card from Arsenal, 2 cards from hand, plus that Sigil of Solitude, and just getting to attack with these almost for free.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the board, looking at David's hand, I mean, this seems a little bit more skewed towards Noah right now, but we've learned from an entire day of watching this format that this means nothing.
Right. Yeah, we can't count anybody out yet, right?
2, 3, 4.
Okay, and he's going to go in with the Mistblade now.
Yeah, Mistblade coming in for 1 on hit, +1 and going into the next blue.
Seeing at least 1 Transcend card that doesn't block.
Yeah, there's a Passover in his hand. There is a the defense reaction, which the name escapes me right now. And there's the Ash. Is that an Astral? No, that's a Wandering.
I think it is an Astral Etching.
There's an Astral Etching, a Wandering. What's it called? No. Is it Vengeful Apparition?
Right, right.
The one that lets you play as an instant. So Vengeful Apparition in hand.
Okay, he says, remember this card that you made me get rid of earlier? I would like it back, please. And so now the Truths Retold is going to be covering up the Dagger Swing. Play the Nimblism into the Art of Body Soul. So this is actually only 5.
I mean, looking at the 5, he's going to pay 2 here.
Hold priority, pass over.
Hold priority, pass over.
Pass over. Okay.
So sound effect on the stack.
Walk the path, seek the truth.
Sound effect resolves. Getting back a chi in hand.
That's right. And I think Noah made this joke to me at one point. He's like, really glad that, Jewish people are getting their representation in Flesh and Blood with Passover.
Sorry, I think I'm bottoming this. Sure.
I'm just, it's funny.
I mean,
it's
it is an
funny.
important
It's
holiday.
funny.
It is an important
Yeah,
holiday.
He tweeted it out on Passover.
That's funny.
Alrighty. Okay, he's coming in now with the Spectral Shield. This is something that won't go over very well. David just looking at each of these hands and thinking, I've got to manufacture something that's relevant.
Yeah, I got to do something with this bag of sticks.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Slither in the arsenal. Okay, taking 2 here. Pitching the Astral Etching. Is that a blue? Looks like a blue.
Looks like a blue. The one thing I will say is that because, you're not able to attack with the auras as new, her ability doesn't really generate that much pressure against Enigma. So there is that play of it's not the bee's knees into Enigma.
Right, like you're saying when you create the Spectral Shields, they're much more likely to get destroyed by a Dagger Swing.
No. What I'm saying is that David doesn't get an advantage over time of actually being able to play the blues all that much.
To play yeah, right. I see what you're saying. Like you get a few extra life out of it.
It's a cushion, but it actually, he can't turn around and slap Noah around with it.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're gonna see a, sort of intimate inducement on the Impulsive Desire. It's gonna go up to 4. You get to pick one of these cards. He sees the weakest link there and thinks, oh, I don't really want to give you that card, but I also don't really want to just block this attack for me or for you. All right. Oh, that's so funny. I love that.
He would have been able to get it out the weakest link, right? It doesn't have to be blue or anything like that.
Does it have to be blue or does it not have to be blue?
If it's not blue, it blocks for full value. If it is blue, it goes to 0.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so he could have picked it, but I guess he does care about
leaking
it zero block. That's right.
Yeah.
Wow. This finals is already full of moments.
I mean, we're kind of both watching this in silence because board states like this get very, very complicated very fast. Like this is quite the chain. Look at this. We've got, obviously the first instance, but we have the single-minded determination, which on its own is a fantastic card, but it's pointless if you already have a board. There's a Waxing Spectre yellow, and then there's a Vengeance on there. There's 2 Spectral Shields coming in, cleaning up, and these players are just seamless. Yeah, we know exactly what's going on, right?
Oh, Noah's trying to have 2 uphold traditions. No, he's going to put it in the correct zone.
And then Noah playing the Waning Vengeance. If that's
that's Waning Vengeance. That's right.
Waning Vengeance, which great card.
Mm-hmm. And a lot happened there. David didn't play out that other attack. I think it was a stealth attack that he arsenaled.
Yeah, it was. I'm not sure which one it was, but yes, it was.
I guess he felt that there was so much board on the board that, he wants to save that for a series of reactions that he can actually push over the top.
I'm kind of just, looking at this in awe because what a board. What a board on Noah's side. I mean, he's threatening 5, 9. He's threatening 13.
That's not bad.
This is 13 with 1 blue. And this is, David's face as it just man, oh man.
Yeah, blocking with 3 cards there.
Yeah, giving 9, still losing 3. His turn is Desire of Flesh, which Noah's just going to say, nah, we're good. Thank you. Here's a block.
Yep.
I think he's probably going to give that first tentative chi and that he has in hand block for 3.
Move on with his life?
I think so.
I mean,
because he does have the.
Now the rooting for the underdog becomes not just.
He actually blocked with a Haunting Spectre.
Blocks with a Haunting Spectre, lets the Vengeful Apparition die.
Oh, I just figured out why. Because he just drew his weakest link. So he's going to go or weakest link.
Right. And David knows about that weakest link.
He does.
Had to leave it up there.
He did. And so we're going to see 3, 5, and then another 3. So we're going to see 8 plus a weakest link.
That seems a little unfair.
That seems very strong. That seems very, very strong. I think that's the play. Let's see if I call that right. We're going to see 3, 2, 3 into weakest link.
Yeah, if you're in David's spot right here, what are you hoping for?
To not die?
No, I mean just big picture. Like maybe he's thinking about, like college application.
Going back to school.
Yeah, like maybe moving to another country.
I don't know. I think if you're in David's shoes right now, you're just like, ouch.
Yeah, and he knows about this card. He's like, oh yeah, I do know about that card. And
yeah, I saw it. He's gonna give him 2 cards, block the whole thing, and then I mean.
Oh, and for the first time, Noah's gonna say, oh, I just get to play a 4-card hand with all of my auras.
Yeah, I get to have 13 power on the board and a 4-card hand. Thank you.
You draw the special manifestations, and you're just like, wow. I can't even make full use of it.
He's not even playing cards. He's just throwing a Spectral Shield out. He's got a haze shelter in hand. Sigil pitched for Waxing Spectre. Another Spectral Shield coming in. Another 2.
Oh, sorry, this was 3 go again.
Yeah, it is 3 go again.
Yeah, elect to take the 1 additional.
And he's got, let's see what he's got in hand here. He's got a haze shelter. He's got a Spectral Manifestation and a Solitary. I mean, funny enough, great, but not that relevant. Like it's just more good.
Oh yeah, and that haze shelter coming in for 4. That's 1 more than the Waning Vengeance would have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, I don't.
Okay, so I think we can.
Look, let's not call anything right now. But Noah Clark is at 20 life.
Well, what I was gonna say is, do we think David's gonna deal any damage this game?
I don't know. I mean, let's be fair to him. Like this is quite.
Oh,
it's
extends the fist bump. Yeah.
So, I mean, funny enough, before we started this game, we're like, maybe we'll see David really, make a point and really get in. But Noah stretching, getting his arms up. There you go, buddy.
That's him, just saying his gratefulness to the Lord James White himself.
Yes.
Blessed his packs on this holy day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's been... so it's one of 2 ways. It's either just like, hey, thank you, huh? Or like sacrificial altar, like burning a Marvel adult new for better draws.
Well, I think, Noah's clearly been praying to the moon.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like, he's all about that lunar energy. Really comes through in these Enigma cards and Enigma gameplay that we've been seeing.
It really
does.
does.
On an absolute clinic. That's the top 8 bracket we just saw flashed up there. What a journey for all of us.
I mean, look, that was cool. I feel bad a little bit because I really enjoyed that as an illusionist enjoyer. I really, really, really like that. But at the same time, I think David proved that he has the chops. Him saying that my pool is nothing, and then actually getting to the finals with a pool that he.
Yeah, really playing to the best of his ability, really making these turns happen, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. So looking at everything, Noah was very excited. I mean, his pool through Swiss was.
Incredible.
Just absolute insanity. Raging Spectre, Spectral Coalescence, and Mirror Guy.
Like, yeah, that one didn't matter so much. He just pitches it.
He just pitches it. It's just blue. It's just blue.
Just the blue.
It's just a blue pitch.
Blue.
Come on. His pool was absolute insanity. Getting in through a relatively clean. I think he only dropped 1 game that entire event.
Right.
And actually, he dropped 1 game out of 11.
Yeah, that's right. 1 game out of 11. It was round 2.
It was round two.
So you can win events even if you lose early.
Yeah, to a very, very sneaky Zen is what I was told.
Right, right.
Yeah,
I mean, they're all sneaky.
Jeremy.
They're ninjas.
What time is it? what time is it?
You know what it is? You know what it is? It's giveaway time. It's giveaway time.
Yeah,
It's-
let's
there we
run
go.
our
there we
last
go.
giveaway.
Okay. So everyone who's been hanging out in chat, who watched that final, who saw Canada take it home, which, I mean, hey, even though it was a 20-0 game, Canada took the crown, and they still have a monarch, right? So crowns are relevant.
Yes.
Great. Noah is actually coming and
We're
is
gonna
going
get
to
that
open the
player
gold
interview.
foil and have a player interview and all that right here. So while he is taking his picture and coming over here, let's remind everyone there is that Beckett giveaway to round out our giveaways for the day. So everyone who had been typing in chat who had dropped Beckett, you are eligible. But for anyone new, we are giving away a basically free card grading. You can ship in a card of your choosing, try to score that lucky perfect 10, the quad grade or whatever the people call it, through Beckett. And yeah, it's something I've never done before. It's something that was donated for the stream. 2 of them today, 2 of them tomorrow. So we had someone win earlier, who I believe was also from Canada. So it's just nothing but Canadian winners all stream today. So if you want to get entered in for that giveaway, if you had typed Beckett at any point from before the finals to now, we're going to draw that right here while we then get Noah seated in, folks. Okay, so here we go. Drum roll me. Let's see the winner. Or no, do the countdown again.
Oh, we're gonna do the countdown.
Okay, I'm not going to go to 10. I'm going to go 5 to 1.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
cool.
good.
5, 4, 3,
Noah.
2. No, it's not for that yet. We're just counting
wait,
down
are we doing? Oh, is this the countdown for the draw or for Noah?
For the draw. It's for the draw.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Five.
I jumped the gun. I only care about
come on,
illusionist.
chill.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey, congrats.
Milo. Hey, perfect.
Milo could be a French name.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never met a French person named Milo, but if you are, awesome.
And if you aren't, still awesome.
Still awesome.
What would it be in French? Milo?
Yeah.
Milo. Okay.
Very
all right.
rare. Very rare.
You guys go ahead and swap out with
Yeah,
with
I'm gonna let Frank handle our dear friend Noah, and I'm gonna give you the seat. Come on in.
Okay, sounds great. While they are swapping over there, thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. A reminder that tomorrow we have a full run of Classic Constructed. We're not just streaming the top 8. We're streaming the whole day. Main feature, backup. It's going to be super exciting, so please stick around for that. Milo, while they are doing the interview, I'll tell you what to do now that you've won the giveaway, all right? So with that, give me 1 second as Noah is now seated for us. Noah Clark, and he is the battle-hardened Montreal winner, along with Milo in the chat. Okay. All right, here we go. Passing it off to them for the interview. Thank you all for watching, and you'll see me tomorrow. Close it out, Noah.
All right, we're joined here by Noah Clark, winner of Battle Hardened Montreal. And let me start off with an easy question. When you close your eyes, do you see spectral shields?
Yes, all the time. It's an issue. I'm seeking therapy for it. Honestly, no. It's
how did tell us run through your feelings right now, you know?
Insane. It's, I've gotten second place a couple times at a couple places. I've never really closed out a kind of a tournament like this, and it's feeling fantastic. I'm feeling very grateful to a lot of people. The whole thing is like it takes a village. The same thing with card games. It takes a team, it takes a local scene. It takes somebody seeding my pool with like an insane constructed deck.
That's right. I've been saying that it was James White, but it could have been Brian Gottlieb.
It was disgusting. I had 4 Majestics, 3 of which were game winners by themselves. Then good reds. If I didn't top 8 with that deck, I would have quit Fab. It was insane. It was insane.
Yeah, for sure. But it feels really, really good to get that victory. And honestly, you've been playing Illusionist for a long time, right? Like, bring us back to the start of Illusionist for you.
So when I first picked up this game, I actually ordered all the cards for Old Prism. This was like right around the Awakening ban circa then. I ordered all those cards before I'd ever played a game of Flesh and Blood. Then I played like 1 game of Flesh and Blood on TTS, and I was like, oh, thank God I like this deck, because I just wasted a whole bunch of money on it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
I got in through shout out Majin Bay and the Legends of Runeterra community. That's kind of my avenue in. So I played a bunch of Prism Prism got LL, shifted to Dromai, had a lot of fun with Dromai, got kind of too involved in the Dromai community. The Dromai community was interesting. It's a whole thing.
I mean, illusionist, passionate bunch, right?
Oh, I just
Including
love
yourself.
making things. I just love making things and then doing
exactly.
things. And then today, it's a limited, right? I fully came in, I was like, I'll play what my pool is, I'll draft what my seed is, which ended up being Enigma, into Enigma. I'm also playing Enigma for CC tomorrow. That's all we're doing today. It's crazy. And I just want to shout out like the people in my team, Value Vampires. Let's go, because they've like really been helping me with the limited stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've been running drafts all the time, really kind of getting me up to speed with stuff. Because I'm not the best limited player usually. I value myself more as a constructed player. But ever since like Worlds last year, I've really kind of prided myself on putting effort into doing drafts there. Also, showed the Toronto scene, all those drafts, they're fantastic as well. They really got me where I am today.
Right. And well, I think one of the things about battle hardened events is, you have a more local event, but the quality of play is so high,
Oh, dude, Montreal is full of killers, man. You got all the Ottawa guys, you got the Montreal guys, you got the Toronto guys who could make it. Unfortunately, a good friend of ours. Congrats on your wedding, Hayden. It's happening this weekend.
Aidan.
And 10 great players of Toronto are there instead of here. So,
right.
Congrats on your marriage, and thank you for making this event easier.
Yeah,
we had to run through some Americans too.
Yeah,
but
and
I
mean,
can't let them win a battle hardened in Canada.
It would be embarrassing for us. You were telling me before the event you thought about wearing your Maple Leafs jersey.
I
right?
did think about I forgot to pack my Dion Phaneuf Leafs jersey to wear to Montreal because I wanted to pick fights with people at bars. Turns out it was a good call.
Right. Absolutely. Okay, and then before we just continue on to some of the specifics, I'm gonna say I think that maybe you deserve to wear this hat.
Oh, I'm the true Ledger of Ancestry. Is that her title?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you figure that out.
I am. This is not comfortable. I don't know how you were wearing this all day. This is crazy.
I have a larger head than you. I feel like
your
it's
head's
more comfortable for you.
Are you saying I have a small head?
I mean, we saw how massive your head was sequencing through those Enigma games. So.
Oh my God, that semifinals.
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
insane. That was. Do not know how I got there. Michael is a great player. I drove down with him. I'm rooming with him. He's fantastic, and I'm like very scared of him in limited. I don't know how I got through that. That was insane.
Right. I mean, it's just sometimes you got to rely on skill, and sometimes you got to rely on luck, right?
I will say luck for the sealed portion, skill for the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And just part of being successful in a tournament is making your luck, setting up those plays.
Exactly.
So aside from these game-breaking bombs, which we know you could have done well without them, but they definitely helped. So aside from those, what would you say was the most impactful part of the limited experience for you this week? Or sorry, today?
What's interesting about the set is the blues specifically. There's a large availability of different kinds of blues to different heroes, and you always have to pick those not only with blocking values in mind, but also with new in mind. In sealed, I found myself playing a lot of blue block 3s that didn't actually do anything because I knew like new couldn't steal them, especially in Enigma. In Enigma, you can kind of get away with them because you can use them to swing stuff. In draft, usually you look at like there's a blue 3 for 5 that like has an effect. You're like, that's nuts. But I was like, I can't play that into new, right? And I know I wasn't new, and I was passing good new cards to my left. I was like, there's no, like, we can't play those. We have to play, like, first tentative win, first, etc. The blues in the set are very, very interesting. The second thing is this is an Enigma-specific thing. A lot of, like, Enigma's cards are unplayable.
Right.
Like, the blue instant speed illusionists wards, and then some of, like, the regular action speed wards aren't really good cards. You don't really want to play them. The pool we opened in draft had a bunch of those cards.
Right.
Like, it was insane. Like, it was just very low quality. But what ended up happening, and I think you guys saw that in the semis and kind of the finals, is I got past 3 red Vengeful Specters.
Yeah.
Or 2, actually. And I sort of, like, I got those early. I looked at them, I was like, this kind of seems interesting. So I built my draft around those, which is why I had all the single-minded determinations, the solitary companions, the ward 4 that when it dies it makes a shield with a +1.
Yeah, that's right.
And those I had never played that before. I had never done that before. I was like making up on the fly, and it came together really well. I think this is like a thing I'm going to try and draft like more to like really dig into it for Nats because it was great.
And this is what you said. You said you had a very interesting Enigma deck. We saw it play out in real time, and I think just that moment where you played a Haze Shelter, which already is an instant, but getting that +1 counter on it, later converting to probably 12 points of damage on separate aura swings, that's like a huge game changer, right?
My first top 8 match was against another Enigma. At one point, it was 20-6, and I had no board. And I fully turned it around because of a Vengeful Spirit into a solitary. Like, getting counters like that is insane.
Ethan, was that recorded? Was that
not on camera. Great match, though.
All right.
Show it to Jimmy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm sure we can't put you on every single match tomorrow, but we'll make sure to get you on for CC because the fans want to see it. The fans want to see you lose
These fans
They
want
wanna
to
see
see
you
lose.
win.
Oh, okay.
There's a good mix.
Okay, I got fans and I got haters.
Yeah, exactly.
Good. You got to be controversial. You got to be controversial.
That's part of playing Illusionist, I think.
Absolutely.
All
Somebody's
right.
got to have fun.
All right, so any last words before we go to the gold foil?
I kind of already showed out a lot of people. Again, it takes a community. Show it to Toronto scene, Value Vampires, everybody. Show it to these guys. This tournament's been fantastic. It's been run great. Show it to like Silver Goblin for putting this on. It's fantastic. All the judges, the tournament organizers. Show it to you guys. Show it to Savage Feats. Show it to Frank Kung. Show it to Sean. You guys have been great. It's fantastic. I loved watching the match where you were casting me at like round 7.
Oh, yeah,
You were just like getting increasingly mad as I revealed how good my pool was.
I mean, you say mad. I was excited.
You were excited. Sean had anger in his voice. Sean saw that Rage Spectre and thought that there was
you
no
started
God.
seeing red, you know.
It wasn't fun.
Yeah, no,
Fun for me. It was fun for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
All right, so we've got the on-table camera now.
Yes, I have decided to make a bad financial decision and open my gold foil. Don't do this at home, kids.
What are you hoping for?
What do we have like part the Mistveil cards in here yet, or is it still old set? Because if it's part the Mistveil cards, I'd love a Traverse or I'd love a Meridian Pathways, obviously. But if it's like old set stuff, Phantasmal Footsteps wouldn't be bad.
I mean, those are all good options.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone knows. We might find out now.
Yeah, we might find out.
Is
Is this the
Traverse
first one?
possible?
This is release weekend. This is like
This is the first Battle Hardened since.
This is the first
Hardened.
gold foil legendary this season.
I think so. Yeah, because the ProQuest Plus
Okay,
gave
wait.
out the Majestic Commons.
So which side? Which side? Do I do like this or do I do the other way?
You want me to just peek at it? Like I'll
Yeah,
pick
yeah.
at the label.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it.
Here. Okay, this is the back side. This is indeed the back
So
side.
just pull it out like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, that's a good card.
It's playable.
Playable.
The gold foil gold, actually. Is this? Have they? I haven't seen any heavy gold foils yet. Am I crazy? Is that a thing?
You are crazy.
I'm
I
crazy.
have no
Okay.
idea.
We knew that though. You're
Well,
crazy.
I mean, look at my hat.
No,
No sane person would wear this hat.
yeah, no sane person would wear this
No
hat
sane person
for
would.
12 hours in a row.
Yeah, like, dude, how? Again, your head. It's got to be like digging into it. I can't wear this anymore. It's crazy. This is insane.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. All right. Anyways, this has been Noah Clark, your Battle Hardened Montreal champion, and remember, Tadici.
Also remember, Toronto winners in Montreal.
Yeah, we're not gonna live that one
No,
down.
absolutely not. Okay.
This folder contains the absolute holy grail of Dragon Shield.
In 1999, Dragon Shield was forged by 2 Danish nerds' passion for trading card game.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this turns out. It's gonna be amazing. So that's how Dragon Shield was born.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news. That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
Hey yo, Don Amurabi. You want me to tell him about the bazaar, or do you want me to use the claims, huh?
Relax, Captain. These are our customers, and we are their merchants.
It's okay, I'll handle it. You, I know your problems, and I got the goods to fix them. You watched an OP deck tech and need to buy the spice.
Buy from the bazaar.
You are deep into theory crafting the next hottest deck.
Buy it from the bazaar.
You are changing your Pro Tour deck list last minute.
Buy from the bazaar.
You follow the meta and need to change decks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You have an addiction to box breaks.
Buy from the bazaar.
You find yourself dealing fab to new customers.
Yes, catch me outside and I'll hook you up.
And you, don't forget, get your cards from me, Hammurabi TCG.
Or else you get the clamps.
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
Part the Mistveil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Arm, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!